pa lang naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets the trouble for
grabe!
the receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
We're now down to the second to the last day of the CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer Group Stage, and every match now carries the weight of survival. Welcome to day 14, where teams are running out of chances to protect their spot, chase the playoffs, or even rewrite their narrative towards their playoffs campaign. Kami nga pala ang inyong kasama dito sa inyong panel desk, Mochi and Bipolar nga pala. And Bipolar, yesterday was a long day.
Long day ba, Mochi? Feeling ko kulang pa.
Ay,
Si
kulang
Aljon
pa
nga,
ba?
nag-chat pa, sabi niya, parang kailangan pa daw pahabain hanggang ngayong araw, no? Para isang full
Aljon,
day
ikaw
na
na
lang.
dito.
No? Pero feeling ko naman it was a long day. It was due to happen, no? Yung mga matches natin na was abruptly halt nung, I believe it was Friday or Thursday actually. Tapos may kita natin ngayon, last full stretch, basically last week na pwedeng makita natin kung ano nga bang magluluto or iluluto ng ating mga teams.
Exactly. Kaya tingnan natin yung ating mga ingredients, no? Which is nangyari from yesterday. Because hindi na naman naging biro yung tapatan dito ng Team Acceptance and as well as Team Stallions. And as much as this hurts a lot for Team Stallions, this is a massive feat dito, no? For Team Acceptance, lalong-lalo na, no? From Wara to Macta, and then right now, finally being able to defeat such talent, no, na nakita natin base pa dun sa interview natin with Hick, talagang na taken aback siya na hindi niya man lang na-explain yung kanyang mararamdaman dito, because that's just how much this win means sa kanila.
Oh yeah, Mochi, no? And to note, no, playoffs na po para dito sa Acceptance after this beautiful defeat. Top 6 secured para sa kanila. Plus, you can definitely see, no, that the passiveness and at least yung pag-wait dito ng ating players for Acceptance was very much, you know, the firepower dito na kinailangan nila para matalo itong Stallions. In sub-base, we saw some 1-1-3 action, 2-3 action papunta lang dito sa B-side on that BL side. And now on Ankara, we saw Stallions coming back from a sheer defeat mula dito sa sub-base. Frying everybody, putting up 100% sa ating mga performance despite the lack of you know, the multiple issues na nangyari sa kanila. Pero nung udumayo na tayo dito sa ating, you know, Eagle Eye 2.0, nag-iisip tayo, uy, nandito si KLP eh, wala si Loy dito, mahirap to papasukan ng Acceptance kasi heck, versus two key snipers is not a good sign. Pero yun na nga, it was a different day for these two teams and Acceptance took it in 2-1.
Exactly. And we also had this another match, no, na kung saan talagang nagkaroon din tayo ng quite of I can say that this is a fast one kasi honestly fought well naman dito, no, ng Attras ito, but it is definitely obvious that there is a lack in terms of the thickness and the strats, the minds dito, no, for Attras. And thus, Comeback Friends definitely pulled off a comeback and a reverse sweep dito, no, sa ating serye from yesterday. At sino pa ba ang ating match MVP for this one? Abay, wala nang iba kundi si Eden usually, no, and simula umpisa until now, no, still being able to just show the same results.
Actually, nice, no? Kasi nakita natin dito last time na si Aldrin ang bumubuhat sa buong Comeback Friends. Aiden was very much absent, no? Pero in this entire series, 3 sets ang nilaro ng Attras pati ng CBF. Aiden prevailed every time with the HK. Just looking at the sheer hold sa A-site natin on Black Widow, nakita natin dito na Aiden was definitely not just getting a kill, but it was multi-kills as well. Attras did play a very good Black Widow, pero kasi there was nothing really to drive off of. Parang walang anything surprising. Kung ano yung na-expect natin sa Attras, yun yung gumana at yun yung nagpanalo sa kanila on Black Widow. Pero different na yan pagdating dito sa ating Eagle Eye and as well as sa set number 3, kasi nakita natin ang CBF gunning it all throughout. Aggressiveness is there, holds were great, and parang hindi na mabasa dito ng Attras na ano bang nangyayari? We don't know exactly why we're losing to this, pero yun nga, no, it all ended dito sa port kung saan M14s rained hell up against these two teams. Pero syempre mas maganda ang tutok dito ng CBF because they started on the GR side, Mochi, and they had plenty of time to recuperate kung ano nga bang pwede nang gawin. And there was a great push mula dito sa LA side. Parang ito yung pinaka-the best na LA push mula kay Jets.
Exactly, no. At kahit nung Eagle Eye pa man din, ikaw na rin nagsabi, no, there's already some glimpses wherein Attras can't necessarily know what to do, no? Naliligaw na sila, and unfortunately, it didn't end that well, no, para sa kanila. We also saw how CBF brute force approach na lang yung ginagawa nila for the whole remainder ng natitirang mapa natin from that series. Pero this time, no, speaking of brute force, no, we have that scene for the side of Team Stallions against the matches as well, wherein raw power ang kanilang pinakita dito, being able to end it off and top it all off with a 2-0. Pero just to say and acknowledge din, no, matches lapit pa din ang kanilang tapatan dito, getting that 10-8 during their second match.
It was better than ever, no? Itong this was I forgot the map, honestly. Yung second set natin dito for matches and as well as STS, no, napaganda pa nga ng todong-todo. Pero ang problema lang talaga, on Ankara, if you quite remember this, bago tayo parang abangan for these two teams, is STS was just playing brutal pagdating dito sa ating BL side, kung saan they were just getting set plays dito, giving fakes and kumakagat palagi din yung matches, but just because yung plano doon beforehand was just be reactionary. Kung saan may fight, go agad doon. Pero dito sa port, nagkaiba na ang buong mundo. Matches with their immense hold on the GR side dito sa made ways para makatayo game or to make it very, very close. Pero STS, nagising na sila just because Loy played here. Napaganda pa dito yung STS because they had someone to back on that can also hit the shot. So STS, despite the very long wait para matapos na itong matchup up against matches, they still cleaned up in a 2-2-0 fashion.
Yeah, exactly, no? Kahit interview natin sila, hindi natin sila masisi, no? For STS na nagkakanda sabog-sabog na yung mga tao doon sa dami na wala nangyari from yesterday.
Natutulog na si Kano.
Yeah, hopefully, okay yung kanilang tulog ngayon, no? Pero yan ang summary ng mga kaganapan natin from yesterday, wherein there's been quite a lot of things to unpack here, and also, unfortunately, some teams that fell off na sa ating standings, and hope that we can see them sa ating regionals. Pero pag-usapan rin natin ang ating individual player highlights, kasi biro mo, meron tayo mga nakitang mapapa-wow ka na lang talaga, no, sa mga pinaggagawa nila dito. Let us start with Ajax 3K.
3K mula dito kay Ajax, kung saan it was just, ito na nga, one of the plays na ginagawa dito na acceptance, which was the only play, was pushed towards B, pero different kind of setups. But Ajax, man, look at that, just gunning everything, using every corner, kung saan hindi makapitas dito si Revenge. From the very get-go, nakanapan ni Ajax dito ng butas sa STS, and it was B side, and it was to dominate that side. Pag napatay si Revenge, diretso na yan. And looking at Silent as well, di na siya kailangan dito, kasi look at Ajax just with the cover from the backside. First entry, last out, kumbaga, para dito kay Ajax. And it was an intense 3K.
True. And it just shows that kanya nga ang site na yun, no? Pero mo dun lang siya tumakbo the entire time, but he's been able to create such an impact. But we also have upcoming itong 4K ni Kid, do, wherein pagka naman talaga nagkaroon ng online phase itong si Kid, online na online talaga, no? Baka lagpas sa 100 Mbps pa ang kabilisan. Ang gaano ka on point itong si Kid.
Siguro pati yung BPM niya dito, Mochi, 1,000 BPM na rin, no, para kay Kid nung time na to, because this was actually a very big hold. I believe this was a 2v4, pero si Kid lang talaga ang pumuntriya dito ng players natin for the side of for CBF, kung saan we did say before, no, na parang nung Black Widow there's nothing really to get through in terms of team play, pero individual prowess mula dito kay Kid was able to give them this first map para sa kanila. And look at this, man, just cutting it through the defense, nanggaling sa may LA, nag-push sa may short, tumingin sa may high mid, and instantly pumunta siya sa may short para matalo dito ang buong CBF in round number 5, I believe.
And it just definitely shows, no, even kahit yung the way kung paano din siya nag-intay dito, no, sa ating alley area, it's just that the kid's been able to ensure, no, na kung sino man ang mga magpapakita dito from CBF is gonna be more than enough para sa kanya. And also, I feel like there are some moments na dito si Kid, parang fully nag-activate siya pagka-clutch moments na, no? Is it just me? Pero here for Kid, dude, layo naman narating nito for sure. And it's nice that we've been able to see this type of foundation already, no, galing sa kanila. And I hope that Attras will be able to hold on to this roster. Kasi honestly, they're off to a great start.
It's pretty good.
Diba? I feel like yun lang talaga yung kailangan nilang gawin dito, no? More strats on the book.
Yep.
And that's gonna be more than enough. They're gonna be ready for the playoffs sa susunod nating liga. Pero, pag-usapan natin ngayon, no, si Aiden. Kasi, meron din siyang 4K dito ngayon, no? Activated kung activated.
Ito no, one-man hold na lang to after the first player dito sa may B-side dying. I believe it was, ito na nga no, si... that was Aldrin. I believe yung namatay doon sa may harapan ng B-side. Tapos after neto, sabi ni Aiden, wag na lang, ikaw na bahala dyan. May napasok na dito sa curve mula sa high mid, mula dito sa may BR mid. And Aiden played with the stairs, nag-antay lang dito. Alam niyang malayo pa yung LA players niya. So sabi niya, one-man hold ko na lang to. Basta makapatay ka dyan ng isa dyan sa my house B, I will try to do something. And nakapatay naman ng isa doon yung player natin for CBF. And it was just easy things for Aiden, no? That delay factor na nagawa dun sa high mid gave ways para dito kay Aiden para makapitas pa dito ng curve ng triple end-to-end of in the forward.
Exactly. And I feel like also where he strives the most, no, mga high adrenaline moments dito sa ating mga mid-rounds, and he perfectly executed that 4K as well. And let's talk about another high adrenaline player here, KLB, our captain here, no, matters. Especially when the future matters dito, no, sa kanyang mga kamay, he activates din naman na.
Yeah, I love the behold dito ngayon ng ating STS on port and on the GR side. Kasi kung isipin mo, you have Lo, you have JJ, you have KLP. Very, very prominent star players pagdating dito sa STS na hindi kayo makakapasok ng libre. Loy was there for the first contact. Get killed already. Sabi ni KLB, bababa muna ako dito sa baba ng B. I will flash up, saka ako aangat para makakuha ng easy 2K. Look at that. Bulag na bulag dito ang players natin for matches kung saan. That was brought to you by just this, parang cycle, no, kay KLB, tataas, bababa, flash, tataas ulit, and look towards the doorway dito ng house B. And instantly, it was parang, anong gagawin mo din kung kahit si KLB marunong na rin mag-Beyblade, di ba, sa buong port. So you can't really know what's gonna happen here. And isa lang napitas doon ng players for matches. And what else can we say? KLB held down B like it was his own.
Yeah, exactly. And then usually, I don't know if it's a sweep, pero nakikita natin doon si Lloyd at si JJ lang, pero biro mo, no, si KLB, abay, sinugod lang din talaga itong house. Pero right now, we also have Kano. Ay, nako, sinong nagula, diba? Every single time is bound to perform.
Ito na nga, no, Kano was playing in a very different role in the role of JJ, almost Lloyd din naman. Pero the great pick here is nahanap niya pa si Hek, angat dito sa may akyatan or sa may uluhan dito sa may second mid. Tapos once he got that, instantly, since the bomb was planted, go in the side, pick them one by one. At parang napaganda lang talaga kay Kano kasi hiwa-hiwala yung players for acceptance. And when Ting had a little bit of chance, he had time para mag-antay lang doon. Pero Kano, just like the man he is, served on a silver platter lahat ng kills niya. Tatlo walang hindi nakatingin, tatlo lahat puro headshots, and you can see what a clutch from a one-man play dito kay Kano. You can definitely see this guy cannot be stopped kahit sino pa yan sa acceptance on Ankara. Man, they had some times for acceptance, pero Kano, once he's alive, he can always go for the clutch. Just look at this now, Mochi. Kano, nag-aantay. Alam niya marami pang oras kasi ang bilis niya nakapasok ng site. And even Ting, deciding, uy, nasan na nga ba yung bata din na nasa other side? Andyan ka pala, now you're dead. And those for the defuse. Kano, man, fearless indeed.
Fearless indeed. Dauntless even, no? I-amplify natin. And yun din yung nakakatakot sa kanya dito, no? Every single time na kahit nasabihin mo na may mga sabit, may mga problema, or merong mga nangyayari sa ating sidelines, no? Lagi pa rin ganun ka-consistent ang kanyang performance dito, which just shows kung gaano katindi ang kanyang mental. Kahit na may pagkasabog na siya after nun. Pero let's see kung ano naman ang nangyari dito, no? Mga proud moments. At mapapasabi ka na, uy, inisip ng team kong gawin yan, no? So, simulan natin ito dito sa ating tapatan ng Team Acceptance and STS na pinili ni Sneaky Frog in the map of Subbase.
Ito na nga, no? Acceptance on the BL side. After makuha yung first half ng 1-point advantage na 5-4, akala natin makakabawi na ditong SS because they have a great GR side. Pero sabi ng Acceptance, never kami mag-woods. Isa lang papadala namin dyan, mga 1 case or 2 cases, pero we will always go towards B. A very slow push kung saan respetuhin natin dito yung sniper ni Revenge. Respetuhin natin dito na si KLP nag-iinit, gusto makakuha ng kill and to provide a big cover para dito sa STS. Pero sabi ng Acceptance, 3 manggagaling dito sa LR, isa dito sa may passage, isa sa may vent side. And just look at this sequence. Ang tagal. 1 minute and 30 seconds has spanned on round number 10. Magpupush na ang buong Acceptance. Even STS still don't know kung ano yung nangyayari dito. Pero same lang naman ginagawa nila. That 1-2-2 split up kung saan si KLB nasa may A. But here comes it. Push towards lockers. Mauuna ditong Acceptance, sa kagagalaw si Silent dito sa may woods. Once nakuha na dito ng Acceptance yung attention ng players natin for STS, si Dre ang unang pipitas and he always wins that fight up against Kano. That was like 4 out of 5 times. Tapos after neto, tingnan man yung susunod na layer of offense na manggagaling dito sa Acceptance, and look at that HK mula kay Tink, lahat din tumatama. And STS now in a sandwich maneuver mula dito sa Acceptance. Isipin mo yun, JJ and Revenge, big players pagdating sa STS, pero wala silang magawa. That flash mula dito sa LR given by Dre gave the chance for Silent to back up and go for the backstab, pero nakuha ni attention dito ng STS. Tapos sabi ng Acceptance, we can finally go in kahit na 20 seconds na lang yung nasa oras.
Grabe, no? That is actually a perfect explanation of what just gone down there, no? Bipolar, the way na hinati ng Team Acceptance ang atensyon ng Team Stallions, making them have a second or double take, no? Dito sa ating woods area, only to realize that they're already falling short dito, no? Sa ating LR. And everything became wonderful para dito, no? Sa Team Acceptance. And I am really, really happy that we've been able to see this type of
so cool
moments galing sa kanila. Kasi biro mo, you would normally expect that dito in the map of Subbase, magwawala lang yung mga batang yan as if this is their playground. But this time, it isn't the same case, especially the Team Acceptance has been able to hold it down. Pero, meron din tayong upcoming, no, na clip dito wherein this is from Comeback Friends against Attras, and this is your pick, Bipolar. This is cheering sa mapa ng port natin.
Tignan mo to, no? Who's mag-isang magpo-push dito sa may Z, papunta sa may LB, check out right, tapos easy pick off, unda sniper pa. Dahil dun, look at the reaction ng mula dito sa Attras, trying to recover something off the ground. Baka may magpo-push kasi Comeback Friends, maangas yan, mag-aasim yan. Pero sabi ni Tetsu, maghahanap yan ng trade agad dito, possibly dito sa BR or dito sa may LB. Mag-push na lang tayo sa LA kung saan pwede natin pitasin dito yung mga natitira pang players ng Attras. And just look at that. Kung si Aiden nag-iinit mula Black Widow, pagdating dito sa port, same pa rin naman, or from the previous matchup, may kita rin natin dito on port na he is still fighting all through at lahat yung tumatama. J-Kim had a little bit of opportunity here para mas pitas, possibly LB na lang push or go towards mid kasi matagal pa nakapasok dun si Aldrin, pero by the time na nilabanan niyo yung BR players, nagulat siya dalawa, may pangatlo pa sa ilalim ng bridge, and that was it. CBF recognizing that from the first pick mula kay Woos, ang dami nilang pwedeng gawin sa kabilang side ng map.
Totoo, no? This is literally Comeback Friends behaving naturally in their natural habitat, if that makes sense, no? Pagwawala, all-out aggression, ensuring that Attras is kept onto their souls, no? At yun yung pinakita nila dito sa mapa ng port, reason as to why talagang nagkaroon na ng disorientation at nagdadalawang isip na, no? The amount of hesitation being exerted by them onto Attras has been phenomenal during this round. At meron din tayo susunod dito na highlight, and this has been chosen by Elle, and this is during the match of matches against Team Stallions during our first half sa Ankara.
Eto Mochi STS on BL, alam natin yung great and execution, but look at this. Smokes towards exit side ng A side, pero bakit bakit yung tatlong players ng STS nasa mid pa din? Bakit patibi si Revenge? This was a big ruse. Isang malaking bait lang dito si Revenge. Solo sniper, tries to go for the flash. Nagbintis ng onte, mapipita si Revenge, pero look at this now. Kumagat ang buong players natin for matches, pumunta ng B side, open ng A. And JJ, just like JJ it is, magpapasok sila dito sa A, diretso si Loy for that immediate contact at walang makakahinga dito for matches. There was also something na pwede pang masarap dito for STS if magsi-CA dito ang place na for matches. Kano was there for the backup. Pero at the end of the day, tignan mo naman, from that 5 immediate hold, kahit napatay nila si Revenge dito, hinarapan ng STS yung exit, hinarapan nila yung CA, and wala nang magawa doon ang matches. Zach, in one of his bad performances dito sa ating series na to, could not even go for the retake kasi tignan mo yung HP Mochi. Lahat ginamit ng STS dito pang delay, ginamit nila bodies nila para hindi na makapasok ulit dito ng matches, and ultimately it ended up with an explosion, and that was a beautiful third round para sa STS.
Exactly. Nabuhos lahat, no? Every single thing na meron dito for STS, they've been able to utilize it well. And this is a very, very classic mind games play na nakita din natin dito, no? From Team Stallions, and here for matches, while they're still absorbing everything that just happened, na sila ay niloko, no? Na sila, naakala na pupunta dito sa B-side natin. Well, they're already gone, no, by then, and there's already a lot of damage dealt sa kanila that they haven't been able to recuperate from. Maraming salamat dito, no, sa ating pagbe-breakdown bipolar. That is so solid. I literally understood every second and bit of it. Pero tignan na rin natin ang ating updated na standings after that one, because there is already the unfortunate part of mamamaalam na tayo sa ibang mga teams. And also, congratulatory report of, may mga nakapasok na sa playoffs.
Ito na nga Mochi. Simulan natin dito sa number 10 spot natin. TARINGBABI will still play today, but they have been unsuccessful for getting even a map. But for Veteran, they did get out with the most fastest game, Mochi. It took only 2 minutes. Tapos sabi ng ating director na shoutout kay Mamle, forfeit na po. Veteran getting that one win in their name gave them their 9th spot. Tapos may kita natin dito 7 to 6 5th spot natin. May labanan pa rin naman, especially with FERVID only having 7 matches. Meanwhile, itong matches, they have not been able to qualify. May chance, pero parang 0.001 na lang eh. But looking at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, imagine this, Mochi. Comeback, friends, is and can possibly still play in the playoffs. Acceptance now, securing that 4th spot. Team Stallions, just like what Kono said, gusto niya mag-rank number 1, pero since ang dami nga nagbago sa kanilang roster, parang ang dami rin nagbagong kailangan ayusin mid-tournament dito ng Masters, they are now in number 3 spot, pero Execration and Virtus.pro neck and neck in that number 1 and number 2 spot, and still has 2 matches to play. I can't wait kung ano talaga ang pinakadulo ng ating standings.
I couldn't help but agree with you on that one, no? And I am really waiting for that langit at lupa matchup that is Execration and FERVID. Both in the ends of our spectrum. One sitting calmly sa taas and one na lumalaban sa bandang baba ng ating standings. Abangan ninyo yan. Pero guys, alam niyo ba, singit lang namin to, no? Meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins. And all you have to do is to like and follow ating official CROSSFIRE Philippines Facebook and YouTube pages, and choose which play ang gusto mong maging play of the week, no? Galing sa ating mga highlights na feature kanina, no? May it be from Kid, kay Ajax, kay Aiden, kay LV, or kay Kano, no? And i-share ninyo yan. Sa inyong caption, ilagay nyo bakit deserve nun maging play of the week, at ilagay nyo rin ang ating hashtag sa CFS Play of the Week and hashtag CFS Master Summer. At i-ensure na inyong shared post ay public para kita ng ating mga moderators at malog nila ang inyong entries accordingly, okay? Kasi sayang yung 100 e-coins natin, guys.
Totoo naman, no? Tsaka meron pa tayong lucky draw ngayon. I believe, or lucky spin dun sa ating mga, sa ating mga matches na pwede pang umangat ng umangat yan. At total of
Nag-try ka na
120
dun?
ating pwede nyo makuha. Na-try ko na yun. 45 lamang
O,
nakuha
di
ko.
pa.
Pero para sa ating viewers, may 100 ecoy na kayo. Check nyo na yan.
Yes, and guys, eto nga pala yung mga laban na aabangan natin dito, no, sa ating araw. Our second to the last day of our group stage. It's going to be TARINGBABI against Attras Esports. We also have Veteran versus Virtus.pro. Wow, parang VV pala to, no? And we also have, again, ang labanan ng Langit at Lupa, Execration versus FERVID to end our day. Another banger for sure ito, Bipolar.
It is gonna be a banger, no? TARINGBABI trying to go up against Attras, which will be their most fair matchup up against outside of Veteran. Veteran and Virtus.pro being our second matchup. Well, ito na yung inaantay ng Veteran. Makalaban ang top 2 team natin na Virtus.pro that has been the standard and now in the number 1 spot. Kaya nga ba nila matanggalan yun para makaangat naman ng dito ang Execration? And speaking about Execration, can they end or can they put a bullet in more wounds dito ng FERVID to not even let them, qualify even more or talagang mawalan na dito ng pag-asa ng FERVID? And plus, that's A7J and D's team last time. Ang dami nating pwedeng pag-usapan doon sa last match of the day. So I'm so excited para sa tatlong series natin ngayong araw.
Exactly, no? I feel like magkakaroon tayo ng matindihang kwentuhan session maya-maya specifically for our third series. Pero mag-focus muna tayo at pag-usapan natin kung ano nga bang meron here for TARINGBABI and as well as Attras Esports. Kasi here for TARINGBABI, their journey here is a bit depressing, if I may say. I feel like let's not sugarcoat it anymore. Ang lungkot ng kanilang nagiging naratibo here so far, especially after a lot of things actually not going their way. They already have the aim, they already have the meta, they already have the aggression that you would normally see with fellow Filipino teams, but unfortunately, the structure is not just there, and they have a long way into working out that one alongside with some lineups that might help in their team. But we will also have some substitution going on here. Penjahat, their really important player, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us might agree on this one, is gonna be out, and Makray will be subbing in.
Ayun na nga, no, Penjahat will be getting out of this game for now, but I feel like he has some, dental appointments to fix those braces and to move those wires for now. But Makray being a crucial factor to actually step up even more. Penjahat, just like what you've said, Mochi, he is one of the, big forces for TARINGBABI to actually win some of these matches. And with him being out, will it be a problem? I don't know. Will it be a problem in the grander scheme of things, wherein they won't have a lot of firepower? There possibly yes, but Makray, he's been trying to prove himself even more. So hopefully he steps up against Attras. This team has been jolly and good, but right now they have one more fight and one more with Attras. So hopefully they get out with a bang, right? Or possibly even a map or a series. What if? Look at Protons. Really is just like Daydom.
Yeah, they have the same vibe. They might be siblings, I won't be surprised since it's from another region. But again, here for TARINGBABI, you can definitely see here how much they've gone through throughout the course of the weeks, and there's been prevalent losses, yes, but every round that they've been able to get and manage to get were all hard fought. And I feel like that is something that we would also like to acknowledge with them, because again, the foundation is already so strong here, Bipolar. We already been able to see how Jimby has been able to facilitate some distributions here alongside with the team. And speaking of Jimby, we have a question directed onto him. Going into the last week of the group stage, what is the mindset going forward? Oh, I like this answer. Losing doesn't mean we lose. And you know what? I want to second this answer, all right? When you win, well, you get the achievement. And when you lose, you get the lessons. And that's what matters here for TARINGBABI right now.
Yeah, especially with our Master Summer, right? I feel like Jimby has a better foresight coming into these games, right? There's always something to claim out of these matches. Not really just wins or losses. At the end of the day, TARINGBABI showed themselves, right? Never faltered up against any team. They really just fight all throughout. Maybe improvements need to be better, but hopefully next time, in the regionals, TARINGBABI, we are looking out for you. Hopefully you go in that as well.
Yeah, and honestly, that answer has a lot of aura.
Yeah.
I applaud you for that one, Jimmy. So now let's talk about Attras Esports right now. Because here for Attras Esports, we've been able to see how they've been able to manifest themselves from yesterday. But unfortunately, it wasn't just enough against their counterpart. But again, with the leadership of RTA here, how he's been able to be quite of a really strong pillar that holds Attras together, with J-Kim being able to power through every single round, ensuring that he's been able to carry entirety of the dirty work here for the team, and even some pop-offs here with the rest of the squad of CRG Kid and as well as K. Bipolar, this is quite of a chance for them to salvage themselves in our standings.
Yeah, you know what, Mochi, looking at this team right now, you can definitely see someone is out of the blue, and that's Jacob. A 1.10 in terms of KD, but Attras, they've been getting better as the days go by. I honestly say this because, yes, we're looking at Jacob to be the one and only hope, but you can see, right, CRG Kid, RTAK has some big highlights every time they're playing in these matches, but hopefully it doesn't just stop there. Hopefully it goes into wins. Hopefully Attras becomes better, because J-Kim right now, we have to address the factor as well that J-Kim has been solely the one that can really turn the tides around. Attras has been, you know, a one entry for reactionary for the entire team. And looking at their journey so far, only 2 wins. Yes, they cannot qualify anymore for our Masters. They got in from Impact, but hopefully that Masters mindset doesn't go away from Attras as well. But this is their last matchup. TARINGBABI, give him hell or give them score. Attras, waiting for that final blow, right, to possibly still get around 3 wins in the entirety of Masters.
Yep, and again here for Attras, what matters for them is to learn a lot from this opportunity from qualifying up until now. They still hold that title of being able to defeat Virtus Pro, which is, for me, it is still a feat, regardless of the fact that they've been quote-unquote experimenting here on the side of Virtus Pro during the time. But let us talk about who are the players who can be picked apart as of the current time. It's going to be Jimpy and as well as K.
Oh, this is very fair, right? Jimpy, one of the firepowers that we always want to see for TARINGBABI. He actually is a silent killer in a sense, but up against K, which is gonna be the sniper here for Attras. K has had some highlights, but I want him to be more aggressive, right? We have this prevalence in the entirety of Masters Summer, wherein K and as well as other snipers have to be the one to get the first kill first, get that expendable on the BL side, and get these round wins. Like Jimby negates K here in this entire series. They have better form because all you have to do is take off J-Kim and J-Kim on the second one, and then the rest will follow for TARINGBABI. But K, I feel like he's gonna be having some fun here. We might see some interesting gun choices from him as well. Might go outside of the TRG role. So yeah, K has been very, very okay as well. From 2 matches before, K was actually getting MVP. So this is gonna be interesting.
Exactly, and I feel like he is already in that very, very nice status already as a player here, wherein he's been able to facilitate multiple rounds across the board, and especially that now that they're facing up against TARINGBABI, that is also another chance for him to show his true colors. And I feel like it's about time for us to also know about the maps that we'll be playing on here, with which TARINGBABI would be choosing. Well, it does appear that we'll be having Black Widow here being chosen by TARINGBABI. Ironically, yesterday Attras chose this as the first map as well. And we also have Ankara as our second one, as Attras takes this, and Subbase as our decider, if and only if we'll be heading to our decider.
No port for
No
TARINGBABI,
port.
Mochi. Attras banning that
They
out. They
banned
don't
it,
want to
though.
see the powers of
Yeah.
TARINGBABI on port. That is big respect towards TARINGBABI. You're all the winners in my book. But Black Widow, TARINGBABI, you giving this out for Attras, where they
like
just
that.
fought up against CBF. I feel like you need to do a little bit of research there, but I don't doubt that Black Widow is their second to, or at least their third map in their book, right? Because they have port, they have sub-base, possibly Black Widow is their third one. But Ankara, I feel like TARINGBABI can actually win a lot of rounds on that map. And then if we go towards sub-base, it is very, very interesting. These two teams know how to play it, especially TARINGBABI. So, Attras, you have a very good map, Vito, but TARINGBABI has some secrets up their sleeves.
And I am wondering what would be the surprise here from TARINGBABI in the map of Black Widow, because this will be telling us a lot with the current status as well and how they wanted to end their run here in our group stage, and what would be the last impression that they would be inflicting on us. So let us now show our predictions between these two teams. Again, it is gonna be straight 2-0s across the board here for Attras Esports. We want to reiterate every single time, feel free to prove us wrong for the latter, because we're nothing else surprises and gets us so excited is when the underdogs try to pry in and just show that they can mean more in the league than how we label them. But right now here in our community post, our support is going strong here at TARINGBABI with 35%, and we also have 65% for Attras Esports.
You know what, Mochi? Again, we always love to see these community posts, right? Because they always give a little bit of heartbeat towards our Rosé.
Yes.
Babi, I would like to say as well that I almost put in a 2-1 in favor of still Attras, just because you are battling up against a team that is very much reliant on one player, and that's just Jacob, right? So if you take out that player, you might possibly just have better hope coming into this matchup. But yeah, that's it for us, 2-0, and a community post that is almost a 50-50.
Actually, you know what? That is already quite of a really good pointer for them to take into account in order to get that W. I feel like they just need to find out where Jacob is, honestly.
Yeah.
Because in terms of playbook, I feel like there is quite of a lack here, and TARINGBABI can take advantage of that. But we may dive into this further as we welcome our casters who will be joining us for our first match of the day. So let us now welcome Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. Whoa! I like the transition, Polar. I like that transition a lot. But, Sneaky Frog, hi! Hello, good afternoon. How are you doing? And what are your thoughts with the current matchup that we have?
Well, I think expectations are already on the table, right? I think it was kind of telling in the predictions already that it is going to be, I wouldn't say, mostly a one-sided affair, but at the same time, my confidence kind of lowered a bit when I did see the ban towards Port, considering that was kind of the best shot at any map here for TARINGBABI in the entire season. And yeah, it just so happens that Attras is also absurdly good at Black Widow, as we saw in yesterday's games. And especially, if you have Jacob on your team, it is going to be quite annoying to kind of remove him from that short position, as he's very good. He's, for some reason, very, very good at jumping in between those windows on short. So TARINGBABI, they need to be able to kind of force Attras to play a bit standard in this map, right? Because if you kind of just allow them to kind of just run around in Black Widow, especially in a map where, the puppy kind of playstyle is very rewarding, then, yeah, they're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, I would also like to ask that too, because here for TARINGBABI, they mostly gravitate on their strength in being aggressive, so that might also cancel out their conditions here. But how about you, Salvatore? Do you have anything in mind here, especially for TARINGBABI?
Well, first for Attras, honestly, Mochi, the port ban is definitely something justified here for Attras, considering the past 2 days that they have played port. It was very, very sad for this team. So I feel like them targeting a port early on up against TARINGBABI is not only an act of respect, but also it's just trying to prioritize any other map from their map pool, rather. So yeah, Attras Esports might have gotten a few W's inside of Port, but I feel like in order to maximize their gains and wins, in order for them to exit with an amazing blow, they have to stray away from Port here on. But Black Widow, I feel like TARINGBABI, they might have pulled a single move here that could really move around, revolve around probably Makrai entering into the roster, or probably someone like Protons who knows the map front and back. So if TARINGBABI really works inside of Black Widow, I feel like it is definitely justified as well, considering with that matches series, they were able to go band for band up against MJ. So since Port is banned, I feel like the presence of mind here for TARINGBABI is just, let's just play Black Widow, something that we are all too familiar with, and up against Attras, I feel like that is their best middle ground.
That is actually pretty fair points here, actually supporting earlier what we've mentioned about our map veto. And we can also pick apart this further as we talk about the cool guys who don't look at explosions as they exit, which is mostly TARINGBABI. What about your thoughts here, Bipolar? Because honestly, this header is quite funny, but at the same time holds some truth.
Yeah, hopefully they're not the ones in that explosion after the entirety of their group stage, right? TARINGBABI have been trying and trying and trying, but the trying needs to have results, right? They have 2 more matches. It's Attras and as well as Execration, I believe, or one more team. So if they do at least get a map here, TARINGBABI, we're counting on you every time to actually give us something and to actually give us some sort of life for the Resign squads, just like Veteran is doing right now. This is their time because Attras, just like what I've said before, after Veteran, this might just be the matchup that they have a little bit more probability of winning. So all ups to the cool guys of TARINGBABI to actually give us an explosion to look out for.
Yep, and hopefully that they can garner that here in the map of Black Widow. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see Port. We know how good they are actually be able to play in that map.
Yeah.
Yep, we gotta work with what we have right now. But we can look at RTA because he's the captain now. You know, he has quite a really high headshot per kill percentage here, 53%, as we enter the game here, Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, especially having had a conversation with their coach recently, right? I feel like at least he feels like RTA is kind of like the extension of him in this team, and I feel like it really, with the exception of him kind of playing on the snipers less, and he's more on the rifles, but at the same time, you can still kind of feel the essence of Ang here when you do look at RTA, as he does, display really good leadership but really good fragging at the same time, and yeah, I mean, I feel like at this very moment, right, as a captain, you do have a huge responsibility of keeping the standards up for the team, because reality is Attras no longer can make it to playoffs, but at the same time, they're still a team that you have to watch out for in the qualifiers very, very soon when it comes to the conversation of regionals here. So I think RTA, if he keeps this level up, even up against a team like TARINGBABI, they could definitely be a threat going into the next event.
Exactly, and that also brings us to what will the future of Attras Esports will be looking like, and I feel like we can also add TARINGBABI to the mix as well here, with the emphasis on what Attras will be having as time goes by, Salvatore.
Yeah, I see bright lights and pearly whites here for both TARINGBABI and as well as Attras Esports. But mainly focusing on the Attras Esports future, I really do hope once we enter regionals territory, they will be able to retain their same roster, because there is already chemistry. Right? We have to put it out there. So in order for them to stabilize whatever they're working right now, they shouldn't be able to make some roster moves, because these are very talented players who still haven't hit their ceiling yet. So if they want some development, there really should be some form of development in terms of team play. So we are all aware that these players individually, they are very strong, but in a tournament like Masters and as well as regionals, where team play is very important because it is going to be tested once you hit the international stage, Attras Esports needs to make no moves in terms of like changing players, but need to make moves in order for them to have this amazing team play. So yeah, a bunch of young stars who wants to settle inside of the Masters regiment. I feel like there is a bright future ahead here for Attras.
And I'm glad that we're all on the same page. Just reiterating that Attras shouldn't do any roster changes here, because they already starting great, okay? They just need more strats. That's it, basically it. They don't have to overthink anything else. But I do think that the battlefield is ready, and it's already up and coming. So we will be handing it over to our casters, Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. Nakrakan na!
Thanks so much to our dear panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for some upcoming action here of TARINGBABI and as well as Attras Esports. Coming at you live on our live streaming platforms as we give to you our matchup for today. So we have a Saturday filled with action for you guys as we start with Attras versus TARINGBABI, one of Brisea's finest teams up against the hopefuls for the Filipinos, that is Attras Esports. It's a very interesting matchup, Sneaky, considering both have like the same storyline wherein two underdogs managed to skate into the qualifiers and reach Masters level. Right now, you can definitely feel that there's still a level of a gap here for Attras and TARINGBABI.
Yeah, I mean, TARINGBABI, honestly, is definitely miles apart from what we saw from the other Rosea team in the last season in the name of, if I'm not mistaken, they are Riders. There it is, Riders. Shout out to the homie Kodok here, who's always on our streams. But yeah, I feel like TARINGBABI is just literally an entirely new team with an entirely new perspective going into this season, right? You know, I think we've had plenty of surprises from some of the better players here on their side. I mean, you know, McRae had some very good games. ㍬Mabi especially, man, has been very, very impressive. And I feel like Protons, if he can crank up the aggression a bit more, this team would definitely be an interesting spot. But speaking of interesting, man, Attras honestly one of the most interesting teams in the group stage as well, because you can really say that they can compete up against like top 4, top 3 competition at most, but then something just crumbles within one of these games, and it mostly does come in the form of that late decision making when it comes to the mid round, and especially at the end of executes. It kind of seems like that bit of hesitation is kind of, you know, ruining their timings a lot when it comes to these games.
Yeah, like during the off-season, we kind of saw that the JK move really would propel this team to greater heights, but apparently that was not the case.
Go Epe.
Long slope.
Language.
That's a lot of movement for GR side. Like, TARINGBABI really wants to contest short that much. And this is a challenge that Attras is giving them. Now CRG makes his way door mid as he gets another one for his team. And that is what you get, TARINGBABI, for just having deep angles early as, like, what, 20 seconds into the round. Sneaky. My God, Attras Esports did not waste any single second.
Yeah, I don't even think that it was even realistically a strat from the side of Attras. They just so happened to found themselves in the long side and someone is in short. RTA just recognized that, you know, mid is going to be wide open. So, he's just going to do it again. He might just run it back. RTA just going to drop on down from the ramp side. Elcampe is now spotted. Headshot immediately. McRae is going to go down. Proton, ㍬Mabi. Protons again, though. They are fighting back on the A side of the map. And the distraction in mid seems like it could be thwarted, but RTA, he is not just the captain, he is also a fragger. So he is still definitely a threat when it comes to this 1 versus 2, but Protons, he does have a sniper, and he has been hitting hard so far.
Captain kind of forgot to send some directives from his soldiers. So RTA now finds ㍬Mabi, but there's going to be a bit of a reaction here for Protons to hold on to window A. Now Protons, good move to not push inside of stages. RTA now is making the move himself.
No.
52 HP RTA. There is a possibility. There is a coin flip of a decision here for ㍬Mabi. Trust me, ㍬Mabi. It's that hard. It's that difficult, but manages to push himself towards blind spot right now. There goes the bomb. Spots it down by RTA, but with a lot of time on the clock, I feel like there is still a move here for RTA to just go to B or just find ㍬Mabi, who is down here on S. Probably there goes the plant attempt as RTA now gets the move, but finds ㍬Mabi, who is now 1 HP and secures the 1v3 for Attras to get the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and once again, Attras, you know, all the situations going in the way of TARINGBABI at that very moment. But I feel like the mistake here from Protons is, I wouldn't say the full mistake of actively challenging window A here, but just actually missed a shot at that very moment. But Elcampe will start things off with the kill on Kid. RTA will be getting ㍬Mabi in return. Long control in the hands of Attras, and that's a headshot from JKim on towards Protons. McRae will be falling in the background as well, and it is just a full cleanup on aisle A. Black Widow not looking too good for the side of TARINGBABI. They're getting the treatment that we saw yesterday against, or for the team that went up against Attras.
It's not even a Stratfield game, Sneaky. It's just 2 teams peeking at each other. See
They're
who's got the better aim. And Attras just has the better aim of that round. But let's see who has the better aim now in round number 4. As RTA now gets another one here for Attras as they recorded their 3rd kill now as he finds Jangar with a 180. McRae and ㍬Mabi left all alone as RTA all in one motion takes down ㍬Mabi. And now McRae left all alone on alley. He's going to get sandwiched here by a lot of Attras members. There goes a 4-0 start here for Attras.
There it is. Attras I can't say we didn't expect it, man, but I'm just saying they're just pugging it out in the map of Black Widow, and to be fair, Alliance was pulling the exact same things, and it was working, but K, with the jump towards frame, will be getting protons off of that off-angle, but to cry on the metal box side, just gets shot in the head. Jakim, just as accurate as yesterday here. He comes on the A site, another one for him, a triple kill with his HK 417. And the only one left alive is going to be ㍬MAC, and he will not be riding home as he is dead. 5-0 Attras. Looking like a quick affair on Black Widow.
You did say, Sneaks, this is going to be, like, you know, we'll be on schedule for today. And I feel like Attras is going to be more than just on schedule.
I hate you, Kid.
With the exception of Kid and K, look at the headshot percentages here of RTA, CRG, and Jakim. That is the effectivity of these attackers here, Sneaky. And that's all you need to know on how effective and how lethal these headshots are for Attras. Jangar gets picked here by Kid, finally gets his first kill of the game. But RTA now manages to go through by door mid and goes through in A, gets the first. Can he get the second? Of course he is. He's the captain, and he's now rowing his ship. Now the third kill attempt here for RTA. Bit of a delay here as ㍬MAC now repositions back to blind spot. RTA now goes back to door mid. Wants to parkour back. Macry is on Coffin, still sitting pretty at B side, and finally takes down ㍬MAC. Third kill of the round for RTA. Now it's a 2v1.
Who knew the man with the wealth of 8v8 experience is this good at Black Widow? And, I mean, RTA, man. We've seen this on streams. We've seen this on Ang streams.
15 kills.
I don't know if he's still rocking the B or RTA.B kind of account, but, you know, this is just what we see every day from him. But Gay, how have you done that? Double tap on the sniper on ㍬MAC. And the long players are about to come out. RTA gonna be up next. Protons is gonna get CRG, but RTA will get Macry in return. Protons trying to use the pillars to his advantage. Here comes the HE. Jakim just rolling on forward. Another headshot for him, and another one. It just keeps on going. It just doesn't stop for Attras. And RTA, of course, he gets the final one. They are just pressing the pressure forward, and TARINGBABI is drowning in it. And here... is it timeout? No, it's not the timeout.
Nah.
We got baited by the pan.
The observers just want to make it cinematic for us, Sneaky. You know, make the game a bit interesting. Because this is an art form. That's what Attras is doing. They're now collecting fossils here off TARINGBABI. They have a handful of skulls being collected right now, Sneaky, as Attras, with just 15 seconds into the round, they already got the W.
And so far, we've only played, like, 10 minutes of Crossfire, and it seems like it might hit the 15 very, very soon if Attras can keep the pace going. Jakim swinging the corner. Of course, it's a headshot for him. El Campe on the bottom side. RTA with a headshot on his teammate with the trade on Jakim, but here comes K. On the middle side, DRG in hand. Quick scope for him. Macry's gonna fall. CRG spraying on down on towards Jangar, but Jangar Protons fighting in return on the A and the B side of the map, having their own individual 1v1s, but K, his USP, wins it, and Kid on the 2-box boost will be getting that last player 9-0. And whatever happy emotion that TB was experiencing earlier, now it's gone.
That's the phases of, like, a huge sigh of disappointment here for TARINGBABI, but I don't want to say it, but they're one round away for having their third 10-0 of the season. Kid now with a kill as he gets the second. ㍬MAC now with a huge rush here on long A. Wants to find two players here. I feel like he's thoroughly aware where K is, but there is a second contact here. There goes a double peek now. K gets spotted. ㍬MAC doesn't get it. Not even a single round for TARINGBABI. Attras completely dismantles TARINGBABI.
There it is. It is a 17-minute affair in the map of Black Widow. K even having time to take a sip of his coffee, which probably is not even halfway done. So Attras on the hard side of the map. In all honesty, man, I mean, did we say that we didn't expect this? We kind of did at the same time. I mean, Attras, as much as we do like to say that they're, you know, quite a structured team, you know, they have all the strats and everything, they also like to play slow, but we also have to remember their backgrounds, right? every single player has gone through the 8v8 gauntlet. And when it comes to 8v8, some of them have to play fast, some of them have to play assertive, and some of them have to play aggressive. So exactly that is what we saw from JKim and RTA. Kind of just felt like they were in their natural habitat, to be honest.
Honestly, Sneaky, what I see here from Attras and TARINGBABI is they're just making up time for what happened yesterday. And we gotta applaud Attras for doing the bidding for us, because they managed to record, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm watching the right graphic right now, that was 15 minutes of Crossfire. We are so accustomed to 30 to 40 minutes, or even going as like strong as 3 hours. But, you know, in the span of 15 minutes, wherein bread will start to rise inside of an oven, that was 15 minutes of gameplay just by Attras going to long A and short, getting skulls, and then finishing the round. And TARINGBABI, we saw the effort. There was a bit of a closeness here from ㍍Mach, but of course it had to be ㍍Mach, the captain of the team, who keeps the team afloat, who will be the last suffering here for TARINGBABI. Well, Black Widow apparently was not the middle ground here, Sneaky, because it was just all ground here for TARINGBABI. Attras took over the landscape. TARINGBABI gets punished like that. So, hopefully Ankara is a different story, because we do not want to reiterate what happened to TARINGBABI the last time they played with Team Stallions. This is their 10-0 number 3 for the season, and TARINGBABI is a team that we would like to give some points of development and points of notice. I feel like this is a huge lesson for them, that there is still a season for them to recover and probably regain some confidence, because, you know, a third 10-0 in the season is a bad fit for the team, definitely.
Oh, for sure. But they should not be looking at this Black Widow map for strategies 100%, because I'm just saying, man, Attras was kind of just ran at you in this entire game. And that's why I did mention Alliance earlier, right? Because Alliance was so strong in this map because they had so much pub experience in the you know, in the usual 5v5s, the old Nibbles Dragon, the old Nibbles Dragon channel, right? And, you know, granted, it is slightly slower than what we saw from Attras before. You can also see the, you know, the aim and also the mechanics will just kind of win you out most situations in this one, despite, you know, having some shoddy teamwork. And you know, if you're just kind of house shooting the opponent at this point, you know, Black Widow is the type of map where you can just, you know, fully run over the opponent, and it just seems like TARINGBABI, you know, the unfortunate victim this time. But, you know, it is what it is. Attras, it just seems like they're on another level, man.
Well, Black Widow has an historical landscape just because of the 3v3 culture that we have here on the Philippines. So yeah, probably TARINGBABI should pick another map outside of Black Widow. But watch how this post game analysis by our dear panel go longer than the game of Attras and TARINGBABI. Standing by on our panel is going to be Mochi and Bipolar, breaking down the game, or probably break down itself. But here they go, Mochi and Bipolar, take it away.
Here we go.
Here we go. I don't know what I'm about to say with what Salvatore just mentioned, but thank you so much to our casters. And boy, you know what? I'll be honest, TARINGBABI, they're scrambling all over, dude. Even from the side of Global Risk, they're moving a lot instead of just staying put. Just anchoring down. Maybe that might be the effect of not having Penjahat in the team, but also they're minding their own business the moment that they're on BL. So I was like, what is actually happening here in Black Widow?
I mean, I feel like TARINGBABI wanted to play default, and Attras said, we're hungry now. It's already 3 p.m. We didn't eat lunch. We were waiting for the game to start, and Macray was always holding B. At the end of the day, we just saw an execution for the side of TARINGBABI. I really thought that they would get some rounds here, especially we saw some 1v2s, 2v2s at the end of the day. We also saw a 1v1, but everything paved the way for RTA to just keep on fragging as well. We saw K getting these immediate frags, and that was the ender. First shot in each round, Mochi, it was always just going to be Attras getting the round win. And I feel like, yes, there's nothing really to get out of here. But again, if yesterday we had a world record breaking in the Guinness Book of World Records of the longest crossfire matchup yesterday, now we have the shortest one. 15 minutes and 15 seconds to be exact. Almost 15 minutes and 16 seconds, right? But At TARINGBABI, I feel like once they don't have port Mochi, they don't have this comfort of like having, oh, we can play very slow, we can play a little bit not complicated here. But Attras, just like what our caster said, they know that they play 8v8 here every freaking day. So what can you do? It's just an Attras that is looking at it like it's a pub. And I feel like my matches in Legend, in the rank matches of Legend, have been longer than these matches. So yeah, Mochi, it was just Attras playing disrespectful and TARINGBABI playing default. And the disrespectful acts have been proven to, you know, win these rounds more than most.
Yes.
So yeah, to work as well. So now what can you do? It's still the first set, but it's looking pretty grim here.
Yeah, it is. It is, exactly. Even just while looking at our highlights, you know what? I really want to acknowledge RTA, by the way. He's no longer the captain. He is the king of this lobby. He's been able to demolish every single one here. And it's just insane how much an element RTA is with the whole duration of this fight. But to be fair though, for TARINGBABI, there's just multiple holes here in terms of defense that they need to patch, and there is just a lot of things going on in their head, which I won't blame them, especially if they're facing up against such people who are so all over the place and chaotic, and uses that as a plus or an advantage. But at the same time, again, the structure and how you would be able to hold that structure is the most important thing, especially even without the consideration of the map veto. Like, it's just a standard wherever you may be that they need to still facilitate. But I really want to acknowledge El Compe here, because honestly, he's been very prevalent into taking that early pickups here for the team. It's just that after those pickups, what's next, right? There's already a lot of questions here of who would be able to cover that space that's been unoccupied after a fellow member has passed, and it all boiled down to this. 10-0 in our set summary, and also an astounding 19-3-14 for RTA, which is just crazy. It's just all we can say here for TARINGBABI is a nice try, and we saw how much they tried during their fight here in Black Widow.
Yeah, you can only try for TARINGBABI, but this is just disappointing, right? Looking at a 0-10 scoreline, Attras getting 100% rating on 3 players, 19 kills on RTA. The IGL is mad that they have been losing and really want this third win in their entire journey of Masters.
Awesome, Steam.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like RTA said, J Kim, you know what? You've been getting so many praises so far. I'll take one for the team. 14 headshots as well. That is just insane. But man, just like what you've said, you know, El Compe has been doing pretty good, but Jimby, man, he has been really the spearhead coming for TARINGBABI to actually get some rounds, and he was getting some clutches as well, but it ultimately ended in the hands of Attras. So yeah, 0-10 scoreline, and this is just crazy to see that in the bottom side of that graphic, you don't have any rounds for another team. But RTA, man, look at that, 6.33 in terms of KD and a 74 headshot percentage. That is amazing.
That is amazing indeed. 6.33 KD is just insane here by Polar, and for RTA, well, he definitely made the most out of his match against TARINGBABI after all of the things that they've gone through in this group stage, ensuring that he will be remembered alongside with the team before they leave. But that is just the first map, guys. We have still another one to go, and probably a decider if TARINGBABI would be able to get a point. But right now, it does appear that Attras is the tsunami that TARINGBABI wasn't even prepared for. But next up, we will be having a continuation. Would they be able to get a map or not? We will know about that after this quick short break. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back to our broadcast where it is still TARINGBABI against Attras Esports. And by the way, guys, we just want to give a massive shout out to our co-caster, Dadum. He's graduating right now! Wow,
Let's go, Dadum.
Congratulations! Congratulations, Matthew Duma, for such a milestone in your life, by the way. But going back into business, TARINGBABI, they are yet to secure a map here by Polar.
Success has been felt for Daedon, but for TARINGBABI, not yet. Attras just giving it a lot of, like, you know, it's like D-Day for TARINGBABI, and they're the ones that are in the trenches, and Attras is just having, like, the most advanced weaponry up against for TARINGBABI. And nothing really changed. Attras is being Attras, TARINGBABI is being TARINGBABI, but you can definitely see the skill level for these two teams are miles apart from each other, right? Attras is going in full on throttle, RTA, getting some shots and giving us some highlights, getting the MVP. But for TARINGBABI, man, they're really requiring a Jimbe and as well as a Compe to actually move forward and to get these possible round wins, but it hasn't been successful yet. Hopefully in this map it changes because it's Ankara and it's a pretty big map to actually play up against Attras.
Exactly, and I would like to say that Penjahat would do so good in this map, but unfortunately he's not here, so
He's
we
not
need to
here.
work with what we can here. Okay, TARINGBABI, I hope you can hold on to this one.
Jayo.
But yeah, Jayo, keep on fighting, broskies. But for now, I feel like we need to pass it over and hand it over to our casters for the main action. Salvatore and Sticky Frog, take it away.
Thanks so much for the alley-oop, our dear panel, Mochi and Bipolar. And once again, congratulations to the batch of 2026 graduates here in the Philippines and as well as to other countries. Thank you for making the best out of your university career. And as well as to our co-caster, Dadum, congratulations, finally you've hit that amazing milestone. Hopefully he'll become one of the engineers of our friend group. But other than that, there needs to be a constructing here of TARINGBABI. That has to be their gameplay, Sneaky, because Ankara is a map that is also like, Black Widow for a lot of the Filipino teams. Usually, it's because it is going to be the second map after Black Widow after an 8v8, so I feel like Attras will not be straying away from that 8v8 mindset.
Yeah, and I feel like this is also the indirect result of UM and VP's run, right, from back in the day, right, in 2024. Obviously, Ankara was one of the maps that they were actually really, really good at. And if we go a bit more farther back, right, Pacific Makta back in the day was also very, very good when it comes to the map of Ankara. So Ankara has been a mainstay in Filipino Crossfire for a while now. So I really cannot say that the Attras is kind of inexperienced when it comes to this map because they also, I wouldn't say they do often pick it, and by too often, I mean they picked it 6 times? 6 times already in the group stage. So in terms of experience, Ankara definitely, not lacking at all from the side of Team Attras, and we hopefully we can see the exact same bite coming in from them as we saw from Black Widow. And if it does happen, TARINGBABI might be in trouble here, man.
Ya. Kan hotel kayak bagus kan? Gua masih
Aing ada jalan.
Tahu gua ada.
Di aku nih.
Box.
Well, El Compe, that is a
Compe's
valid
like, how?
reaction. Like, how did he get B? It's because of RTA, man. The man just can hit everything. And he's just that insane of a player. So, valid reactions here for our TARINGBABI brothers because they just got lambasted here by Attras of their amazing entry all the way to HM. And take a look at how they handled the post plant. The bomb is planted at B, and they went to A.
Yeah, Compe throwing his hands up, and it is what it is sometimes when you're up against, this is also the exact same experience when you're up against pro players in ranked match, and they're just rolling the hell out of your team, and you're trying to see if you can get a forward position, maybe in TB, maybe in HM, but you just get shot in the head, so definitely a valid reaction here from El Compe. And speaking of El Compe, he's the first one down once again as the high mid player. Here comes Jakim from the hotel side, looking to check in and check out on the same minute. Proton's still on the A side. He'd also get K in this situation, and that he does. C4 has been dropped on the A side, but he's the only one there, and Kid will take him out. McCry busy on the rotation and has been taken out. Attras 2-0, and the pace of this game is looking like the first map.
Okay, so Attras. Okay, so for a team named Attras, they sure know how to move forward towards the map. For anyone's reference, Attras means backwards, but Attras is just moving forward every single step of the way as Jakim once again finds El Compe. Second round straight. I feel like there's a hidden vendetta here for Jakim to target out the IGL of TARINGBABI. McCry makes a defensive play, cancels out Kid. Also finding CRG in the process as there goes McCry. Probably going flow state right now with the EBR. 3v2 Jangar rotation. RTA could get to, but he's cornered here by Jangar. Well played by TARINGBABI. And there goes the round that finally will put Attras to sleep because no more confidence for you.
Yeah, actually really good positions being taken here from the side of TARINGBABI, right? I mean, granted that they kind of lost control of their spawn side very, very quickly due to El Compe's death, but at the same time, they recovered really well. They got hotel control, they got TB control, they got HM control, and they all pushed at the same time. And Attras obviously was a bit reckless in that one. CRG was not even looking in the direction of his opponent at that time. Now Compe might be in trouble though. High mid looking likely for another push, and he just gets shot in the head by RTA this time. Jangar trying to push on forward to see if they can get some space on the A side, and catches Kid while he was tap walking. And now it is a 4 versus 4, now turned into a 4 versus 3 as TARINGBABI out of nowhere in their forward positions is now starting to catch some of the Attras members off guard. And CRG and Jakim, the last two left alive, has to re-enter Hotel from the enemy side. CRG with the spray, ㍍Mach with a better position. He just outplays CRG, and it is a bit too many members on the side of TARINGBABI. And El Compe, he went from tilt to happiness real quick.
Take a look at that glow up of that expression here from El Compe, but this is just TARINGBABI being able to have that position that denies Attras of their strength, that being entering inside of the site.
No.
What an angle here from K, as Jakim was just the bait for one player to swing here from TARINGBABI. RTA now makes his way now to B-Slope, as CRG also gets an off-cam kill. Meanwhile, Jakim, how did this even happen? Why are there Attras players inside of the base of operations of TARINGBABI? There goes the kill. And now the fifth one is all alone as Jangar gets cornered into a wall with a fighting squad of just USPs. Attras finally gets the lead back.
Yeah, they might need an additional body here on the high mid side, right? Considering that that has been the place of, or the place that has been targeted here for the past few times on the side of Attras. El Compe, though, once again, seeing action super early and cannot outrun the HC of RTA. But here comes Jakim on the high mid position once again, cutting off the two players on the A site. But do they even need to cut off? Jangar tagged up by the USP, and the bench players falls as well. And McRae will be dying. Attras with another full sweep.
Good one here for Attras. TARINGBABI, you kind of feel like there was just a bit of a honeymoon phase that they were able to make this defensive play. Not a lot of times that the Hotel hold will be good for them. Sometimes it is going to be the offense here of Attras that will speak louder than TB. When it comes to their defense, ㍍Mach finds Jakim, who has always been the HM player of Attras and is no longer that kind of player anymore. El Compe with the marksmanship up against K. Finally hits it. But there's still some ongoing action here for Attras despite losing some numbers here towards Jakim and K. There goes the entry now from Kid. They make it the 3v2 now. CRG making his way to HM as there's going to be a rotation here probably from El Compe. But they just miss each other by a second. Gets ㍍Mach. And now it's El Compe all alone. He wants to play for sight. But there is an opportunity for him to do so as long as he separates the two members of Attras. 20 seconds left on the clock. And that's all the time RTA needs to put El Compe to sleep. 5-2. Attras still strong.
I mean, the idea is good, right? They have placed two additional players on the Tunnels B side, which Attras has been attacking time and time again. But you also have to worry about CRG just kind of sending it on the Hotel side. And speaking of the Hotel side, CRG has entered it once again. But instead of going Hotel, he's going to go second mid. Shot in the head, though, by ㍍Mach. Fully prepared for that angle. But RTA ready and waiting. One tap here on McRae. One tap here on ㍍Mach. And he's going to keep going. Here comes the HM players this time. And Jakim will be getting Jangar. But El Compe will be answering one in return from the TP side. But realistically, B side's already been taken. C4's being planted. And the retake has to start.
Compe, take a look at where he's going to come at here. He's going to go to HM. So there's going to be a catch-up here by Protons as he got caught here by K. Now 2v1. Jakim, he's coming. He wants the kill. And there goes the jump. Jakim smiling from ear to ear. He knows what he's doing. He's that hyper-aggressive now, Sneaky. And Attras not stopping down.
Yeah, this is kind of looking like the early days of Jakim, right? When he was still, he was still rocking that Sunday Shrooms jersey, brother. And it kind of just seems like he's been fully unleashed in this map. But RTA finally stopped from just straight up running into Hotel. But here comes CRG. Good spray with the HK417, even getting the wall bang here on ㍍Mach. But there is another player on the Hotel side. Jakim with the investigation. El Compe will be going down immediately. Kid will be getting Protons. Jakim with the jumping USP will be getting another one. And it is just a shellacking of a round here for the side of TARINGBABI. Jangar, the last one left alive, will be getting Kid. But is there even a plant on the side of Attras? It just seems like they want to get the last player there. Out here for blood. CRG rounding the corner and getting the one tap on Jangar. That's a 7-2. Attras with a 5-point lead.
So easy, man. This is Attras just forcing these fights. ㅍMABI wants to react, but I feel like Attras is not giving them any opportunities to do so. So I feel like GR now will be much more lethal now for Attras, knowing that they are GR, they're going to play defense, but what the hell is even defense here for Attras? There is no D in Attras Esports, my friend. As ㅍMABI now goes for the punishment. CRG with a kill, but ㅍMABI gets his double kill.
What?
But meanwhile, Kid, how did it even go from 1 to 2? Just that quick. McCry and Elcompe left all alone. It's always Elcompe and McCry that is always surviving the barrage of attacks of Attras Esports. The living artillery, that is Jakim, is just putting on a show up against TARINGBABI.
There it is. And we are way ahead of schedule here. Thanks to Attras just running at the opponent. And it kind of seems like TARINGBABI, they have now retreated all the way on the spawn side. But ㅍMABI will be getting Jakim. Protons will be getting Kid in return. But here comes K from the hotel side. CRG as well going for the push. ㅍMABI not spotted yet on the bottom side of Bypass. Protons with a nice shot. And all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 1. K usually has been pretty sharp with the sniper, but up against 3 players and up against 2 rifles and a sniper, it is not a possibility. TARINGBABI, they thwart off the aggression.
At least there is still some offensive firepower here for TARINGBABI. They still can react from Atras's antics right here. And K does the 8v8 move of pushing out towards HM, finding anyone on arches. And even though the head is just sticking out, still a hit here for K. Jakim on 7 HP. Absolutely fearless. 3v1. Jangar on bypass. He's going to be needing a hard bypass after that one as Attras gets a 9-3.
Yep, and just like what I said, man, it's just classic Jakim just rolling on forward. He even got flashed by his teammate, right? You know how serious Attras is taking this game in this situation. Here comes Jakim. He has a nade out! Here comes the full 5-man peek from Jakim, and he even gets out somehow, some way. K's gonna climb up on CA. Are they gonna look behind on bypass? ㅍMABI's gonna get taken down. Turn around, miss here from Elcompe. Jangar's gonna go, and Protons might as well just fall as well. 10-3. Attras, granted it wasn't as clean as Black Widow, but still, it was just as quick.
Rest for the weary, man. Every opportunity Attras wants to fight. Kind of looks like this fight for how close Attras wants to make these duels here, Sneaky. So yeah, 3 rounds is all it takes here for TARINGBABI for them to gain some score, but a perfect 10 here for Attras to secure the series. And we still have a lot of time on our hands, Sneaky, to talk about a lot of stuff other than Attras and TARINGBABI, because that is the amount of time that was given to us by these 2 teams to talk about a lot of stuff. Basically, Attras just happened to have like this good time of spending with their coach playing 8v8 inside of Rift Dragon. So yeah, I feel like it cemented and it catapulted to a moment like this one up against TARINGBABI. Apparently, Attras has a lot of appointments today. Probably they finished early.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people actually underestimate how much like 3v3 off sound skill and also 8v8 clan war skills, right? They're actually transferable when it comes to, you know, actual competitive play, especially when it comes to the movement here, right? From Jakim, you can just see he's fully confident in just running in to 5 opponents. Literally 5 was on his screen at one point, but still he didn't really back off realistically because he's very confident when it comes to even facing up to, you know, 5 or 6 opponents when he is pushing those kinds of entry angles, right? And it just seems like TARINGBABI, you know, TARINGBABI kind of looked like, you know, a team in an 8v8 where, you know, you're getting absolutely yoked in the map of Ankara and you really have no choice in the matter but to just hold base. But I do appreciate, though, from the side of TARINGBABI that they still tried to at least go aggressive on the mid side, go aggressive on the long side, and just not stay there the entire time. Maybe Elcompe will get picked off at the start of the round, but that's just par for the course. And honestly, TARINGBABI, I can't say it's a nice attempt, but at the same time, you know, what can you do up against a team like Attras, who's, you know, has a wealth of experience when it comes to these types of games?
And that's called humble beginnings, Sneaky. From the comm shops that did not have either audio or even like sounds to procure CROSSFIRE tournaments, they still managed to pull it through. And now with a whole new refined system here for Attras, it catapulted into a moment like this. So definitely sneaky. It is indeed transferable because the game sense is there, the execution and as well as the aim really developed because they were given the opportunity to shine now on the brighter lights of Masters level. But TARINGBABI, they have a lot of work to do, man. Probably be submerged into the stratosphere of where these players train in order for them to get better. Probably that is going to be the good thing here for TARINGBABI, but they have a whole lot of years or probably days ahead of them for them to become one of the best teams here in CFS Masters. But that is it for the first series. With a spare time on our hands, we'll be sending it to our panel. Standing by is Mochi and Bipolar for breaking down of the game. Mochi and Bipolar, how do you think of the games?
I feel like all of us have the same outlook about this one, Bipolar. Well, they got demolished, to be fair here, by Attras. And as much as we want to rely and dwell into the copium of hoping that TARINGBABI would be getting a map or at least even get a close match against our teams, it does appear that it is still quite a bit far from happening. And we've been able to see that right now.
Yeah, Mochi, I feel like we need to check the PCs here of Attras because it feels like it was test assisted because it felt like speedruns for the first two sets here on TARINGBABI as well as Attras, right? It was crazy to see that Jakin, they're just pushing there on mid. There's two players here for Bypass and as well as LA for TARINGBABI, but they always just got killed. I did not know what was happening there. I was honestly just surprised that they weren't even able to get 5 rounds, right? For TARINGBABI, we saw some spurts of like, wow, they're just going head on up against Attras as TARINGBABI was on the GR side, but it didn't really happen on the next couple of rounds, right? It was just basically Attras murdering everyone here for TARINGBABI in game, of course. But you know what, RTA, Kid, J Kim as well, just gunning everybody here for TARINGBABI. We saw El Compe, you know, getting mixed emotions, and that I feel like what everyone felt. But nonetheless, it was like, what's next for TARINGBABI, and nothing more. It was just like basically an end game. But in this time right now, 3:56 p.m. we were at the first set of yesterday's first series. So this was very fast, and Attras was basically the ones to say that let's just finish this right here on out. Let's not even go to map number 3 because we can end it on map number 2.
And that's definitely what we've been able to witness here in Ankara. Even some moments where Compe got popcorned, unfortunately. I don't know what's with El Compe, but he keeps on getting the goofiest stuff happening onto him. And that may both mean good and bad. But at the same time, well, our members here, CRG, actually been able to perform great in this map, been able to show what he's made of, and it seems like RTA and him are taking turns into securing the frags here as of the current time. But again, as much as at least we've been able to rack up some rounds here from TARINGBABI, they still have a long way to do other than structure is map control, because they keep on letting go some very, very vital points here in the map of Ankara, and it does appear that they still need some work done with that regard. But now, set summary, Jumpy actually performed super well here with the 74.4% in terms of the rating. Good job alongside with Protons, and I'm pretty sure that they've been a bit more comfortable here in the map of Ankara in contrast to what we have earlier on in Black Widow. And here for Attras though, it does appear that it's raining hundreds here. If I am a student and that's my grades, I would love that to happen to me, Bipolar.
Yeah, same, right? You're getting paid and you're getting bills flying across the board for Attras. 100 for 3 of these players have been, you know, a foresight for every one of us here. But Jimby, man, I am telling you, if we are praising veterans as well from their individual power as well, Jimby, you are one hell of a player, brother. To go up here and as well as have a positive KD, you are amazing. But someone else is more amazing, right, in this matchup. And of course, it's going to be RTA again, the IGL of Attras. 2.80 in terms of KD, a 1.08 in terms of kill per round, and a headshot that became lower, but it's still RTA giving hell towards TARINGBABI.
Exactly. And I do think that he let himself loose for the whole duration of this match. And he didn't even, maybe there weren't any calls at all. He's just minding his own business. And this is an RTA working at full capacity. And I feel like we've been able to see that right now. If you missed it, this is the summary of what just happened here for Attras Esports against TARINGBABI. Unfortunately for TARINGBABI, again, he can do better next time, guys.
Yeah.
But who is our match MVP? I feel like that's already quite of an obvious answer here. We will be having RTA still in our screens.
Wow, he's giving us big love, Smoochy, because 143 in terms of kill per round and a 413 in terms of KD. A headshot percentage that I did expect to be a 0.7. And man, RTA, you are one hell of a player. Honestly, despite you guys not having the best kind of form coming into the group stage, you are ending it with a bang. And we're so happy to see that you got out with 3 wins in the entirety of the group stage. Wow. From Black Widow all the way to Ankara, RTA didn't just look like an IGL, but he was definitely gunning to be an attacker as well. Pwede na natin sabihin dito, Mochi, na magtagalan na tayo ngayon kasi parang 2 plus 2. Depende kung 3 yan. Kasi baka 5 yan. Pero si RTA, sinabi niya dito, 4-1-3 para talaga masabi natin dito na he is basically an attacker that everyone should be scared.
Exactly, no? Grabe naman nga din talaga yung pinagagawa ni RTA dito. Talagang, nagwala na lang siya dito, no? Kasi, biro mo, less pressure, hindi naman kailangan mag-cause, no? I mean, not saying na they're underestimating itong kanilang mga katapat, but it's just that, you know, it's the experience difference talaga, no? At kung paano ka-well-versed itong si Attras against TARINGBABI themselves. They've been able to make the most din ang kinagandahan. At for RTA, this became quite of a clip para sa kanya.
Yeah.
So, hindi na magtataka kung meron mga ipopost dyan si RTA mamaya. I do think na this has been a match well played para sa kanila. And I do think that it's also gonna be a chance for us to get an insider din, no, for Attras at para malaman din natin ano kaya yung kanilang plano moving forward considering they learned a lot dito sa ating group stage. Kaya naman welcome na natin ang ating match MVP and the IGL himself. It is RTA.
Hello po.
Ayun.
Welcome, RTA. Congratulations for taking that match MVP title. Parang ikaw ay nagwala at naglabas ng iyong gigil dito sa ating lobby. So, ayun, Bipolar, you can ask away. Kamustahin natin si RTA?
Feeling ko naman safe to say RTA na talaga nag-enjoy tayo sa labanan natin with TARINGBABI today, right? I just want to ask, no, entire group stage, 3 na panalo nyo, and still para sa amin, that's impressive, no? Pero for RTA as the IGL, as many battles na nalaban nyo dito sa group stage, anong lesson yung nakuha ni RTA para dito sa Attras? Kasi it has been very tough, pero at least you got some wins.
Ano po talaga yung unang-unang natutunan ko dito, yung disiplina talaga. Disiplina as individual tsaka as a team. Yung play kasi nandun na eh. Kaso yung disiplina ng bawat player, yun talaga. Tsaka yung firepower din po kasi halos same lang naman.
Ayun nga, no? RTA parang nasa inyo naman na lahat. You have great players, di ba? Nandiyan si RG, nandiyan si Kid, nandiyan si JK, nandiyan ka rin. Ang kailangan lang talaga ngayon parang onting, polish na lang, no? Sa disiplina para talagang mas nakakatakot ang buong Attras.
Ito po.
Yeah, parang nire-reiterate natin yun kanina pa, no, na ang ganda ng pundasyon ng Attras, no? Parang kailangan na lang talagang hubugin pa. So, RTA, sana walang mangyaring roster changes sa inyo, no? Sinasabi na namin ng harap-harapan ngayon pa lang. Pero, ayun, no, RTA, ano kaya ang ating direction moving forward dito for Attras? Because, biro mo, didn't biro na ilang buwan pa lang nakatapak na kayo agad dito, no? From qualifiers until now. And, pero namang mabubuga talaga ang Attras. So, ano ang ating plan moving forward? Direction natin?
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin po. Gusto pa rin po namin makapasok next season sa Masters. Tapos babawi po kami.
feeling ko naman may malaking chance RTA, no? May isa na lang akong tanong dito. RTA, isa ka sa mga teams ngayon na nanggaling sa Impact, tapos lumaban dito sa Masters, na parang nagbago talaga yung mundo, no? Kasi kakaibang kalibre, pero you guys did fight very, very well. Ngayon, we do have some playoff teams na already, no? Na marami na kayong nakalaban dito. Isa kayo sa mga teams na talaga natapos na agad yung ating journey. Sino sa tingin mo, para lang sa POV ni RTA, sino na pambato ni RTA dito ngayon since, I don't know, you have someone to root for pagdating sa playoffs?
Ano po, siguro STS pa rin po. Para sa akin.
Bakit RTA? Bakit? Konti lang, bakit?
Nag-iba po yung ano nila yung playstyle nila eh. Pero kung medyo, para po sa akin, medyo umano po ng konti yung STS. Pero kaya pa rin po nila yung maka-champion po. Para po sa akin.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no worries RTA. Next time, ang maririg naman naming champion is si RTA pati yung team niya. So don't worry, brother.
Yes.
Sana po, sana.
Hopefully, no, shoutout na rin kay Coach Ang. Tsaka yun na nga, no, RTA, totoo, no, we agree na may mga nagbago nga dito kay STS and hopefully, no, na makarga pa rin nila yung sarili nila. Which I think talaga namang kayang-kaya nila, no. So, RTA, congratulations once again and congratulations din, no, for Attras Esports. And yes, hi, JK! I was JK. The floor is yours,
sorry ka,
no.
sorry.
Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout. Silang lahat.
Mama, nasa TV na ako!
Aliw.
Shoutout po kay Boss Oma po. Tsaka kay Cedric. Sa 6-man namin, kay Gal. Tsaka kay Gian. Shoutout sa misis ni Kay.
Umayag ka lang dito ako!
Tsaka sa magulang ni CRG na laging nagko-comment. Shoutout po.
Alright. Ay, pahabol pa. Sige, go.
Oo, habol ba daw? Hey.
Ako ba? Shoutout lang sa mga nagtitiwala sa amin. Tsaka sa mga basher namin. Thank you. Hindi kami nagsasawang mag-practice palagi para sa inyo.
May bashers kayo. Weh.
Shoutout po sa mga
May
sumusuporta.
bashers agad.
Sa mga sumusuporta, tsaka yung mga nagbabash din pala. Thank you pa rin. Gasolina yan, gasolina.
Na agad. Oh, gasolina yan, oh. Goods naman yan, no? Pero grabe, may bashers na kayo. Agad nagulat ako doon, na. Pero, again, maraming salamat, RTA, at congratulations alongside with
Thank you
Team
po.
Attras, no? And good luck sa susunod yung endeavors, no? At hopefully, makita namin ng Attras na manalo ng manalo sa mga susunod na mga laban natin.
Thank you po.
Thank you, RTA. Congratulations. Good luck, brother.
Yun.
That was wholesome, Mochi. That was very wholesome.
That's very wholesome.
That's one of the rare times na nakita kasi natin si RTA sa interview desk, no? So, it was very nice to see na he had better hope for the next coming of tournaments. Tapos, talagang he knows na kung ano talaga yung parang pagkulang or pati na rin yung nakita nilang lakas dito for the entirety of Attras.
Exactly. And I feel like that as an IGL, that is entirely the important thing na malaman mo din, no? Para naman mas magkaroon tayo ng mas magandang cohesiveness sa susunod na mga oras na makikita natin sila, no, sa ating entablado. And I am very, very happy that Attras is willing to take that challenge and that direction for the future that they want for themselves. Pero guys, hindi pa natatapos ang ating Rosia action kasi sa susunod na laban natin magtatapat ang veteran against Virtus.pro. And this is definitely a battle for us to see. I am wondering kung mabibit nila yung oras na tinapos kanina ng Attras dito in 15 minutes, no? I mean, again, not to anticipate, pero ganun talaga yung nagiging outcome natin so far. Pero ikaw, Bipolar, do you have any last thoughts bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating break?
Inaantay ko na lang mamaya kung gaganto ulit si Kellar, no? Kasi nagulat ako na gumaganon siya last time, eh. Parang may pinapayawati ka dito sa mga kalaban niya, no? But nonetheless, veteran, one more fight, right? Up against Virtus.pro. One more fight up against Virtus.pro. You've been here before. Same kind of roster, same kind of team din kakalabanin nila. So, they have something to work with, and plus they improve. Hopefully, it would be, a tire game, right? Compared to what happened dito sa TARINGBABI as well as Attras.
And I hope that we can see a closer one, no? Especially that, again, for veteran, we have high hopes for them, especially after the growth that they've been able to master from spring up to now. Kaya naman, for now, no, tayo ay magkikita-kita uli para sa ating susunod na laban. That is veteran against Virtus.pro. After a few minutes, magbabalik na tayo dito. LB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapunta ka niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade sa PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Welcome back, everyone. Here in our broadcaster CROSSFIRE Philippines, it is still the CFS SAE Masters 2026 Summer, wherein you're joined by your panel, Mochi and Bipolar, still for our current matchup that is going to be Veteran against Virtus Pro. And this is gonna be really interesting to see, Bipolar.
It's gonna be fun, Mochi. It's Veteran versus Virtus Pro, right? Veteran has always been looking highly upon Veteran, and seeing their performance recently, I feel like they put them in a pedestal that is very, very high right now compared to Stallions. Veteran has always been a force to be reckoned with, but I would like to actually see who's gonna be playing for today, right? Because we know any kind of roster, any kind of switch up, any kind of substitution for Veteran can work, despite the lack of fires, despite players here going up. Everyone now works out. Shock and Drones definitely gonna be running it for the back here to actually give some firepower up against Virtus Pro. We might see another scenario wherein duguan na naman si Cetra ang maririg natin doon, but Veteran has been trying to do this together with Twintism, right? And as well as EV9, and hopefully this map Vito will be better than we had in TARINGBABI and as well as Attras.
Hopefully, indeed. And I do assume that there's gonna be just a bit more closer due to the feats that Veteran has been able to improve on. And speaking of Veteran, let us break down our team, because we do know that there are some very vital players here that we need to look after. It is specifically Regnard, EV9, and alongside with Fires, and
Ooh,
even
Fires.
Fantism in the mix here, who's been able to actually perform very, very well in high pressure situations. I feel like he can already add that in his resume.
Yeah, if Fires is here, he's gonna be playing, right?
Yeah, I do think so, since he's here,
Yeah, so-
which is great.
So Drones will be out of the game right now. Drones also was a very good factor for Veteran, right? But we had that conversation last time that we have a big promise for any kind of player that will be playing for Veteran, just because they have been here before and they have been, improving nonetheless. So yes, substitution is clear. Fires will be playing for today, and Drones will be going out for a possible walk or just trying to do some important things in the matter. So yeah, Fires, you're welcome to come back anytime, bro. And I'm just happy to see it that they're gonna be doing it up against Virtus Pro. But yeah, Fires, he needs to be on that AK, man. He has been doing some versatility with the HKs and as well as AK-47s, but up against Virtus Pro, I would like to see him in the AK department so that he can outfrag KSA and as well as Elvin on that AK. But look at that, man. Veteran still has 2 fights after this. They have Virtus Pro today, and then on Sunday they'll be fighting up against FERVID. So 2 very high caliber teams. So Veteran, you better be ready after that win coming in from TARINGBABI.
Exactly. And you know what? That win is a default win. So I don't know what to win Veteran, but every
A win is
single
a win.
time. Every single time. Since spring until now, they always have like a 1 win, and it is a default one, which makes me think why, and are they like putting quite of a blessing or
Yes,
something
you
in
can
this
do it,
house,
Mochi. You can do it.
yeah, but I'm just wondering what's happening with that. Is really interesting. But we have a question here for Regnard, and the question is, what will be the preparation for the last week of this Masters? And he said, our final week of preparation was even harder, training to get the team's first win for us. So that is exactly their priority here, and we are vouching and awaiting for that to happen, Regnard. Don't you worry.
I love that this is coming from Regnard, right? He is actually gunning it for not just, not like the past
Yes.
interviews, even for the spring, like they want to just keep on fighting these teams. That's always been their answer. But now they're actually in that goal where they want their first win. And if they do that up against Virtus Pro and as well as FERVID, it is gonna be glorious for not just veteran, not just for their country, but for the rest of Rosea. This is a scary lineup, to be honest, Mochi. You have EV9
Mhm.
Reknats, Twintism, Shock, and Fires, and just from the sheer fact that Fires is here, it is gonna be one hell of a fight. But yeah, veteran, they're still up against Virtus.pro, so it's still gonna be very, very tough.
Exactly. It is definitely a challenge. Well, they've been able to get an inch for a bit, especially during their last fight against VP. But here for Virtus Pro, specifically with how they're looking right now, well, this is a bit more scarier than ever. So let's talk about them a bit more as we just point out which specific players here are definitely some factors that is actually changing the game here for Virtus Pro, because specifically here for KLR, it does seem like he is already giving out the, I don't know, maybe this might be some workout that he might be doing, heading onto our players here, some warming up, because little by little he's getting that KD up and running alongside with the rest of the members here, especially when it comes to KSA being able to get some multiple highlights here. For Center and Yobib, that's already quite of a constant, but they're a lot more stable now that they are changing their internal operations here, and as they say, their experimentation phase is now over.
Yeah, you know what? Virtus.pro, with their experimentation phase down already, or done already, you have Virtus.pro that is very well prepared for any kind of, especially here for veteran. I would like to see veteran letting Zero to walk more or stand more, because if that happens, we know that
Oh yeah, that's true.
things are about to get, heated for
Yeah.
these two teams, right? Because that's when you know that Virtus.pro is in a lot of action, when Zero is actually doing a lot in the backstage or in the backs of these players. But yeah, looking at their journey so far, only a loss coming from Execration, mostly 2-0s, right? Up against CBF though, it did became somewhat of a question mark for us, but almost a beautiful win streak here for Virtus.pro. It's veteran now up against them, and they'll be batting up against STS on Sunday, the 5th of July, which is going to be tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
So, Virtus.pro, you have one fight here as a warm-up or as a breather before you head on to the big stage. But yeah, you have to not, not think small about veteran, because veteran have
course.
been a force to be reckoned with as well, especially with the lower teams here in Master Summer.
I do think that they acknowledge that. I remember coach even saying last time when they won against them is that they can contact them anytime, or even ask for scrimmages, maybe additional advice in order to actually catch up. Speaking of Coach 02, here we have a question for him going into the last week. It's still pretty much the same question. What is the mindset going forward? Well, the answer here by coach is that they're locked in, and the goal isn't just to win, it's to crush the competition and prove that we are untouchable locally. And this actually supports what Cetra has been able to mention last time when we were interviewing him, is that they want to reclaim or redeem what's initially there. So I feel like there's already the direction and the step moving forward in order to attain that goal.
Actually, this is we know this to be his first thoughts, right, coming into the first day of the group stage. But actually, I want to give a challenge to you, Coach Shane, Coach
Ooh.
02. You're saying that you want to be untouchable for the local scene, but hopefully you do that as well in the international scene, because we know that you are gunning it for that EW spot as well, even for that CFS in the later part of
that's
2026.
fair.
So hopefully, you also have that in the bag, that it's not just locally that you want to be untouchable, but also in the international scene.
Exactly. So I do think that we can also point out some specific members here from each of the team, and it is going to be Twintism alongside Cetra. I actually like this comparison here by Polar, because honestly here for Twintism, he seems a very, very stable, but is yet to attain the same caliber as we have here for Cetra, as actually treating the TRG as part of his body, technically.
Yeah. You know what? This head-to-head is actually very fair, despite it
Yeah.
being like a 2 times on that KD ratio for Zetra and Twintism, right? They have similar play styles, Mochi. Very aggressive, very forward, and relies on those pistols a lot to get those close quarter angles cleared out. But the difference here is Zetra's using a Colt, Twintism is also using that USP. And there's also something to also look out, because these two teams, just like what Zetra said before, and even if it's a 1v4, even if it's a 1v5, he will always try. He is not scared to go for that clutch, and that is what we see from Twintism time to time. And I want to see this where these two fraggers, these two snipers are really gonna be going head to head, especially if you think about it. If they go in a map like a Port or possibly Ankara, these two snipers are something to look out for.
Exactly. And although in addition to that, I feel like the main difference is that Cetra has someone to back him up, but here for Twentism, it's quite of a 50-50. And I hope that Veteran will be able to work on that structure real soon. But right now, we can already point out which would be the maps that they will be playing on, and especially if they'll be giving some priorities.
Oh, it is Port Ankara.
Okay, we have Port and Ankara, but it seems like we have quite of a priority in Eagle Eye for the first map here from Veteran Bipolar, which might raise some eyebrows because I also expected that Port will be our first map, but hey, there's something else that they want to incorporate in here.
Okay, reasoning why we want Port and Ankara here is because these two teams know how to play it very much. But it will be a big challenge for Veteran, right, up against Virtus.pro in Port, because this is their mainstay. But Eagle Eye 2.0, this was not in my book, Mochi. I was expecting sub-base for all maps. But Eagle Eye 2.0, they're starting on the GR side. They don't have drones. They don't have that double sniper potential for Veteran here. So they'll be banking on a shock, they'll be banking on fires, and as well as EV9 for these entryways and these holds up on these GR side. This mid push or this high mid position on the GR side will be very crucial. If they give that away, especially for Elvin as well as KSA, they'll be having a pretty tough time. But they will be ending on the good side though, which is gonna be the BL. So if they do have at least like 3 rounds here, I don't quite necessarily see an impossible task here for Veteran. But yeah, Port, different kind of stones, right? Different kind of playing ground. Even though Port is a big map for Veteran, it's still one of the best maps of Virtus.pro.
Yes, I agree. And I feel like a lot of people would vouch for that sentiment as well. And that is why when it comes to our predictions, we will be leaning more toward Virtus.pro, or maybe totally, right? Because just by given with the current status and as well as improvements that they've been able to rack up from the first week until now, well, it is undeniable that Virtus.pro is definitely vouching for that top 1 spot here in our standing so far, if it weren't for Execration, honestly. But at the same time, well, it's just Virtus.pro being able to ensure that their internal is always on the top here, and that is currently what they're fighting for and still proving up to this point.
Yeah, you know what, Mochi? I feel like Veteran, we love them. You know that, guys, very, very well. But it's Virtus.pro at the end of the day. We also love them to a point. So giving them 2-0 here is actually gonna be, you know, something to really hold on to. But Veteran, first time that we see a Rose team only having 5%, honestly. So I feel like everybody knows in the community that Virtus.pro is a beast coming into Masters Summer, right? So Veteran, prove us wrong. Make that 5% in a 95% as well. And let's see, you know, get a map, get something out of this, because you have been preparing your for an entire year up against Virtus.pro.
Yes, and I do think that they'll be also having their slots reserved once that we head on to regionals. So I do think that they would get the chance, and hopefully they would get the chance just in order to be and flow with the current that we currently have here in our CROSSFIRE scene. And we can actually dive into this further as we welcome our casters here on our desk. So let us now welcome Ramon and as well as Elle. Hi guys, welcome into here, and it's nice that we're having the same heights finally. But other than that, hello Ravo, do you have any words of affirmations you could share to Veteran right now? Because I do think that they'll need it against Virtus.pro.
Just a few things, right? Good luck, have fun, and pray as much as you can, because this up against Virtus.pro, it's definitely something that the things that you can only see in nightmares, right? But hopefully we get a good show, and hopefully we do see fires on the top level like he usually does in the veteran games.
Yeah, hopefully, because we haven't seen Fires before Jones was playing, and we all know how important Fires is for the team of veteran. But how about you, Ellie? Have any thoughts with this current matchup of ours?
I mean, you guys are really forgetting the number one thing for this Eagle Eye. They picked this versus Attras and they went to overtime, right? So I'm really thinking that with Fires in play, it's going to be not as much of a beating. It's more of a contest, and let's see if their Eagle Eye can really hold up to the Masters. Where in Virtus.pro, actually, they currently suck at Eagle Eye. They only won 1 out of 3.
Oh gosh, I didn't expect that to come from you, but hey, if it's the stats, yeah. And I am also wondering if Veteran could do or replicate the same outcome, because you know what? Props to Veteran being able to perform that well in Eagle Eye. And I do think that here for Veteran, well, the question is, will Veteran bow to the plow? Do you think that this is the drill here or the drift here, bipolar? Interesting headline.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like we all know that they will just bow down immediately up against the players of Virtus.pro, right? Because yes, they can steal something out of it. Yes, they can go overtime. Yes, they can be someone to root for. But at the end of the day, can they really do that though? Up against Virtus.pro, I am very, very doubtful, man. They're aiming for glory, they're aiming for validation, but if they want to do it, they have to do it here on Virtus.pro side. But it's looking like it's gonna be a downslope already, and I feel like what we saw from Heck yesterday, that he fell in the ground on the GR side on Eagle Eye 2.0, might happen as well here on Veteran. But it's a very fast execution coming in on the BL side of all things for Virtus.pro.
Actually, and I do think that here for Veteran, if they will be bowing, might as well make it forced, right? Ensure that you won't be giving that bow easily here for Virtus.pro. But we also have a gentleman sweep possible for Virtus.pro, which this might be the mercy. Do you think that this is mercy if Virtus.pro would be able to do this for Veteran? Remote.
It could be implied. It could be implied, right? But to everybody's for everybody's knowledge, a gentleman sweep is a term used in sports where a team in a best-of-7 playoff series wins 4-1, implying that the dominant winning team graciously lets the losing team win one game so the opponent doesn't suffer the humiliation of being swept entirely. And it's within the line of Virtus.pro as a personality, right? I mean, they're the type in interviews that say that, oh, we kind of just let them off the leash, right? If they do get some close games, right? But it's still a Virtus.pro thing for them to actually get dominant wins just like these. If they're in the season to be very, very hot, they are absolutely fiery hot. And it also kind of supports the statement I'm about to give. Virtus.pro are in the best season yet so far, the form that we've been kind of expecting since PH Masters 2025. So hopefully they keep this momentum up, especially after this tune-up game, because SDS are going to need that energy.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like I can already imagine Coach actually saying here to the members to go 10-0 if they can here as a challenge against Veteran, because you know, it's just the personality and how they will ensure that everything that they've gone through so far is actually working. But here, Cetra is just out of this world. I feel like this is no longer new news. This is already old news, honestly, El.
Yeah, I mean, as the stats guy, right, I should just complement this headline with some stats, of course. And little do you know that when you compare Cetra and Kano in the stat lines, turns out Cetra's the better player, technically, right? Okay, let's break this down. Cetra is first and in kills per death, KD ratio, and survival rating. That means he gets the kills and he gets the survival. That means he can clutch it out when need be, right? You see him with the Colts. Kano, on the other hand, he's first in kills per round and the plus minus. But funnily enough, also Cetra, he's second and fourth in those rankings. So technically, the only ranking that Cetra cannot really face off in is the headshots per kill. Because why would the sniper go for a headshot, right? But yeah, if you're talking about Cetra leading the stat lines, yeah, he's currently better and more consistent than Kano, and that just speaks to the capabilities of the sniper and why we are in a sniper era for our game.
That is definitely quite of a really important thing to point out here, especially when we head on to our match tomorrow for Team Stallions against Virtus.pro. And I guess we already have quite of a heads up heading on to that one, despite this being a veteran and a Virtus.pro matchup. But very substantial information that you have there, L. And right now, here in Eagle Eye, everything is about to start and the action awaits. So it is just right to hand it over to our casters, Ramon and L. Rakrakan na.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Bipolar. That is it. We will be talking about veteran versus a Virtus.pro, and in the map of Eagle Eye, you're right, El. The numbers don't lie. In the summer season, it is currently the maps where they kind of feel the less stable compared to a lot of the other ones, right? With that being said, it's still Virtus.pro at the end of the day, and to compare that up against Veteran, who really are just fighting for that first set win, it's definitely gonna be a huge challenge for the Rosea team.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge challenge indeed, right? You're expecting that these matches could only go 2 maps. Well, depends if it's 3, right? It really depends if it's 3 here, Ramon. You don't really know what veterans can bring out in terms of their structure in Eagle Eye. As much as I hate to say that, I'm kind of a non-believer in it when it comes to them versus Virtus.pro. You really got to put some heart, some belief into, or rather some trust in the boys from Indonesia, because they've been really improving. And as I've said before, right, in their previous matches, I really do wish that the Fires could play in these kinds of situations, because what if Fires was there, right? What if the guy that's consistently putting out the numbers in the rifle with get his performance in, right? So we're not gonna be sure how that's gonna pan out versus Virtus.pro, because it's such a tough opponent. But I feel like we can hear how they're gonna be thinking about this match.
Makita mo gano'n tayo kagalupit.
Touch ka nga eh. Lupit.
Dulamid.
Ini deh. Ada bobar satu.
The first shot just like that, Reknart. That he starts off strong with one with Velvin and KSA. Just as expected from VP. Definitely winning the gunfight so far, but EV9 will get the 2 kills. The jolt of energy needed for Veteran now falls on the shoulders of Twintism, but he's wrapped around in between. Going back to the A site, then wrapping all the way towards B site right now. But VP have A, and they also have the C4.
A very, very hard situation here for Twintism. He can almost get a whiff of Cetra, but he's not gonna be able to do so, right? So, as much as all things considered here, Ramon, Twintism is doing the right play here.
Tower.
He's playing like a Filipino indeed. He's going towards tower. Instead of just running around the map, he's gonna try to make a play here, and he can spot out Elvin, go for the plant, but is it open enough for him? He's not scoping enough, and he will be found out.
Didn't have the timing. Now has to wrap around towards LA this time. And up against Cetra. The baseline versus the one who's been topping the chart. He spots him out. But Cetra is just playing with his food at this very moment. 20 seconds. And the wraparound from Elvin is noted as well. If Twintism takes too much time, the Rat King is right behind him. But he's already on top of A.
Oh, wait!
And something of note. He is sticking for the defuse. But Cetra is just gonna hunt him down. 1-0 for Virtus.pro, but if he had 3 seconds, that would have been it.
Yeah, depends if it's 3, right, Ramon? It really depends if he had 3 seconds or 2. Matter of life and death, if you think about it. But yeah, you're always gonna just rush on an LB. I feel like this is disrespect here for Virtus.pro, because they're just gonna take the fight with the USP. A trade will happen though, courtesy of Fires, but KSA is right up here.
Didn't see Fires since he already tucked himself back into cover. And a good awareness from Fires. He really needed to. Had to reinforce that LB position despite the entry coming forward from Yobev. It did not come for free. So we're back into a 1-for-1 setup. And the C4 still in the hands of that mid player. So it isn't Virtus.pro back on their round 1 BS. They're not going to push B site as quickly as possible.
So far, I feel like Virtus.pro, they just wanted to test the water if they can continue on with just holding W. KSA though has some ideas about the Mitwentism, and he's gonna win out that fight. So with the opening towards B side, you're gonna see veterans here try to wrap around, but they don't know about Cetra.
He knows all about them reading their movement. 2 kills from just the Colt. Exactly what you expect from Cetra. 1 year in development. And he's in his prime form in Virtus.pro with a shock in a 1v4 35 seconds after the plant. And I don't feel that this is even a thought for the side of veterans. Shock trying to get the isolated frag. But there's just no hope. Everybody just wrapping all around him. Cetra again, just playing with his food, man. Just get the kill. It's a mercy for Shock at this point. But with all the time in the world, everything thrown at the kitchen sink, Shock is gonna be happy to even get one. He doesn't even get one. Virtus.pro will take the 2-0.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether Shock can go left or right, right? There's nothing right for him, nothing right left him to do in that kind of round. So far, Virtus.pro, it's kind of what we expected. In the replay, you're gonna see Yobib just running in through, fires there for the trade, all is good and well in the neighborhood. Up until Cetra tries to, you know, get this cheeky 3-tap onto those two players. KSA as well getting in on the chips. But so far, that is standard VP. You're gonna expect Yobib do that. You're gonna expect KSA do that. You're gonna expect Cetra get a 1-tap, not a 3-tap. So, a bit of expectations being blown away here by Virtus.pro. Looking at the default, it's a bit of an understatement to call this one an expedited default because Cetra is finding those skills. Not gonna lie, I expected that one when he was trying to peek out. But Reknort though, we'll find out Yobib forcing Virtus.pro into a possible mid-push.
So the arms of Reknart and fires as well. 2 spearheads from veteran. Coming up against the KSAK, and Reknart pulls in on the kill towards KSA. Kellar on the trade to make it a 3v3. Reknart spots him out, trying to duel up against the IGL. And he's calling for the support. That's 3 players in front of Kellar. Swintism gets isolated. Evenine also becomes the second victim. Kellar will pick up all the victims inside of that mid-fight. As it's Reknart all alone, 1v2 for veteran. The opener has to be the closer. But he can't even dish any sort of damage onto Cetra. He's tucked in towards his bunker position all the time in the world for him to wrap around towards exit.
Hard situations here, man. I mean, Kellar, he was the one stuck in the door. But it's his opponents who are less and below mid. As he will take Curate, Reknart, no wait, a 1v1, but Kellar still making sure that his opponents are indeed below mid as they take the 3-0. Veterans trying to look for answers here. When in plain sight, you just have to run them down. That position was really awkward for Kellar, but he made a wonder out of it. Not to mention that opener from Cetra, right? You're gonna see here the replay. Kellar gonna get one, gonna be stuck towards the door. He had a chance to reload. Imagine that. So I feel like veterans not even capitalizing the windows of opportunities here for the side of their wins. And Kellar willing to use the window on side A to do so. So with that 3-0, you're gonna see another one of these mid specials from Kellar. The rest of the boys from Virtus.pro just going to continue ransacking towards LB. But they have a fight with EV9. Forced down to 7-7. Has to back away here towards bypass. And so far, so good in terms of the macro for VP. They're getting the space. Might get a kill. Indeed will get a kill. And KSA is gonna go for more.
He's getting hungry for more kills, man. As EV9, he peeked into his death. Reknart tried to trade, but in the end, KSA is just dominating this hotel push to deny any sort of map control away from veteran, with Shaka trying to peek in towards Cetra. And that is not what you want to do up against the best sniper in the Philippines right now. To force out veteran in the 2 versus 5. Fires just hunting for Elvin, but Elvin from the hunted becomes the hunter. Myers taken down. It's all just left up to Twintism. And in the peak, it's another AK-47 picked up for Elvin to pick up the last player for veteran. 4-0 and a timeout called for veteran. They're finally realizing that they actually have timeouts.
I mean, I think they realized that once they got to overtime in Attras. This time they're calling it earlier because this is no Attras, man. This is Virtus.pro. And as much as they suck currently in terms of the statistics, it's also one of their better maps in previous years, right? If you're gonna think of Virtus.pro, you're gonna think of Port, you're gonna think of Ankara sometimes, you're gonna think of Eagle Eye as well. But then again, Stallions took over the Eagle Eye position sometimes some seasons ago, right? So yeah, still in their bag, but not as much considered. Virtus.pro, a different beast altogether. But now for veterans, we need to dissect how they're losing, right? You see that 3-man fight towards LB Hotel and second mid. I feel like the idea here for veterans is they think this is a close space where they can just trade it out, but in reality, it's just a wide open shooting gallery if you are from the perspective of the BL side. So no matter where they come from three angles or not, each of these boys on the screen wearing orange, it can take you out, especially the guy with the colored hair. I don't think he has colored hair anymore. The sniper, basically. But yeah, that's the problem here for veterans. They think that they can surround the space by taking all these kinds of positions and take the fights from these angles. But little do they know, Virtus.pro rather is good at taking you out from all these kinds of angles. So what I suggest here is bring out that double TRG, or rather put Quintism in a position where he can challenge that LB angle. You're not going to worry about that A site rush. You're not going to worry about that mid door rush because that's where they use their default here for the side of Virtus.pro. What you rather do is take out their initial picks towards LB because you know that KSA and Yobe will try to get that space. And then all the while, if you get a pick or two, right, you continue rotating towards the other sides.
It doesn't help as well for veteran that they've been tunnel visioning on not only the LB peak that they've been doing, but also towards door mid, which is ironically also the strongest point that they've had in that Attras game. They've been spamming that on their BL side. And ironically, it doesn't work out the same effect when they started on GR right now. But again, we made the comparison. This is not Attras at all. It is Virtus.pro taking matters into their own hands 4-0 in their BL side.
Yeah. Did they do the double TRG? Where is Quintism? Well, he took a far back angle this time around towards the site A. That's at least a direction or a point towards the right direction, right remote. So I feel like he's going to be utilized more towards as a rotator, leaving A to be taken from passage or lane. Maybe, but yeah, all in all, they want to secure mid. They want to secure a retake towards A, wherein they're trying to fight towards B. But yeah, Keller again on the mid door shenanigans, going to take -1 here on veterans, and the rest of Virtus.pro is slowly but casually walking towards side A.
With how open A side looks like, it's mostly Kellar versus veteran at this point. With 4 people in front of them, decided to just go back to his teammates. Let them plan, let them get the objective. Even I get spotted by Elvin on the mid peak as well, as veteran will only get the 1 shot onto Yobe, but at least they have something to talk about. Into the 3 versus 4 retake. Double flank coming through for Reknart. And he gets shut down by the AK-47. Shock doesn't show himself immediately, but Elvin will also immediately flick onto the head as Virtus.pro take a clean sweep towards A side.
Okay. With Virtus.pro, no. I'm not gonna entertain the thought here, Ramon. STS did the 10-0 twice versus TB. VP looking to do it to the better Rosea team. Quintism though will get the first here onto Elvin. The hider got sought out, and now with the 4 men remaining on the Bears here, looking to just convert towards LA.
Oh. Double peek, and then a jumping shot. Kellar will take 1 and a second as well for KSA. Veteran with the effort they had on LA, it did not do anything. They did get the 2 kills, but veteran have the pace and they already have Hotel.
As much as they get Hotel here, right, you still gotta worry about Regnart. Well, I'm not sure about the effectivity of him holding site B here, but you still have a guy that's at least manning this area. Problem is, he has his attention divided towards second mid and site B. So if I was him, I'm gonna call over EV9, where trouble is in paradise here.
Headshot found on Eobib. Bit of a roadblock for Virtus.pro as they come into the B site with a bonus kill onto EV9. Cetra on top. And Cetra has always been on top with 3 kills on the sniper. Virtus Pro with a 6-0.
You cannot even call it stat padding at this point because that is what he does on the regular. Much like LR, he doesn't do this regularly. Usually he takes the fights closer to the door, but don't mind if I do, Shock. That's a man down for veterans now, scrambling to rotate and cover. Fire is gonna take a bit of a fight, but disregards it nonetheless. Statusm here to answer.
Trying to bait out Twintism. Calls upon the smoke on play, and Twintism gets caught. And Kellar looking to get some more kills. He's getting full with the buffet of veteran right in front of him, rushing towards that exit spot and tries to claim more kills. Kellar is hungry. He wants to eat every single member, but EV9 says, "You can't eat me, my friend. You'll have to take me down." 2 versus 4.
And this is a situation where you're kind of in a chokehold by Virtus Pro. You have Yobib right here on the mid doors. You have 3 members towards the side. Yobib's gonna take 1, and the second is not gonna be far too soon, right? That's still gonna be Yobib. I thought there was another guy spamming to passage, but yeah, 7-0 here for Virtus Pro. You're gonna have to continue on the topic of are these guys that good, or does veterans feel like this is just too hard of a fight, right? I mean, Twintism's gonna get that kill. Kellar's gonna be put to a stop here towards door mid. But does that really answer the issues here, Ramon? I feel like it doesn't, right? It only makes Virtus Pro think more creatively.
At least that takes care of the door mid problem that they've had in a lot of the early rounds in Eagle Eye. That's 3-4 nades! And Cetra was the one who called that above everybody who called the nades. It was Cetra. Remember what happened in the grand finals of spring. Cetra wanted to be the one to do that, but in the end, veteran will deal the finishing blow in this round. They finally get the set in this Eagle Eye map.
Looking like the World Cup stat line here, Ramon, but not in a good way. This is what we call, if you remember 2014, the gentleman's sweep here for the side of, well, if you guys know the countries in 2014, well, you guys are ball knowers, but no knowing ball here towards LD because there's no ball to be thrown except an explosive one at that towards Hotel. And I feel like with this point on the board, veteran can instill some life within themselves, but can be extinguished all that quickly as well by the boys towards at LA. Elvin and KSA, very deadly when it comes to it, but so is Twinsism if you give him a chance to, you know, find a spark within him. Shock, but to be put in a very, very dangerous scenario once these two guys start ransacking. Util will be thrown smoke to at least dissipate their entryway, but Shock, he's in for very big trouble here.
Especially since he's alone. And Alvin just gonna take him down. Jumping classic coming through. And EV9 gets the 2K, but not enough. It still will get themselves the ace side execute. Veteran. Here comes the peak coming through from Twintism. Finally on the tower shot. He takes the IGL down. Now we have a close 2v2 retake. We can finally sink our teeth in it.
You think it's close to V2? Cetra's still alive. They have the bomb down. They can attack this from 2 different angles, but Yobib is aware.
And it's not close anymore, just like that. Yobib with the one shot. And Reknart will take down Cetra now. It becomes more interesting. Forcing up the 1v1 against the Golden Boy. And Reknart will take the 2 kills for himself. Veteran answer back with a second round win.
Yeah, but he's closing out the first half with 2 rounds in their bag. I mean, come on, VP, you gotta get caster first sometimes. That was deserved. And I feel like I feel like they kind of played that situation solo. I mean, Cetra, as much as he is good, he's gonna think that he can take the shot at bunker, but they know that he was too close there, Reknard. So yeah, Veteran's getting 2. Side switch though, we're gonna be seeing, I would say, a harder side of Virtus Pro. You're gonna see Cetra anchoring, and that is not a dream at all for Veteran. It is a dream if you want to improve, you want to challenge one of the better snipers here in the Philippines, but then again, how many tries do they have, right? Like, they have 3 tries at max. And if they don't win any of those tries, well, we're gonna be saying goodbye to this first map. Yeah, veterans, at least, right, they can finally show off what they've been practicing or what they've been cooking here at Eagle Eye, because number one, this is their map pick, and they wanted to go here. Let's see what you can actually dish out.
Pretty much a good sign as well that they're willing to take this map. The research around kind of maps VP haven't been prioritizing, as well as getting the map that they also got good signs as well because of their past performances here in the groups. But let's listen to the comms.
Okay, Lace.
Di ako alam.
Stay mo na ako.
Wala lang makita.
Diyan na kayo, ah.
Okay. Whoa! That's an opener here by Fires. Cetra though, trying to find a reply. Gonna get ghosted here by the boys at Veteran. So reset. Let's look forward towards Elvin here. He's very deep in LB. See if he's gonna get given a fight. Cetra's still looking for his own. But I like that from Veterans, poking and prodding. But where's the prodding led them up to right now?
They put KSA hard enough to actually get the kill. Conversion has to be set in. This is the same kind of tempo that we saw up against Attras.
Oh, Elvin.
But still, the difference in quality. Have to be on Elvin right now. LP. Spotted out by Reknard. The spray from the AK is not good enough. Reknard sweeps him with the HK-417. Hotel secured. Cetra trying to salvage the sort of B site control that they still have. They spotted him over towards that second mid. But KLR rushing on towards Fires. He knew that somebody was lurking around the shadows. As Cetra now gets the kill here on Reknard. He's second from Cetra. This is the best player in SCA right now. And you do not want to contest him. You do not want to contest Cetra. He gets a 4K in the round. Virtus.pro gets it up to 82.
Okay, all the extra here from Cetra, but it's just the normal day from him. That's what he actually just takes, you know? I mean, Veteran, they don't even stand a chance. Even with the flash, even with everything being thrown, Shackdo will try to do something towards mid doors. KSA is ready for the bite. Turns he's gonna go punch it himself. That's a 1 and a second here for Virtus.pro.
Okay, KSA with a 2K as well. Veteran on that door mid spot. It's not gonna work out up against VP. Yobib has to be careful. You do not want to push up against Yobib. Now he has the TRG. But Reknard's pushing in, takes down the Golden Boy. 2 versus 4. KSA noted on the position. That's why Reknard's been spotting him out. On the left side, Kellar taken down, but KSA still relinquishing control away from VTR. As KSA picks up the 4K. The KSA K47 is on top with a 92 scoreline.
I can also call him the KSH K47. Bit of a stretch, but that's what he used to finish out the round. Veterans with still 2 on the board. Not gonna be finding anyone here towards mid doors, but knock knock, who's there? It's Kellar, and you're not looking right at him.
Oh no. Veteran doesn't want to take the brunt of this knock knock joke. And they're not laughing anymore. Kellar! He is hunting
Getting
him
a turn.
down. Another onto Kellar. Man, oh man. Virtus.pro wants to end this right here, right now. And when Alvin, late on the crossfires, is able to take him down. But there's a lot of legwork to do. Fires, you have to go huge here. Gets the 2K, IGL down, but the Golden Boy, the Dark Prince of Crossfire, will end the shenanigans in the Eagle Eye map, 10-2.
What a victory here for the side of Virtus.pro. We expected nothing less. I mean, perfection was there, but the gentlemen that they are going to give some rounds to our boys over at Veterans. And I mean, that was a funny coincidence for that final round, right, Ramon? I mean, you see Kellar in mid doors, the place where he likes to get his skills. 2 members of Veterans go past right him. And then he said, depends if I get 3. And he actually got 3 and closed off the story here, 10-2. And yeah, I feel like Veterans, they could have gotten 3, but nah, 2 was just too much, you know.
Too much indeed, right? We can give them a few things to celebrate, right? At least they gave us a little bit of a show compared to their Rosea brothers, right? I mean, it was a struggle. Let's be real. There was still some struggle coming into this Eagle Eye map, and that's to be expected. But the way that they try to handle themselves individually, the way that they fight up towards that door mid, the way that they try to contest up in that L8 position, that was impressive. From the way that they've been entering, from the way that they try to figure out how they can get the execute going. They are hitting their shots. Let's be real about that. But it's not consistent enough up against a Virtus Pro that have seen similar playstyles just like that. Then they kind of just know how to dismantle that. It's been their bread and butter, man.
Yeah, it's really their bread and butter. Nothing too specific being brought out here from Virtus Pro. Veterans, as much as they tried, getting the duels out of the way, you can't really do that. I mean, if Stallions was a hard match in terms of dueling, these guys are also gonna be harder because they can win the duel and they are thinking about how they can win it efficiently, right? So a better tactical team, this Virtus Pro and Veteran side. Yeah, you can challenge teams that are mechanically good because you guys are also good at that. But what if they're smarter than you, right, Ramon?
Exactly. Smarter than you, have a lot more experience than you, and right now they're also topping the charts. So definitely a big wall placed up in the form of Virtus Pro up against Veteran as they claim themselves Eagle Eye. And that's it for this set. We're going to be throwing it over to the panel to talk a little bit more about Eagle Eye right now. So Mochi and Bipolar are standing by.
And now we're here. Thank you so much, our casters and Bipolar. Yeah, we're sitting right now. I think that's true. But at the same time, here for Veteran, I feel like what's no longer true for them, I'm sorry, my table is shaking because of my cat, is the fact that they were no longer quite close here against Virtus Pro, especially after the improvements that we've been able to witness and how Virtus Pro has been able to adjust things on their end, ensuring that they're already in their tip-top shape and form, and how Cetra, oh dude, this person is just insane every single time, and even how KSA has been able to outman every single one. You know what? That's also a really great thing for KSA is the fact that he's very flexible in terms of the loadouts that he's using, and Annie is fine. But here for Veteran, despite the fact that here for Fires is finally here, unfortunately it isn't enough in order to top all that.
Yeah, Mochi, I feel like they need divine intervention here to actually win more rounds than 2 points, right? We saw Veteran play very well here in the Eagle Eye map, and I feel like that was the one thing that they were banking on. They played well on Eagle Eye 2.0, but they didn't realize it was still Virtus Pro. And we saw some highlights here coming in from Cetra, and the rest of the crew really just played well. You know, Veteran, not really as explosive as we once saw them, right? It's not the same Veteran that was actually getting some pickups right early in the round. It was just Cetra playing so much that he had a fun time. We saw one round wherein it was, I believe, it was Reknart in a 1v2, but he was just getting toyed by Cetra, jumping all around through the boxes with his sniper missing his shots. But all in all, it was just a bad fight for Veteran. Even if they were on the BL side, it was still 8-5. But now look at that shot, man. I am so shocked from that. But nonetheless, it's still Virtus Pro, right? We can't really give him a lot of, like, you know, bad mouth sure, just because it is still a team that is now looking to be the standard of Filipino Crossfire. KLR 16-7 in terms of KD. You have Cetra that is in 14-3, 100% rating on 2 of these star players. And Virtus Pro, man, I feel like they really are here to dominate the field and to really be the, you know, to steal the spotlight, to steal the spotlight up against any kind of team.
Yep, and definitely, as you have mentioned, it does appear here that for Veteran Reknart has been able to be the only person here to hold out during this entire fiasco. And unfortunately, there's been a lot of struggles on their end, and I guess it's also just a fact that despite them being able to actually know themselves that this is their best map, unfortunately there's someone's better, and that is Cetra with a 4.67 KD and 100% rating, which I'm no longer surprised, honestly, why Bowler, at this point, Cetra is always present wherever we go. He is there from the shadows in the spotlight. He's just doing what he does best.
Yeah, Cetra, you're always so extra, man, in terms of performing. You're always giving us your best kind of performance every time. Even here up against Veteran, right? We thought there would be a matchup up against individual snipers, but it looked like it wouldn't happen in either. But again, we do have still port here for both of our teams and as well as Ankara, but let's see later on in set number 2, we'll see if Veteran gets the score.
And hopefully that we can see more fight for Veteran as we head on to a quick short break before we get into additional action. siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it a double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Hello everyone, and we're now back here onto our match that is still Veteran against Virtus Pro, where earlier on, Veteran only managed to get a couple of rounds against them in the map of Eagle Eye, which they're very much pride themselves upon, but unfortunately not anymore after that. But now, we will be landing into the map of Port here, Bipolar.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in the port, right, for these two teams, just because we saw a very formidable BL side here for Virtus Pro, wherein they are going for a sweep up of the every kind of angle that they can go for before they go into a side. And when we go towards the GR side here of Veteran, they have actually a pretty good time here, funnily enough, because if Virtus Pro doesn't go for that, disrespectful play, just like any other team up against Veteran, they can Veteran can actually pick off these players one by one from these four-man pushes, these calculated BL side approaches for this Pro. But Veteran, you are going to be started on the BL side, so I'm looking at Twintism here again on how he will be trying to go for these entry frags on the LB side.
And hopefully that he'll be able to step up alongside the other members here for Veteran in order to make this a closer match. That is why it is time for us to hand it over to our casters, El and Ramon.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Bipolar. The map of Port for the side of Virtus Pro and Veteran waits for us, with Virtus Pro on their way to sealing the victory. Now, Veteran, I think they have, we've been saying the word challenge time and time again, right? But it really is that clear sign. This is one of the maps that they like to prioritize, right? Especially with the 5 times that they played up against. But considering the opponent on the other side, man, it's just gonna be brutality that awaits for us. 4 times that Virtus Pro has played this, 100% win rate across both BL and GR, 79% and 70% win rate. What does that mean to you? This map is not GR sided for Virtus Pro. This is a VP sided.
I mean, what does that mean to me, Ramon? Good question. Good question, and the answer is STS. You should ban this map on Sunday. That's my answer to you. But I mean, that's going to be my answer for every team that's going to be trying to play against Virtus Pro, is that you ban Port. New Mexico is nothing. You can play the New Mexico, not their Port, man. Because if you're looking at the stats, just like you said, 75% win rate across all rounds, 100% win rate on this map. This is Virtus Port, and this is a map that they will extract every single playtime out of, especially that every time it's open, they win on it. It's supposed to say that veterans can do a dent, right? I mean, sure, they're pretty known for being, a Rosean team playing in a Rosean map. That is Sport, right? So, I mean, that narrative goes out of the way when you face against Virtus Pro in this map. It's really, really such a hard contrasting of, let's say, ideas. But who knows, right? Maybe they can bring out a punch or two. They can surprise something here against Virtus Pro, and let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Sam. Sing. Mas. Buta ko. Patwag yan, jang. Dah. Sabar. Reset. Awas belakang.
Mabalik.
Doon.
Ooh! Oh, they fire off a push over towards LB, and they also expect LR. You heard the one word, reset. They were expecting the flank coming through for VP at this point.
Yeah, that's a very, very good call here. I'm expecting that's going to be Fires or EV9, right? But Cetra already making a smart here. Gonna get the first shot. And if we seen Eagle Eye, we know that he's good for 4. He's good for everything if you give him the chance. But Veterans seeing a semblance of a round here and a man advantage with Fires in the proper position. Gonna get himself known with that utility. Looking to get around with a headshot.
Ooh! What a shot for Fires. Do another one on to Cetra. And we can go back and forth onto this. Cetra, what do you got? 1v3 on the clutch. Statistically, leading in that kill for that ratio. And he has to shoot up in the kill department if he wants to. Actually start off strong for Virtus.pro. A shot onto Fires with a beautiful one tap from the Colt. He needs 2 more. EV9 will spot him down after the whiff on the TRG. Veteran starting strong.
Yeah, live and die by the TRG, etc. Well, he usually really does that. And survive by the Colt. I mean, he sometimes does that as well. But with the Sim, well, he's a very different player. Let's see if he can get the shot. Oh, -1, not gonna be enough here, Ramon. But at least, finally, no, they hear that Virtus.pro is contesting for Store B. They don't know how many members they're willing to, put here. So I guess this veteran approach towards mid and maybe a squeeze towards CA would be good. But then again, they are open towards the Z angle.
They lined up for a flash coming through towards CA. Veteran are taking mid control very meticulously, especially with how much they respect VP at this point. The attempt on the Ninja now result into a mid push. KelR sprays them down with the M14. This is the VP. It's much up to our expectations. KSA on the drop. And now it's all down towards Fires, pero Fires is not going to do a damn thing. Virtus.pro with a 1-1.
Quite a bit of a round there. Flash over, KelR and Yobib takes the deal, and they end up flawlessly. Without losing any members. Zero though, challenge, gets the fire out, and with the second one, gets fires out! Okay, I did not expect my bar to go word for word there. But, there we go, fires is out after that fire from Cetra.
Exactly, the flow that the VP are in. They're in the flow state as we see it. Wall back shot over towards Shock as VP are just layering down every barricade. LB mid side as well as the LE position by every member of VP. These are security guards. You're trying to deposit in coming to the bank. Unfortunately for Veteran, they realize that they don't really have the money to deposit as well. KelR, 2 kills in fact. Not really around just Twintism and EV9. Can they get more out of this LB push? KSA with an AK and a smoke in the other side? Says no.
Yeah. But EV9 then, I want to point out something. I like that the Rosea team is evolving in how they try to explore port. You see Reknart doing the ninja? Like, sure, it was an awkward ninja. Like, it was one of the slowest ninjas that we've seen, but at least they're trying, right? They're growing legs. It's like a fish out of water. Reptilians, you may call them, but no, the Komodos of Veteran trying to ransack towards mid BR here. They're gonna go towards Z, but look at this. 3 members of Virtus.pro right here.
They're going from ninjas into butchers as KSA gets sliced down, but Yobib, he's the real butcher. He takes 2 off of Veteran before the clutch comes in for Shock on the trade. 3v3. Lots of damage onto the mid setup for VP. But Elvin waits and the Rat King strikes onto Fires as well. KelR just wraps in towards Shock. There is no entry point for Shock anymore. It's all down to just Twintism. Stuck on that LA spot. Got on the shot on Elvin. Makes it all the more interesting to make this 1v2 clutch that much more bearable.
Gonna have to fight KelR and Cetra though. I mean, KelR you can suffice, but Cetra, hard bargain. But maybe, you know what? I'm at a loss for words. It's too fast to happen here. Cetra, no words can describe how fast he is when it comes to these, duels with the snipers. But yeah, maybe gotta get some pass shots towards mid again. Gonna try to go for more here, but look at Veterans are about to ransack the same thing. The Quintism is not gonna give up Store B so easily.
Quintism? Contact on the sniper. Looking at his movement, he wants to prioritize that Z control. Unfortunately, he's on top. KSA underestimates Twintism. Gets the shot from the Colt. KelR and Elvin will put the reality check into Veteran. You can get LB, but we'll take 2 out of you.
4v3 situation. Twintism dead man walking. So far, everything points towards a VP round. But with this reset incoming, right, you take out KSA. What's your problem right now, Cetra? he's going to be marking LA. So with this movement towards store B, I feel like Veterans still banking on the fact that yeah, they took control of this space earlier. We took one down, and I believe they know that only Yobi is gonna be here. They take the fight.
He takes the ego check to it.
Oi!
Gets the kill, gets the second, and Yobib is just slicing through Veteran. Like fresh sashimi in the market. 4-1 for Virtus Pro. And the momentum just keeps on swinging.
Much like a pendulum at this point, much like a metronome, nothing's being taken out of beat here by Virtus Pro. It's just how they like it. This dance in port, right? Like usually you're gonna see them contesting towards CA, but this is a new look. One that I feel like we might get to see if this map gets opened in their final bout in this group stage. But then again, right, you expect this map to be one of their leading factors of a victory. Well, they should have some form of evolution here as well, much like Veterans doing right now towards CA. Attempting a ninja might be a good segue into the later parts of the round, but from the looks of it, Ramon, Elvin is in a bit of trouble if and only if these guys from Veterans do the pinch, but Cetra's right there to support him.
Exactly, that's why Cetra's in that position. You never expect them on the drop, as they will get 3 kills just from 2 players on LA. But Reknard and Shock already on the site. Shock's already on top of Cetra with the 2K. Hold on. The damage has been done over to LA. Forcing KSA and Yobib to try to gatekeep this C4, and it drops onto Yobib. He even gets the second kill. Virtus Pro will take control of this 5th round.
Yeah. I mean, I would say flashes of brilliance here from Veterans, but then again, the shutter is instantly gonna go down, and Shock with the shock factor towards mid. Cetra's out, and this could be easily one of their better rounds if they could capitalize on more advantages.
Yeah, throw the ninja out the window, because Shock just wants to surprise them. KSA's not looking, and Yobib is taken down! That's the shock factor we've been looking for, and Veteran need to capitalize on this. CalR with 1, and unfortunately for Veteran, he gets more than just 1. Back to the even ball game, 2v2 and possibly a retake.
Okay, so Virtus Pro, they kind of thought this was a fake towards A. But with that C4 being set down, now it's Veteran to play the numbers here and play the numbers indeed. With that clock winding down, Fires is ready. Is he for the fight? But Kellar, oh! He's gonna miss!
I like that swing. Kellar never expected that, not even from a mile away. So how do you deal with this high-low now? Elvin, I don't think he's given info over to Veteran. Spots out the first player, but not on top of Fires. As Veteran, they got tricks up their sleeve, man. They don't get the ninja, but they get the better of VP in that round.
Yeah, but are they willing to cash out right then and there? With these cards that they've shown, can they take the pot higher? Can they make their bets bigger here? Get possibly a 4-5? See that replay, it was pretty tight. You see Keller getting 1 and 2. Then Fires just getting this random shot with the AK. Probably picked it up from KSA or someone. But yeah, too much there is to it here for Veterans. KSA gonna try to get 1 and more. Reknard stuck in the middle of everything.
Sweeping down with just that AK-47. Maintaining that LB control, but Veteran have sights lined up for the mid side. CalR is going to put that forced doorstop onto EV9. Shock gonna drop in and possibly just contest up against him, but he's deep into enemy territory. And Yobib, he got contest up against Shock. He gets the kill, but Fires gets the support. CalR, wall bang, and Fires all alone. He's stuck between the mid side as well as CalR. And unfortunately for Veteran, VP get the 62.
So far, at least Veteran, they're trying to trade blows, right? They're trying to punch back. But it's just the speed and the flurry of these punches from VP. All the manifact. Because these guys are just floating like butterflies and stinging like bears. The claws of Shock is there again, but he gets traded out by Cetra instantly.
Cetra doesn't get the second shot. Unfortunately, accuracy is not the highest for how he's been defending this Z control. And Veteran putting a bit of pressure on the sniper, and he even peeks into 3 players but whiffing the shot. Veteran taking advantage. They take the kill onto Yobib. They have to get the C4. And if they want to take down KSA, they have to do it now. Spray from Reknard is good. Elvin all alone. It's been a long time since he's seen his spring performance. And that's why spring is a far stretch from summer, as Veteran will get a decisive B push.
And we go back to that joke, Ramon. Are they gonna get 2 rounds? Depends if it's 3. And they got 3 rounds. We're gonna swap the side. And we're gonna hear the communications once again.
Wapa mo push ah. Eto mo kay LA. Red patch nga ako.
Gele ito.
Red patch ako.
Diyan na yung sa harap mo. Magawa bumulag.
Buti ba niya berang? Yo, pas jang guys. Lihat.
I wish we could translate what they're saying.
Here's an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Indonesian caster, but I rest my case. This time, 6-3. And if you take a look at the statistics, right, while this is a GR-sided map for VP, it's even more dangerous on their BL since they like to play the slow play style of just dissecting every sort of defense that they have, as he already gotten the bait out towards fires. Reknard on 1-for-1. EV9 doesn't even support the push coming down on Z. EV9 will finally get the trade, but it's in return for Reknard. In response, 3v3. Elvin got on the kill over to Twentism. Veteran are falling apart, and the pressure is just overwhelming.
So far, I feel like a VP, they kind of understood that Veteran's gonna try to go for the shock factor here once more, but he's down. 1v2 for EV9.
EV9 has been a high ceiling player as we know it. Shock gave him the window, but KSA has given the info on where he is right now. So he has to wrap around, maybe give him a bit of space to work with EV9. Give us a show. Up against an Elvin, up against a KSA, but the high-low is beautiful from Virtus.pro. Another round in towards their BL side.
Yeah, and to talk about what you said, Ramon, right? They have a dangerous BL side because of how they take mid, specifically CA. These guys, well, I would not say that they did not take CA this time around, or like in the previous round, but still, their idea is towards mid. If they take CA, they have a part of the map that's just unbearably hard to retake for the side of the GR, and if you try to force situations there, it could end up going to the way of the BL even more so haphazardly, right? So this time, VP, I feel like they're not doing it as fast as they want, but they are going to be doing it regardless. Keller is going to be right here. I think veterans know that. They've been watching a lot of videos on demand. But still, yeah, there goes the VPCA. As far as going to punish this, or Elvin doesn't take the punishment. No, there's a one. How about second?
Doesn't get the second. Golden headshot on the Kalar, so that's already some damage done. 4 versus 4. Twentism plays the sniper like a shotgun, even though he's blinded. It's a bullseye onto KSA, but Yobib waits patiently and finally gets his reward. 3v3. Yobib not in the position. How did he get the shot on the EV9? That is crispy like Chicharon. Reknard will get that trade, but it is do or die for Veteran. It's a 2 versus 2.
Okay, I don't know if they know veterans that the C4 is down, but the VP, they tried to make a commotion here towards the B site. They threw some sort of utility. They're gonna find out the Ceres towards mid though, so that might be opening up Shock to a fight here, but he's going to get wall banged. They have to go for the reverse boost.
The C4 is the least of their worries, man. They're not even thinking about the objective. They're thinking about where to hunt down a Reknard. Every member of Veteran marked on the map. And Cetra alone on LA, but you know the caliber that Cetra can offer to the table is the bait. And here comes the trap. Elvin gets that headshot. Virtus.pro make it look so simple.
Elvin was 1 HP. While all that was happening, Ramon, that was such a hard round to watch and even spectate if you are one of the dead veterans members watching that clash. But
Yeah.
KLR is gonna get more than what he can shoot here. No, never mind.
Just one. Gets the second and 14.
Oh!
KLR just gonna show them how this USP goes, and with the 4K, KLR is just eating veteran alive. A
Never
solo
mind.
man inside B site. And they have
He took
planted
the
that
whole buffet.
C4. Shock and a 1v5. This is brutalizing to watch. VP are hunting them down like bears, crumpling over a piece of meat on top A. And he's not even going for the plat right now. Shock, trap, gets the kill on Cetra, but not on the AK. Virtus.pro gets set point.
Call that the all-you-can-eat by KLR. I said before the action happened, he's gonna get more than he can shoot. Turns out he can shoot them all and spit them right back out with the ace. Elvin's gonna take a lot of damage, but he's still alive. KLR with a leading performance here, outshining Cetra for a bit, but nah. We talked about it. We talked enough about their sniper. Let's talk about the IGL. Getting 17 frags. Not much headshots. That's not a concern for Virtus.pro though for this season. They've been testing it out with the... Well, I would like to say AKs, but looking at Cetra, he's rocking that HKY though. This is about to meet the broad force of the Bears, but he has backup. Question is, can he take more than one?
Especially in this position. You'll be lucky to even get one. As the spam comes through, and Cetra is the first victim. Second over towards Elvin as well. And he's alive. Damn. Quintism actually dealt a lot of damage over to VP before he can get to site. Now with the nades coming down, M14 is spraying on forward. KLR trying to deal as much damage as possible. But the wraparound for Reknart. They try to take down the IGL. It is impossible to even fight up against KLR right now. He has taken over this port map. Yobib on the flank as well. And Fires left all alone, flashed up. And they're just gonna wrap around towards that east side. The Fires cannot do a damn thing. The Virtus plow in port, securing the 2-0.
Oh, what a plow indeed. And if this is to speak of the harvest for the summer, then I would like to think that the bounties are golden here for their flight to Paris. At least that's the target. Virtus.pro 2-0 here, Ramon. And I mean, props to veterans for holding their own, getting 3 rounds. But then again, right, any team can turn into a Rosaian team when it is Virtus.pro in port that you have to face, right? I mean, who do we have here as for an example? Let's say Matches, right? Say Matches is one of the victims here. Who else? I would not say Execration because they got 2-0'd by them. Let's say Attras. Not technically in port, right? But you know where I'm getting at. The rest of the teams, even CPF, getting rolled over here very, very dangerously. But yeah, that's just the Virtus Sport effect, right? And if you're looking for the future of this team, I mean, I have them as one of my bets going to Paris for EWC. But then again, right, a lot of people are still banking on the boys of black and orange of a different hue and a different animal to beat them. But then again, Port is still gonna be the map where these guys are gonna take the fight to them.
Surely an interesting series that we watch to kind of talk a little bit more about the state of VP right now, right? Especially coming into the next games up against STS. With the state of both teams right now, you can kind of tell where the power level is at and where both teams are at in the Vibes perspective, right? I mean, a lot of questions now surround on how close the games are going to be tomorrow, especially with it being a BO3. I feel like VP have now secured one hell of a confidence boost coming up into this week, right? So with a fired up Cetra just like that, but KLR not only hitting a lot of good calls, but also picking up the top frag for this port map. I think it's safe to say that VP are in their most dangerous set yet. So with that being said, we're gonna be throwing it over to the panel. So I guess Mochi and Bipolar are just sitting by with dissecting this whole series.
You got that right. Thank you so much, our casters. And bro, this is painful for veteran because think of it this way. Imagine that you already have this hope and you studied for a specific subject so hard, and then you realize that none of what you've studied is actually in the exam. And that is literally what a veteran has been able to face up against Virtus.pro in both of our maps. And here in Port, they've been slammed so hard given all of the plays that we've seen here from our players from BP.
Yeah, that was a fun match to watch, right, Mochi? Virtus.pro just getting all throughout, Kelar being the top fragger for both sets almost, but it's Veteran not really having that limelight or that, you know, Veteran that we saw last time that went up against Attras. They were very, you know, sloppy actually, I would like to say. I see Veteran now improving, but this time it looks like it's a cold day for them. It's not really the Veteran that we know and love. But you know what? Shock, oh my 2-win. Oh, come on. He gave us a good fight here, from getting 2v1s, from getting like double kills every time. And I love to say that this was a better performance compared to what they had on Eagle Eye. That's why I wanted Port as their as their first map, because this is what they can do in this kind of map, that they can easily just read the move easily despite them getting bombarded by Virtus.pro. But wow, Cetra, Kelar, Yobib getting some good plays. It was just nice to see that Virtus.pro is now gunning it for a 6-match win streak in the group stage to start off their playoffs. And if they do that up against Scions, well, Virtus.pro, I'm telling you that you are not yet congratulated enough despite you having only one loss in the group stage.
Exactly, and I feel like Virtus.pro has a pretty much of a done and dusted deal here in our playoffs. I mean, I feel like there's a little bit of uncertainty that will be heading to our semifinals, in all honesty. But let us see if there are some teams willing to prove that sentiment wrong. But for now, it is obvious. Now, Yobib, KLR, you know what? Everyone is just going bonkers in this map specifically, and especially, well, now that Fires is in here, I didn't really expected that this would be the outcome in this Port map, especially that we saw that Shock definitely bounced back after that first map that we had here in Eagle Eye, and he's been able to step up for a bit. But unfortunately, again, that is not quite enough as they lost with a 10-3 scoreline. And here in Virtus.pro, look at them. KLR is just insane. I remember him popping off for 3 rounds in this map alone, and be able to be stable all throughout, just mandating and basically pasturing these members from Veteran. And here for Yobib, it's just another day for him. I feel like I'm no longer surprised with the performance that we're having for both of these members, or the 3 of these members so far. They are definitely worthy to be praised in their own way, specifically in how they've been able to demolish Veteran here. But only one stood tall, and our set MVP is going to be none other than the captain, KLR. And I do think that he is very much going crazy all throughout here in the map of Port Bipolar, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, Kelar. Yeah, you're absolutely right, no? Kelar has been such a force here for these 2 sets, especially on Port, wherein he got an ace as well, which was very pretty nice. I would like to say some honorable commendations though towards Elvin. This is one of his best performance so far in the group stage as well, just because he's getting outshined by these 4 top tier players. But KLR, man, a 3.17 KD and 100% rating, you are one hell of a beast. Last time that I saw this kind of performance from KLR was actually from 2 Masters ago. It was on Black Widow specifically. So to see him this kind of caliber as well, just slowly ranking up in terms of the rankings, in being one of the top fraggers in terms of IGL roles, it's pretty nice to see that they got out in 2 sets by only giving 5 rounds actually for these 2 maps that we have here. 2-10 and a 3-10 in favor still of Virtus.pro. Man, Virtus.pro, you are gonna be a scary opponent coming into the playoffs.
Exactly, and I do think that they gave a lot more rounds during spring, so this time is already much more improvement here for
It is.
Yeah, I mean it's already quite of an obvious thing. We've been able to say that time and time again. But our match MVP, well, we're never gonna get tired of the captain himself being able to just show what he's made up with a 2.69 KD and still 100% rating. This is quite new for us because it's no longer etc. It's no longer KSA. It's no longer Yobeb. KLR has entered the chat again.
Yeah, and that's good to see Keller back, right? In the match MVP, and para lang talaga maintindihan lalo na ating mga comment section as well as the viewers that is supporting Virtus Pro will speak in Tagalog na. I mean, Keller, kakaiba talaga siya man eh. It's the IGL role na you have a fragger as well that kahit anong butas man yung mangyari dito sa Virtus Pro, tatakpanan niya ni Keller because he has been holding high mid, gumagawa siya ng pace, and at that spot alone, no, sa Eagle Eye 2.0, that 1v1 na kalaban niya, I believe it was direct cut, he was in a bad spot but he still got out with a great kill para lang makuha nila dun isang cut yun. And I feel like there's no one stopping Keller because who can stop him? I feel like only himself, but I feel like only himself, pero I feel like that's not even a problem anymore. He can bounce back at any kind of situations, and the spray downs, man. KLR is not only good for one, he is always there to claim 3 lives, maybe even 5.
Tindi. I am not gonna be surprised kung makita natin siya bukas sa ating player highlights after that ace though. Kasi talagang pandudurog yung ginawa niya dito, no, sa ating mapa ng port. And it's pretty much I hope na hindi na shatter masyado yung confidence na meron tayo dito na for veteran, kasi biro mo inipon nila yon. Pero kanina pa lang sinabi na naman ni Ramon na magdasal sila, no, kasi hindi talaga magiging biro ang matatamasa nila dito against Virtus.pro. And I do hope that they did just that, no? Regardless of the beliefs that they have. Pero again, no, grabe talaga yung mga highlights natin dito for KLR, and I do think that it's just right for us na i-welcome natin siya kasi makakausap natin siya ngayon dito sa ating interview desk. Kaya naman welcome na natin siya, ang ating captain, KLR, our match MVP.
Ayan! Naku po! Ayan na! Ready na! Ready na yung ID! Ready na yung ID!
Ready na yung visa. Ang daya, siya lang may visa. Iniiwan kami.
Ba't siya lang?
Ba't
siya lang kayo? Diba? Ready ka na. Naku po.
Naready na mga visa namin, yung libreng ticket na lang inaantay namin.
Yan!
We love the preparation dito, no, for VP. Grabe, no, KLR, congratulations ulit, no? Solid ang inyong pagka-match MVP dito.
Paano yan? Last year pa may visa.
Oy! Last year pa?
Sabihin ba, it's meant to be.
Totoo.
Pretty early, no? I mean, early bird gets the word nga, sabi nga nila, no? So, ginawa naman nila dito yun ngayon. So, congratulations, KLR. Alam mo, meron tayong mga katadungan dito at papasimulan to ni Bipolar, no? So, Bipolar, take it away.
KLR, alam naman natin, no, na you have been only having a 1 loss dito sa buong group stage natin, and I feel like this performance alone, pati yung 5-match win streak nyo ngayon, parang di pa siya congratulated enough. So, coming from the caster desk, mula na rin dito sa ating CROSSFIRE Philippines. So, congratulations, KLR. One thing to point out though, nakapag-prepare na kayo, and I feel like wala nang butas sa buong Virtus Pro. Sinabi nyo na kinailangan ng Master Spring para maging fully maging standard ang Virtus Pro sa pagiging players dito sa Filipino Crossfire. Ngayon, next step for KLR pati sa Virtus Pro, ano na lang kailangang baguhin? Kasi you're already, I feel like nakikita namin wala nang butas sa Virtus Pro. What's the next step?
Siguro sa nakikita ng mga mata nyo is wala nang butas. Pero sa akin, dami pa namin butas eh. Ito kasing golden boy ko, minsan uma-absent. Yung entry ko, patanga-tanga minsan eh.
Nilalaglag
yung sniper ko, minsan palyado. Minsan gusto ko na lang kunin yung mga bar nila kung nagagamit lahat.
Ay!
Marami pa pala.
Kunin mo na roll nila, no, KLR?
Oo, ganun na nga lang eh.
Okay.
Paano nito may pulo? Parang dati ibang team din na trash talk nila. Ngayon yung
Di ko
kapwa
in-expect
kateam na nila.
Di ko
Di ko rin in-expect yun, no? Pero, KLR, grabe, no? Sobrang ganda ng ating journey right now sa ating group stage. That's definitely something na gusto namin i-reiterate sa inyo, no? We're loving all of the things that we're seeing from Virtus Pro so far. And we're wondering, ano kaya ang kailangan namin abangan sa inyong laban ng Team Stallions bukas?
Siguro ang abangan nyo is yung magandang laban na ibibigay namin sa kanila. Yung nga, pag alam natin is malakas ang stallion pero dudugo utak nila. Yun lang yun.
Yeah,
Wow.
syempre, nandiyan si Kellar no? May pahabol lang ako, Mochi. Kellar, again, sinabi nyo na, nakaredy na visa niya ni Coach Shane. Dati pa, travel ng travel, Japan ng Japan, di ba? Kahit saan, pwede pumunta si 02, pati na rin ang buong Virtus Pro.
Basta wag papalya yung pasalubong ni Coach kahit saan siya pumunta.
Oo, yun lang. Tama lang yun, di ba? Tama lang yun. Pero Kellar, eto na. We know naman and feeling ko alam mo din na you're not just gunning it for the trophy pero yung EWC slot natin, no? Anong message mo, though? Maraming nanonood outside dito ng ating Philippine, pati CEO ng Virtus Pro. Alam ko nanonood ngayon. What's the message sa buong mundo and for the entirety ng EWC?
Ayun, ang message ko sa kanila is makakita kayo ng hindi nyo pa nakikita. Yung kulay na hindi pa nakikita ng mata nyo, makikita nyo sa paparating na EWC.
Ayan.
Wow!
Tama yun. Tama yun. Pero Kellar, no, sana, hopefully, no, ma-secure. May playoffs pa naman. Tama.
Upsi. I like
Playoffs
it
man,
naman. So
playoffs
we have here from there so far, no? Grabe, congratulations ulit, KLR, no? Solido.
Ayan.
The floor is yours. Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout.
Maraming salamat nga pala sa Virtus Pro fans at sa ibang games ganun din, sa mga ibang games ganun din, sa CEO namin, sa manager namin. Maraming salamat. At saka sa mga kumparing tunay kay JC Ibanez at kay Aljan. Tapos sa mga kumari ko, yun, kay Ate Rian at kay Ate Neneng. Tapos sa mga kampi ko, kay Coach, sa pamilya nila, sa asawa ni Coach, sa nanay ni Coach, maraming salamat sa inyo. At shoutout din pala kay Sneaky. Boss Sneak, hinay-hinay lang po sa pag-a-analyze ha. Baka kasi yung kalaban natuturuan na hinay lang. Yan lang. Hinay-hinay lang.
Yeah, that's true. I can't argue with that.
No? Girlfriend ko din,
yeah,
shoutout pala.
Napapasobra. Maraming salamat, KLR. Salamat na rin sa reminder. And good luck sa iyo laban bukas,
luck,
no? Give us a
thank you.
very great fight.
Congrats, Kellar.
Yun. We're
Very
liking everything.
fruitful.
Very fruitful. And I love how everything just flows smoothly din dito, no, sa ating mga laban so far. And Virtus Pro, I do think that they're really having such of a great look right now, no, Bipolar. I can't wait kung ano yung pwede nating makita pa sa kanila sa mga susunod na mga linggo natin at sa mga susunod na mga liga, and the moment na tumapak din sila sa ating EWC, especially na biro mo, preparado na, no, may mga visa na sila ganito kaaga. And by the way, ang susunod nating laban, nako po, ito na. Execration against FERVID.PHT. Ang labanan ng langit at lupa. Second sa ating standings at ika-anim sa ating standings. Sinong mahuhulog at sino ang tataas pa? Bipolar, any last comments bago natin i-throw sa ating break? Kasi kailangan natin ng matinding paghahanda para sa susunod na match natin.
Ako siguro for this matchup, it's Cavite versus Cebu. It's a mix of both worlds, no? Very heavy to. Pero I also want to just look back dito sa Virtus Pro win natin a little bit. Everyone, I hope everyone's minds are open na there might be a new number one spot now pagdating dito sa CROSSFIRE just because of Virtus Pro's prevalence dito. Anything can happen, especially lalo yung nangyayari sa atin. Even for dito sa ating last two teams, no, for this day, they can possibly, make the world shatter from their performance. So I'm excited for these two teams.
And especially sa panahon ngayon, wala na talagang sigurado, no? Especially kung ganun nakatindi ang ating kompetisyon at lalo lang tumitindi habang lumilipas ang panahon. Kaya ngayon, guys, again, no, maya-maya abangan ninyo ang laban ng Execration and FERVID. Makukuha na kaya ng Execration ang paghiganting kanilang gustong matamasa simula nung spring natin. And for this phase 2, malalaman natin yan maya-maya. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan na.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome dito ngayon, no, mga ka-Crossfire Rocks. And ang susunod na laban natin, guys, no, it's going to be Execration versus FERVID. Pero maya-maya natin yan matutunghayan. Kasi guys, alam nyo ba na meron tayong ongoing na pa-tournament, no, for our casual enjoyers out there. And this is our last man standing 1v1 showdown. At ito ang lahat ng kailangan mong malaman para makasali dito.
Yun ang game mechanics natin. It is gonna be destruction mode, pero first player to win 10 rounds. It is a single elim, best of 1 series lang yan. Wala nang extra rounds. So kung 9-9 yan, you have a golden round na 10 na lang. Tapos, kung sino makapuntos ng 10, you already win. Pero syempre, only weapons allowed will be TRG-21. Kasama na rin dyan yung TRG-21 Bandage General, pati Noble Silver, which is pretty cool. Secondary natin will be only considered lang dito is gonna be the Colt 1911, pati yung USP. Kasama na rin dyan yung graffiti, yung HAG or HAG, pati na rin yung rank patch blue variant ng USP. Meron naman tayong mga melee weapons tulad ng axe, mga kukri, mga jungle knives, mga normal knives. And for throwables, wala tayong ecoms dito. Mochi, it's flashbang and grenades lang. And the map of choice will always be ship. And of course, no plant in the fish tayo dyan kasi ba't ka naman magpaplanta sa ship syempre kung sumabog yan, baka mahulog yan, parang Titanic, diba? Mahirap yan. And for our side selection, well, player A will select the side.
Of course, no? And guys, ang format lang naman natin dito or structure is that anyone from the CF community pwedeng sumali dito, no? Bawal ang mga pro. Guys, again, bawal ang mga pro. At ang tournament progression natin is just easy as 1, 2, 3. Ayan, qualifying rounds to quarterfinals, to semis, finals, and top sniper match. Qualifying legs natin compromises from June 27 and 28, July 4 and 5 para sa ating qualifiers 1 to 4, no? So, take note sa ating dates kasi biro nyo guys, no? Anong araw na? It is 4th at today ang qualifier 3 natin. And kung pwede pa at kung kaya pa, pwede kayong makahabol dito, no? Para sa ating qualifier 4 na magaganap bukas. And top 2 players per qualifying leg advances to the final showdown. At ito ang ating match schedule, no? For our July 9, wherein for elimination rounds, we will be having 11 a.m. for that one. We have semifinals match for 12 p.m. and we also have finals match for 1 p.m. At yung final natin na top sniper match, sa 3 p.m. yan magaganap, no? So, to be discussed further yan.
Yan, yun ang Mochi. And just to reiterate, pwede naman pro, pero wala sa impact pati sa summer na Masters. Pwede naman doon tulad ng last time, no? Solid yun. Sana mangyari ulit yun. But for now, sa ating rewards and distributions, bakit nyo nga ba gusto maglaro? Well, the first place winner will also have the opportunity to face off against the top sniper of the week. May it be Cetra, may it be Revenge, may it be Lance, kahit sino dyan. In a special showcase match prior to the playoffs, winning participants will earn e-coins based on their placement. So kung magpe-place ka ng 8, may 100 ka hanggang 5th spot, 100 na yan secured. Pag umabot ka nandito ng 4 to 1 spot natin, dyan na matamis ang premyo. 200, 300, 500 to a whopping 1,000 e-coin. Ang pwede nyo mapanalunan yan. And syempre, you just have to provide your correct and current IGN. Huwag nyo napalitan yung IGN nyo para naman hindi mapunta sa iba, di ba? Yung e-coin nyo. And of course, switching accounts for reward distribution is strictly prohibited. Huwag na natin gawin yun, guys, para makanalo tayo ng possible 1,000 e-coins.
Exactly, no? So, guys, ito nga yung recap natin, no? Para sa mga napagdaanan natin dito for our last man standing na 1v1 tournament. We're in dito, no? Para kay Simple Man. Parang paboritong sabihin to ng jowa ko. Simple Man daw siya. Baka siya to, no? Pero we also have Tito Rald, no? Nakatapat niya dito na kung saan na palong-palo si Simple Man.
Yun ang ano, dito sa ship na ako po, naalala ko, naglaro kami ni Nukan dito. Ako po yung nanalo. Huwag nyo nalang tignan yung VOD ko sa aking live stream. Pero dito sa ating labanan, it was basically etong si Simple Man winning a lot of these fights. 7-5 agad yun. And again, race to the end to guys ha. Tapos napanalo ata to ni Simple Man after just 2 rounds of getting defeated 3 times in a row. And of course, no, feeling ko marami pang ating may kita dito, pero you can definitely see, no, we have some very capable snipers sa mga ano, sa ngayon sa ating sa possible top sniper matchup.
Exactly. And speaking of top, no? Alam niyo ba guys na pwede rin kayong manalo ng mga e-coins na pandaragdag, no? Para dito, no? Gamit ang ating mga top highlights and player highlights of the week. And all you have to do is to follow our official CROSSFIRE Philippines page on Facebook and as well as YouTube. Scan nyo ang QR code na tinuturing ni Bipolar at pumili kayo doon kung kaninong player ang gusto nyong maging play of the week. At sa inyong caption, i-include nyo kung bakit deserve nun na maging play of the week, and ang ating hashtag na hashtag CFS Master Summer and hashtag CFS Play of the Week, at i-ensure na iyong shared post ay naka-public para naman manote yan ng ating mga moderators at note nila ang inyong entry dito sa ating giveaway. Kasi 100 e-coins lang naman ang pwede nyong mapanalunan dyan, no? So, kung ako sa inyo, pero mag-share ka lang, no? Well, pwede ka na manalo ka agad-agad.
You know, ano, I mean, give us some highlights, so give us some plays na talagang tumatak sa inyo and might as well win e-coins together with that, no? Pinapakita rin yan dito sa ating CROSSFIRE Philippines page kung sino nga ba nanalo dyan. So why not, no? Kitang-kita nyo, pangalan nyo din sa ating mga postings, plus kayo pa ang may rason kung bakit na-highlight natin yung top play of the week or para sa inyo yung play of the week. So sobrang solid din guys, 100 e-coin din yan.
Diba, no? Sayang naman. So, you can do the first route na sali ka dun sa 1v1 showdown natin for the experience na din, or the easier route na mag-share ka lang. At meron pang easier route din dyan, no? Kasi by the way, guys, meron ding ongoing na giveaway sa aming mga casters, no? So, pag chinek nyo yung mga pages namin, tignan nyo yung pin post, meron tayong giveaway for week 4. Kaya nang bahala dyan. Pero other than that, guys, though, that is all the parang PSA and reminder na meron tayong mga pamigay dito and how generous itong si CROSSFIRE Philippines, no? And for now, tayo ay magbe-break muna in preparation para sa ating last match of the day, and that is Execration versus FERVID maya-maya. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat at narito na tayo dadayo sa tapatan ng labanang langit at lupa at kung meron bang mapupunta sa impyerno sa tapatan ng Execration against FERVID.PHT. Kami pa rin ang inyong kasama dito, Mochi and Bipolar nga pala, wherein we will be explaining quite a lot, especially in terms of the storyline, Bipolar, that we have at our hands right now.
Yeah, sobrang solid actually yung lineup natin and I'm actually so excited, Mochi, kasi these are the two teams na I'm really rooting for VID and Execration. To now see them in the similar ground na magbabattle sila para makita nga ba kung may playoffs pa ba dito ang VID or will Execration really be just slayers dito na ating mga teams, no, sa buong Masters. Pero talking about it, Mochi, simulan natin ang storya with Execration. Execration did have players coming in from VID last time. It was D and A7J, pero they did take them out to get some spots here para dito kay Justin and kay MVA. And now with Yotib in the scene, ZWK out, nakita natin, Mochi, na parang kakaiba ang parang swak na swak ang buong Execration yun because we don't have that group performance dati na parang able to qualify lang. Parang this time, they can possibly get a podium finish just from their mere adjustments as well. You have MVA na attacker na dito ngayon kasi na-realize natin na parang wala namang totoong IGL dito sa Execration.
True.
These are players that have their own mindsets, that they have their own calls, at kapag nangyari yun, they have a great chemistry to use that. Tingnan mo naman, parang Yotib, no? Habang tumatagal din, nakikita natin siya ngayon, pangiti na ng pangiti. Habang todong-todo, no? Hindi na siya yung nakaganon lang. Tapos maglalaro na siya. It's really just a team now na parang as the day goes by dito sa ating group stage, paganda ng chemistry na. Even Justin smiling, which is pretty nice sign, no? But it has been very prevalent naman na talagang sometimes nahihirapan din ang Execration. Hopefully up against VID daw mapakita nila dito yung totoong lakas nila as the X-Shot fan or X-Fan.
Pero no? Pero sinasabi din na dito, no, yun yung target nila for this group stage at ngayon na na-add na si Yotib dito sa Execration, ilabas yung kulit niya. At yun na naman din yung nangyayari ngayon, which is nice, no? Pero ito nga ang ating match history for Execration, ha? Nagkakalaman na si Yotib, kamo?
Nagkakalaman na si Yotib.
Pero tignan mo, no, my Polar, yung pinagdaanan nila dito, no, only one loss against matches. That's all there is to it. The rest, W sa kulay ginto ang nakikita natin dito, no, sa kanilang match history. At meron tayong katanungan dito, no, for Yotib. What will we be expecting from your team for the last week of the group stage? Ang sabi niya, we need to unleash more of our potential as a team and player and we're working on that as of now. Sinabi niya yan.
Wow. Grabe si Yotib. I'm out of words. Feeling ko nga may British accent pa dito si Yotib. Sabi,
may accent din.
Oh, may ganun pa yan, Mochi. Kasi ganun na si Yotib.
Paano yung British accent?
Yotib, take it away. Pero yun ang I mean, Yotib is definitely right, no? Meron pa rin naman kailangan i-patch up dito, Mochi, kasi dati parang may conversation na tayo, parang you have individual roles para dito sa ating mga players, parang how can they make it into a team, and just like what Yotib has said, parang they're still fixing it through and through, and just like from the previous interview with MVA naman, sabi niya 70 to 80% pa naman po yung parang fully grasped namin. May 20% pa, may 30% pa na kailangan ayusin dito, and I just love to see it na even Yotib is acknowledging the fact na meron pa rin naman kulang, hopefully maayos yan bago pumasok ng playoffs.
Exactly. At kung naaalala mo rin, Bipolar, ang pinakaunang interview natin with MVA, tinanong natin siya ano yung nilulook forward nila oras na makatapat nila ang FERVID, which is ngayon is yung bawian nila si FERVID. Kaya pag-usapan natin si FERVID Esports right now. Kasi honestly, dito, no, sa itsura ng FERVID right now, looking good. A couple of young guns, fragging every single time. Andyan na yung kumpiyansa ni Lance, andyan yung pagiging balanced of a role na ngayon ni Dino, nag-improve siya. We also have A7J in the mist na talaga namang matindi ang palautakan na ginagawa niya dito. Itong si Dracifer na ironically underrated, no? Kahit na
Yes.
sobrang galing din naman yung gumalaw at si MZ na until now, nag-a-adjust pa rin. Pero meron naman tayong stable progress for them, no? Pero parang meron ata tayong substitution right now as MZ will be out for now and Haj is in.
Okay. I actually want to dabble in this much more, no? Pagdating sa ating games kasi we have to look in Haj's performance right off the get-go. Again, it's up against Execration. I don't doubt na Haj is a formidable player. He is really good. Pero for Fervid kasi, parang sasabihin ko pa lang kanina, ay maganda tong Fervid kasi nawala na yung stint na loose streak sila, nawala na yung parang malambot na lance, di nakakatamang di, bumabalik na sila pero wala na aalis muna dito si MZ. Haj will be playing out. So there's a little bit of a mix-up para sa Fervid up against Execration pa. And I feel like Haj can still go in the foots or sa shoes dito ni MZ. But let's see, man. This is gonna be very, very interesting. Ito nga ba ang curveball na kinakailangan ng Fervid para matalo ang Execration. But now, looking sa kanilang standings, no, natanggal na nga dito, Mochi, yung loose tip nila ng 3 matches straight from STS to Acceptance to VP. Pero ngayon, they're trying to get that win streak again. If they win here, Mochi, playoffs will be very, very possible. If not, naku po, it is gonna be very, very devastating para dito kay A7J muli. Going out with a bang na parang di man lang makakapag-playoffs dito. But hopefully, yeah, honestly, it's been pretty good, no? Pero yeah, with MZ out, question is, can Haj really pave the way para makapasok dito ang Fervid in a possible 2-0 or 2-1 fashion?
Ayun nga rin yung funny thing dito, no, bipolar. The moment that we saw that Sabin, nako, ang dahil nga
Gulat tayo
nagmamakaawa na, wait lang, pwede ba namin palitan yung prediction namin? Kasi parang may ibang niluluto dito, no? Si Boss Aris. Pero,
iba naman sinasabi ni Haj.
Si Haj pa ang sumagot nito, no? Which opponents are you looking forward the most in the last week and what can you say to them? Sabi ni Haj, Execration, kasi gusto namin sila talunin uli.
Yeah.
Imagine the aura dito galing kay Haj.
Yeah, bakit kayo nagde-doubt na wala muna si MZ? Baka pagod ang retail MZ natin for Fervid, no? Haj, sabi niya, ako na bahala, guys. Tatalunin natin yan ang Execration. Might as well do it, Haj. I'm all for it, no? Pero, yun na nga,
Exactly.
it's still gonna be, parang interesting din, Mochi, no? Kasi these two teams actually has a pretty similar map veto pag sa kanila, no? But, of course, we will see that later on.
And speaking of similarities, no, maybe we can see the similarities and oddities na meron dito, no, sa dalawang players na i-feature natin in our head-to-head so far as we have Yotib and as well as Lance, no? And I do think that both of these players are undergoing some breakthroughs and rebirths dito in their own identity sa ating team.
Actually, I'll put these two players in the similar similar spot, no, Mochi. I put Yotib dati in the top 3 snipers of all time, pero or at least for this Summer Masters, tapos sila dito in the top 5. But now, they're also pretty similar. They're playing very, very passive a little bit, pero when there are times na kailangan mag-overstep dito ng ating mga snipers, just like what Lance does kapag sub-beast initially, no, siya na mismo gumagawa ng second mid push, siya na gumagawa dito ng gulo. And also Yotib does that in a similar sense kapag new compound or at least in other maps just like possibly Eagle Eye. Also similar, so very, very fair. And I like this, no, na kailangan natin tutukan ng ating dalawang snipers because these two have been very much promising from the impact stage, from their very first debut dito ng ating Masters. Nakita natin na may bitaw ang ating snipers. And again, we're getting treated with the sniper players dito sa ating buong Masters kasi every team has a formidable sniper. Just like these two na talaga namang kayang tumutok.
Exactly. And I think it's just right now, considering that we are focusing on our snipers right now, tignan natin kung yung mga mapang paglalaroan nila would be giving them all the ground and opportunity para ipamalas ang kanilang galing dito. As we focus on the map of Ankara being prioritized by Execration, followed by Black Widow para dito sa Fervid and Bipolar, take it away. Charot. We have Duke
Okay.
Mexico dito, no, for our decider. Why, no? Why do you think they've been able to choose this?
Actually, hopefully we get some a little bit more time here, no? Sub-base, buyout muna dito sa Execration. Yes, kaya nila yan. Pero tulad nga na sinabi ko, the BL side of FERVID sa sub-base, napakahirap talunin yan, Mochi. They have more strat book here than in Eagle Eye. Pero sabi naman dito ng ating FERVID, tanggalin na natin Eagle Eye 2.0 kasi ayaw natin ma-activate si Yotib. Kasi both sides doon, ginagawang strong side ni Yotib. And make it more easier, no? Pumunta na lang daw tayo dito sa Ankara for Execration because just like what we've been seeing, spammed out na palagi ang Execration in Ankara. Their GR side is too intense. Pagdating dito sa BL side, they have this split up na 1-4 setup. Iwan nila sa MVA, papunta sa TV lahat, or something similar na 1-1-3 setup. For Black Widow though, FERVID, this is gonna be exciting. Pero last time na nakita ko kasi dito, si MZ yung naglalaro. So, anong ibibigay dito ni Haj para mas ma-fortify dito yung GR side start ng FERVID? But yung Mexico, alam na natin yan. Both these teams know how to play it, especially itong Execration. So, it's actually gonna be insane, no? Na parang aabot talaga tayo dito ng ating decider. Plus, big shoutouts muna kay Candy kasi nagpapa-shoutout siya, lalo na nandito si CBN, no? Pero pero may Mochi ang kakaiba dito. Ito na yung pinaka-interesting or at least one of the most crazy map vetoes that we've had sa buong group stage.
Exactly. And kasi, ganito yan, bipolar, nag-usap-usap kasi yung mga teams natin. Tapos ang usapan, dapat pub-like yung team na yun para sa araw na to, no? Siguro yan yung, kaya siguro ganyan yung mga pinili nila wapa, no? Pinag-usapan nila yan. Pero, ipakita na nga rin natin, ano nga ba ang ating mga predictions dito, no? Na, ang iba sa atin gusto sanang baguhin, pero right now, it is a 2-0 here all across the board para sa Execration, and for Sneaky Frog, ay nagba-vote siya right now for FERVID having that 2-1 sa ating scoreline.
I don't doubt naman na kaya dito ng FERVID, honestly, pero kailangan nga talaga umabot ng map number 3. Ang problem is right now, no, talagang kailangan talaga nila i-banatlat ng kanilang buto. Plus, give Sneaky Frog the benefit of the doubt. Gusto niya makuha yung top 1 sa prediction, Mochi. Kailangan kakaiba.
Yes, I agree. And we're also gonna see ano nga kaya ang sabi ng ating community, no, with this one. Do they have the same insights as ours? Ooh. That is still 69% in favor for Execration. No? Hindi siya totally 50-50. I actually expected it's gonna be much closer than that. Same as you, no, bipolar. Pero sabi nila, parang they're vouching more on the performance of Execration. And I do wonder na nalaman nila na si Haj na ang maglalaro dito, ay magbago kaya ang kanilang isip this time around. Kasi even para sa atin, no, it might be some changes coming in. At idagdag pa natin sa sakit ng ulo natin yung mga mapang pinili nila dito. No? Pero guys, we can dive into this further as we welcome ang ating mga casters na maghahatid ng ating commentary for this specific match. Right now, it is Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog. Yum. Hello guys, welcome back dito sa ating desk, and I do think that you guys have a lot of emotional, violent reactions with our current matchup so far. Let's start with Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, the guy who wants to change his prediction, no? I was really caught off guard dito sa pag-subbing dito ni Hadges, not gonna lie. Kasi, ayun nga, I really feel like MZ, despite his stats, no, he was actually doing like an okay job dito sa kanyang role. And I feel like, you know, the community might be misled a bit pagdating sa statistics natin, considering how much impact he has dito sa mapa dito ng FERVID. So, yun nga, no, I was taken aback kasi I woke up this morning, I was like, parang ito na yata yung araw na matatalo ng FERVID itong Execration. And then I saw that news. And then, of course, medyo nagkakaroon na ako ng doubts dito. Kasi sayang naman yung matchup natin dito na Mochi because to quote a certain fam sa season 7, episode 25 ng The Office, they are the same picture. Yung dalawang teams na to. Execration and FERVID, that's why I like these teams. It's a good mix of youth and a good mix of veterancy as well. Para sa Execration, they have the former Macta boys, and para naman dito sa FERVID, they have Tracifer, they have A7J, and what was supposed to be etong si MZ. So, ayun nga, obviously, hindi ko naman ida-doubt yung decision dito ni Nice Katol, pero you know, at the same time, baka may pocket plan siya dito specifically para dito sa Execration, especially knowing how important this specific series is para sa kanilang, you know, overall seeding and even a chance to even touch itong playoffs natin.
Exactly, no? Lalong-lalo na that some of these players were former brothers turned rivals right now dito, no, sa ating stage. So that just amplifies the narrative more dito, no, sa tapatan nila. Pero how about you, Salvatore?
Honestly, Bochi, same sentiments na na-caught off guard ako dito in one of the most important matches na meron ng FERVID to further solidify yung pwesto nga nila sa playoffs. They subbed in their best effort para matalo talaga ang Execration. Si MZ mismo ang tumalo sa Execration during Swiss. And if kung maalala mo nga, a year ago nung PH Master Summer, si Hajj din yung isa sa mga players na nagpadala sa Execration nung 3 maps. Pero kasi it was the kind of Execration roster na kakaiba pa. Nandun pa sila Charleston, sila RGXM. So it kind of feels like dated na talaga yung magiging contribution dito ni Hajj. Despite it being an Impact champion, feeling ko pa rin it's going to be a different story para dito kay Hajj kung kaya niya nga bang i-replicate yung kayang gawin ni MC in the long term, considering na there is going to be a possibility mag 3 sets nga tayo. Parang eto na nga, parang na-vision na nga ni Execration na there's going to be a change of game plans. Baka yun yung hinahanap ng FERVID. So it's a bunch of what ifs para dito sa FERVID. Pero sa Execration kasi may definitive na sagot na pag nakita mo yung roster eh.
Exactly. I feel like that is also something na maganda rin i-point out dito, no, is kung gaano kasolido ang Execration right now that they already built this identity throughout the course of the weeks. Meanwhile, here for FERVID, it's just now that they'll be showing something new, something surprising, and probably something in the kitchen cooking, and hopefully that it works and it doesn't come out burnt or raw dito sa ating match right now, no. So, dito naman for Execration, no, do you think, Bipolar, that Demon will now get slayed by Fall X? Do you think that we'll be having quite a Demon Slayer action going on here?
Oh yeah, no? Kung isipin mo, marami namang Hashiras dito ang players natin for Execration. You have CBN, you have Justin, you have Yotib. It's a full-on onslaught para dito sa ating nag-iisang demon on the other side. So kung iisipin mo, Mochi, kayang-kayan. I feel like it's not just really Folex's Folex's parang Folex's matchup na siya lang yung kayang pumatay. I feel like everyone here will be gunning out for this kid, especially yung mga natira dito sa Execration from that recent roster, no, na CBN as well itong si Folex. They wanna teach this demon a little bit of a lesson na kaya ka naming punterian kahit nasa ibang jersey ka na, no? But you know what, there's also something to look out na itong si Demon or itong si D natin, that's a word na kailangan ko ulitin, si Demon, na itong si D he'll not be fighting up against any kind of foe. These are veterans in the making, you know, especially may veterans na tayo dito on Justin as well as MVA's name. Meanwhile, you have star players that are not just looking for that trophy, no, but also looking for that international final performance mula dito kay Lafolex. So he needs to have a very tough heart pagdating dito sa labanan na to.
Exactly, no. And this is already the time na para dito KD and as well as kay Lance na hindi pwedeng ma-break ang kanilang composure regardless of how heated this match gets. And speaking of Lance, no, it's time for Yotib and Lance to clash dito sa ating sniping duel, no, as the Scope Kings collide dito sa ating match right now, Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of yung more premier sniper matchups na makikita ka natin, no, dito sa group stage natin, and considering that Lance and Yotib both, fulfill very different roles para sa kanilang team. Yotib, you kind of barely see him be the entry para sa kanyang team because, man, tignan mo naman yung team nila. They have 3 entry fraggers, so hindi na nila kailangan ng aggression dun sa team na yun. So, yun nga, he enjoys kind of sitting back and covering para sa kanyang teammates. Meanwhile, para kay Lance, I feel like he fulfills a lot more bigger of a role para dito sa FERVID team natin, and he has to do yung usual na sinasabi kong meta, no, at the start of the year para sa snipers, which is you have to entry, you have to support, you have to do everything and be dynamic, no, dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like Lance really does fulfill that. But at the same time, dahil nga sa ganun na sitwasyon nga dito ni Lance, no, it kind of will feel like he has so much on his plate dito sa mapa natin kumpara nga dito kay Yotib, who has a technically easier job dito sa Execration as he's been covered for his teammates, and yun nga, no, Lance really has to step up heavily even beyond yung matchup nila ni Yotib.
Yes, and I do think that this specific matchup doesn't stop here. Meron din tayong pagtatapatin dito, no, as we have brothers from a memory and enemies for a war today. Kung meron tayong A7J at D, meron din tayong Full X at CBN dito sa kabila, Salvatore.
Well, from the headline itself, Mochi, these four used to be teammates and actually made a very good run during during Regionals 2025. Kaso nga lang kasi nasa opposite end na nga sila ng labanan, and I feel like wala nang mas magiging magandang basa pa kundi si A7J at D laban kay Folex and CBN. If there's any two players that knows how capable Folex and CBN is during the mid-round, it's definitely A7J. At kung sino man tatapat dito kay CBN para patasin ng rango ng headshot per kill, it's definitely D. So I feel like this matchup is definitely something na maraming pwedeng mangyari just because of A7J's availability para sa FERVID. Pero ngayon, with Folex sudden and rise as the second caller of the team, who is also absolute sa mga ginagawa niya, who is like 99.9% correct sa mga ginagawa niyang calls for his recent matches, feeling ko talaga there's going to be like that definitive answer para kay Folex na sagutin lahat ng pinagbabato ni A7J. It's all in the duel, pero more of the executes para kay A7J and D laban dito kay Folex at CBN.
Exactly. And it does definitely give us a point din, no, and an insider sa kung paano nga ba gumagana ang komunikasyon, no, in between dito sa ating mga teams. At mukhang gigil na itong kasama natin, no? Parang palag na siya dito in getting the match started. Kaya wag na natin paghintayin pa. Ipasa na natin ito para sa muli labanan ng langit at lupa. Sneaky Frog and Salvatore, rakrakan na.
Salamat, Amochi and Bipolar. Saksakan puso, tulo ang dugo. Sino nga bang mamamatay dito sa laban ng duelo? FERVID versus Execration. Sneaky, it's like looking like at an arte. No? Napakaganda nga ng matchup nga na to just because of the playstyle of these two teams. Pero art can sometimes degrade no? Pero kasi who will actually be the one to top it all off? No? Execration with this solid roster or FERVID who had this emergency substitution, nakakapagtaka nga naman talaga.
Yun nga, men. Feeling ko na-hype dito yung mga ball knowers natin dito sa community, aka yung mga regular viewers natin sa podcast, pare. Kasi alam naman nila yung context no, ng dalawang teams na to. Of course, the storylines right behind it. And just like what I said dito sa watch points natin, no, I feel like these are two sides of the same coin. Yung dalawang teams na to, obviously, with a mix of youth and itong with a mix of youth and veterancy para sa dalawang teams. It kind of just felt like FERVID was just a younger version dito ng Execration, no, at some point with Tracifer and Folex kind of having the same vibe na secondary caller sila para dito sa kanilang team, and A7J and MVA kind of parsing yung kung ano yung tama or yung maling call dito. And it just so happens na this is MVA's first year as a captain, and it is already very impressive galing sa kanya, pare. And feeling ko yung na-pick up na experience for his long time stint dito sa MACTA and even right before that is actually benefiting itong Execration, and it has created a very interesting playstyle para sa Execration. It's very proactive but at the same time hindi sila nag-overextend, pare.
Smoke niya
Ako drabay. Bro, I'm using Falcons ka. Bubulag ka ako. Wait nyo kayo.
Rock yung passive doon nilito Ayos yun Di na pigilan Justin. Look at the time, Sneaky. Look at the time. Pasok na kagad sa vents ang Execration. Tracifer makes the defensive play. Pero huli lang din siya sa room A. Sa 3v4 now, Execration making the move. At talagang salyang-salyado na dito yung top A, Sneaky.
Yun nga, men. Lost in translation yung dalawang players natin dito sa A-side, pare. Only losing one member though in the name of Justin, but at the same time, it's not really much of a loss kung apat pa naman yung buhay para dito sa Execration. Pero Yotib spotted na sa boxes, HE sa kanyang ulo. Pero merong pang bench player na pwedeng tumulong sa kanya dito. NBA with the peak, but Yotib with the finish. Fall X, nakabantay, sarado na ka dito sa exit natin, Lons. Sniper in hand, and tatakbo na lang siya dito, pare. I don't think it is gonna be anything miraculous anytime soon galing sa kanya. Pero Execration, napakabilis dito sa kanilang A-take, pare.
FERVID. Kind of feels like napaka-sudden talaga ng move na to, no? Considering they've been screaming with the original roster ng FERVID wherein MZ was there. Tapos kung kailan talaga game day, tsaka pinalit talaga si si Hutch. Or baka may alam si Coach Aris na di natin alam. Pero this Hutch that just looked lost, wanted to play for retake. FERVID, they just got lambasted sa loob nga na A-site. There is still a possibility here that Execration might go for the same play. Pero A7J now on the TRG. Nakalabanin si UTIM now on floor! A7J is actually on CA. Nakatakas pa nga dun eh, no? So that's one player down for Execration at si A7J hindi pa rin natitigil. Look at the artillery ng FERVID para madali ng onti yung LA push ng Execration. And now A7J forcing to reposition.
Pero susugal yata siya dito pare. At least for the sake of information, no? And it kind of feels like itong si A7J has taken the reins of being the designated risk taker para sa kanyang team. Similar siguro sa ginagawa dito ni Tetsu pare. And I would like to see that, no? Especially knowing na naka-TRG pa siya dito, man. And he has used the CA angle that we have seen time and time again, no? Kahit na sobrang bukas dito ng CA, that cheeky one-way na magagawa mo as soon as you see the entrance and just pop that smoke right in front of it. Napaka-advantageous talaga niyan. Pero tignan mo naman yung Execration, instant adjustment, instant setup for the A site. Pero medyo raw yata to pare. Isa lang papasok sa vents and it is gonna be CBN. He's gone sideways. Tracifer getting the first half pero Fallex at Justin. Very quick 2 kills para sa kanila dito. 3 versus 3 somehow, some way. Pero low na dito si Fallex. Mahirap para sa kanya na magdirekta head-to-head fight. With that kind of HP, Lons trying to poke and prod gamit ng kanyang TRG. Pero MBA, kailangan mo munang bumaba, tumayo. Justin on top pace still. Pero tignan mo yung positioning dito ng FERVID pare.
Uy! Lons! Finally, pumaldo na. Ang kakaspam niya dito ng TRG now. Haj trying to anticipate kung meron nga bang Vince. Nandun na nga si Fallex who still got the kill. Haj magkakasalisihan. Pero pasok na nga rin siya. There goes the flick. Haj gets the double. And the cleanup para sa FERVID. Good timing para dito sa 6-man ng FERVID as they tie the game 1-1.
Grabe. And nakita mo naman yung positions dito ng FERVID, no? Lahat sila na stuck dito sa top A. Sa Alvi, wala man lang nakatingin dito sa kanila na code for LA or CA just for some early confirmation of if ever may papasok ng EA or Vince. And unfortunate lang yan para dito sa ating Execration squad. But at the same time, FERVID very fast on the positioning, no, dito sa mapa natin. Di nila minadali yung retake. Instead, minadali nila yung positioning na napaka-importante dito. Pero sayang, sayang yung get back sana dito ng Execration. Sadyang nag-tunnel vision lang sila dito kay Lance.
You heard, no? Nung team comps, nung round number 1 sticky, like Fallex called for a play named Falcons o yun nga ba talaga ang patented rush papuntang Vents? And now with Execration with a bit of a slow pace. Doon nakahabol nga ang FERVID, but here comes Execration with a deep angle already, possibly on HM and TB. A7J. We've seen this angle before. Pero napakaluwag naman ng onte. Fallex could go for a double pick. Justin nahuli. Na sumusubok nga dito lang sa may HM. A7J repossession. Still gonna get the headshot now for the double kill. 34 HP na nga lang siya. Haj with a reinforcement. Para sa mga gustong sumubok for Exe. Napakadami dun. And what a good play for Haj and A7J to stabilize it. Haj, what is happening? And he gets the third. Oh my God! Ngayon, alam na natin bakit nasa starting lineup si Haj.
Nagigets ko na, Salvi. Nagigets ko na. A7J is literally just playing MZ's role with a sniper, pare. And na-realize yata dito ni Nice Katol, teka lang, we don't need more space. We need another anchor dito sa mapa natin. And Haj is the perfect player for that situation. He was like that before as well. Pero tignan mo naman si Lance, bulag na bulag. Pero pati si Fallex sa bulag dito. HK is actually an EBR but not gonna be wall-banging enough para mapatay dito si Lance. 23 HP. And Yotib challenging A7J. HE papunta kay Lance. Both snipers down para sa FERVID. And it's a 3 versus 4. And feeling ko alam to ng Execration. FERVID is gonna look for a fight.
There goes the fight, no? Pero off-cam nga tayo. MVA finally takes down the red hot Haj. 3v2, huge man advantage para nga sa Execration, pero C4 hindi pa rin minamatahan na pulutin dito na Exe. Pinapakaramdaman nga nila na baka magpa-CA pa nga dito si D. And there goes Dracifer for the possible crossfire. Justin and CBN playing passive. CBN nagparamdam na nga. The first contact is down. Where is the second? Follow-up para kay Dre. Pero nakakita ka na ba ng Dracifer na corner? Execration tying the game.
And that's just, that's probably coming from the VOD review dito ng ating Execration squad, pare. Kasi alam mo naman, pag 3 versus 4, maghahanap yan immediately ng immediate trade dito sa mapa natin. And speaking of immediate, pare, an immediate shot para kay A7J dito sa bungo ni Yotib. And since wala nang sniper itong Execration, gonna be interesting to see how they will be adjusting for this. Siguro maghahanap muna sila ng pick dito sa mapa natin. Bit of a buddy system between itong kay Justin and kay Fall X at the moment dito sa may mid-side. Could be a B-fake, no? Judging from their position, pare.
Yotib down, pero Execration is still playing it as if may naglalaro pa rin ng Arco, no? Like, they do not want that immediate space papuntang TB, pero they want to control itong munang CA. Okay, finally, nakapaloob na nga sila dito lang sa may LA. Freddy will be the first contact. No nades whatsoever. Nilusob lang nila na parang hilaw pre. Pero itong Dracifer na nga, gets the defense almost with a 180. Folex takes him down. Now a 3v2. A7J, Lance, and Haj could go for a sandwich play. Pero si A7J talaga yung Arctic pa. Yung Arctic pa talaga yung pinaglalurk nyo. Balo ka talaga A7J. Gets the flank. And now Haj moves forward. My God, FERVID. Newly renowned FERVID game plan para sa mga retakes and as well as side takes. Grabe naman FERVID.
Yun nga pare, and just like what I said, A7J is being able to just play weird dito sa mapa natin. And I feel like he's the only one with the priority na ganito maglaro dito sa FERVID this entire time. And I feel like nakita na natin to before, right? A7J, he's really good at positioning, but at the same time, he's really good at surviving pare pagdating sa mga ganitong sitwasyon. He's the delay king, some might call it. So A7J, interesting adjustment para dito sa FERVID, no? Him being the only one playing yung mga off angles natin and always catching a single member off guard. And yan pa naman yung isa sa mga win conditions dito ng FERVID, no? Which is taking that 5 versus 4 and then taking better positions right after it, pare.
Grabe Sneaks, no? The level of familiarity na meron si A7J sa ikot ng utak ni Folex is definitely something na pwede nating ituro talaga, no? Pero pagkalaban na ng FERVID ang team tulad ng Virtus.pro, say the least, no? Parang they just die down in the middle of the round. So, alam mo talagang merong factor dito si A7J para maging komportable nga sila sa pinagagawa nga nila inside of Ankara. Double kill now for CBN. Pasok na nga ulit sila sa may A. Look at the priority for Execration. They've been executing this site for the past 5 rounds. Ganun talaga palo ngayon ng Execration to make this their game. The comfort now for Exe has now dwindled as they now to be under pressure. Lalo't nakatanim na nga sila ng C4. Double flank incoming. Yotib still on Militaire. Di niya alam kung CA niya nga ba. Una, Balance gets the kill over sa Yotib. Naulo lang nga nakikita. What a crouch pick by A7J. Unti-unti na nawawala sa mundo ang Execration, MVA, and CBN. 15 seconds left on the clock. May oras pa para mag-line up si A7J. Here comes CBN. Half blinded sa room A. Nakita na nga CBN spraying. And there goes the kills. Execration recovers for the 2v3.
Once again, I am vindicated dito, no? Salvatore, na nagsasabi ako yung ilalim na hagdan sa room A dito sa Ankara is one of the best anchor positions ever kasi the amount of cover na pwede mo makuha doon. But at the same time, you can't really say na hindi yun well played from the side of Execration. They got, or on the side of FERVID because they got so much space. But at the same time, you can get all the space that you want. Pero ito yung solution dito ng Execration. We're just gonna shoot you in the head. And that's kind of how it is. Nung nangyari dito sa A-site, no, Salvi, it's just, it's really good positions para sa FERVID. Maganda yung nakuha na nila yung LA, no? Pero CBN, man, he navigated his way all throughout those fights very expertly and got a really huge round para dito sa XC. So, good individual round para dito kay CBN, pare.
Nakita mo, no, MVA, pre. Feel like he didn't have any success sa pagkuha ka ng HM. Kanina naka-artic nga siya. Napabalik ng base para makapagpalit pa nga na barrel. Now on the EBR to add that bit of factor in, no? Sneaky na pag umentry nga sila, it's gonna be hella more lethal para sa Execration. If FERVID with Lance down, ganun na rin, no? Para sa side ng A7J, the Arctic will be down for him as well. Para talaga ma-ensure ng FERVID na meron nga talaga silang makikitang success rate doon sa mga duels na ilalaban talaga ng Exe. Pero teka lang pre, magpupumilit dito sila Haj for a deep angle sa may TB. Meanwhile, the two players inside of A, nandyan pa rin nga sila. Sasalisihan nga nila dito ang Exe pre. Kung magpapa-arco ang niisa sa kanila, but it's not gonna be a double lurk anymore. Si A7J na lang to. Of course, it's A7J's call, Sneaky. 5 na nga nagko-converge papunta ng hotel. Wala na. Lahat ng Execration nasa kabilang panig ng mapa. The movement of the map is uncanny. Execration makes the right call.
Grabe, this execute looking a bit Vietnamese from the side of Execration. Magkatikit-tikit sila lahat dito sa mapa natin. But Justin's gonna fall on the TP side. That's unforeseen para sa kanya pare, considering how tight the spacing was para dito sa Execration, but no trade was gonna come anytime soon. 37 seconds, ilapag na dito yung C4. Execration, ganda na kanilang setup dito. Dalawa na dito sa TB. If Yotib dies, MVA is gonna swing right after, and Fallex does have coverage dito sa hotel side. Here comes a flash. Bulag na bulag dito si Fallex. MVA with the response. He gets one. A7J trying to jump in, pero mamamatay lang rin siya. Look at that solid line of weaponry sa TV pare. And Fervid, di sila makadaan dun.
Okay, Execration manages to cancel itong magandang lurk nila Haj at the A7J. Kasi ang tagal ni MVA sa arco pre. Kaya nga siya napapalit ng M14 kasi desididong-desidido na siya na ang gagawin dito ni A7J is going to be a lurk pa CA. So nung hindi nga nila nakuha yung control ng CA mula kay Haj, nagpa-miniter na nga lang sila, and every movement of Execration has been perfect since. With the exception na nahuhuli si Justin, ang laking bawi na nakuha nila yung post plant. Now Yotib gets the angle over to A7J. It has been very questionable para kay A7J na i-challenge yun palagi, knowing na ang nakikita lang natin doon is yung ulo ni Yotib. That is a huge sight advantage para dito kay Yotib. It has been very detrimental para dito sa side ng Fervid na yun ngayon nangyayari sa kanilang kapitan. Now with Lance taking the ranks of the sniper dito. Shots need to be important for Fervid. Now let's look at the setup. Pabalik na ulit sila dito ng arco. They might go for B execute once again. C4 na pulot na nga 1 minute and 20 seconds. All members of Execration inside of bypass. Meanwhile, Fervid namamahinga na nga muna sa kanilang mga poste. Still playing for a possible retake.
Pero Execration, once again, this tight spacing was kind of the reason why kung bakit nanalo sila dito sa last round. Kinda was a bit anti-lurk, no? Para sa kanila dito. And since wala na dito si A7 Day sa mapa natin, no, I feel like they don't really have to worry about the bypass flank anytime soon. So pwede na nilang idiretso dito ang B-side. It is only Lance realistically possibly making an impact. CPN already down. C4 is down as well. Pero Yotib taking his sweet time sa paglabas dito ng hotel. Pero napakaganda na flash dito ni Lance, but he gets flanked at the same time. Justin finally taking over dito sa B-side na dumaan sila galing sa likod. Hadges will be getting MVA. Fallex still waiting for the swing. D nandito na sa batteries. Racer getting Justin. Fallex getting 2, pero hindi niya matatamaan ang ulo or yung bungo dito ni D. And that will be around on the GR side pare. Buti na lang.
I think these are one of the most sophisticated plays na binabata ng Fervid at na Execration for the sake of retake. Pati Cytec napakalupit nga naman. Fervid just manages to delay a lot of time. Lalong-lalo na yung pag-duel dito ni Haj nang tumagal dito ang Execration sa B-slope. Buti na nga lang nakarating kagad. Si D, Dracifer with an angle over to Justin. Grabe naman yun. Justin is now down. In a world where Fervid is struggling inside of Ankara, we now finally see a revitalized Fervid na kaya ng dumuel sa vents. Medyo may buwelo na pagdating sa mga retakes. C4 still out para sa Execration, though this might be an angle para kunin nga nila yung TB. Pero ang nakikita ko pa rin dito, Sneaky, is Execration still has that one up para humanap nga ng isa and call for that fake.
Okay, crouch peek. No, yun lang. Alam mo naman, you know the rules of the battle here, Salby. The one who crouch peeks last wins. And Yotib, it just so happens na, you know, he couldn't react to that exact move. Pero CBN, punishing si A7J, masyadong wide ng kanyang crosshair, pare. On the big door swing. And now we're on the 3 versus 4. Ayun lang, lalabas ng biglaan ang vents itong Fervid, but you have to expect this kung kayo yung Execration, especially knowing na meron na silang slight advantage dito. Fervid is gonna press the pressure forward. Pero 1 HP dito si Lance. MVA. Dadaanan niya ba dito si Dracifer? Mukhang sakto yung timing na tumalikod siya doon pare, at nalagyan pa ka ng bala ang kanyang ulo. CBN. Last one left alive, and Lance will get the headshot. Grabe naman, Fervid, a 5-4 dito sa mapa natin. Pero alam mo yun, Salvi, parang realistically hindi ko nararamdaman yung may lead yung dalawang teams natin. It kind of feels like equal blows being thrown dito sa dalawang teams.
Parang nasa 1-1 pa rin tayo, no, Stevie? Like, Fervid is just exchanging these playmakers.
Pakalikit ang labang.
Kung nakabaw si B. Or na 3.
Ako lang eh.
Okay, dalawa ka dyan.
Sabihin ta kuya.
Okay.
Tago ka lang muna, saglit.
Pag tumagal ya, ano kaya?
Sisilip ako.
Hindi.
No need to peek, pre.
It's an IGN.
NBA said it best.
No.
Wag.
We need you for the late
And-
round, pare.
Tapos, the mere fact, pre, na nandun nga siya kasama si MVA, this makes it all sensible para si MVA yung mag-call nun mismo. Pero kung wala dun si MVA, ginawa na yun ni Yotib ng mag-isa lang.
XP na yun.
Pero
nagsasalita
mid-choke-
dun sa Albi.
Mid-choke defense, wala na nga. Para sa Execration, they're opting na dumalo na lang pa-B-side.
Is this gonna work though? Medyo late yung mga flashes. Once again, there's a secondary flash incoming for Folex. Ready dito sa TP. Kasama niya si CBN. And what a deadly duo na kailangan daanan ng Fervid. Pero walang makakadaan sa kanila, pare. Nasagasaan lahat ng miyembro na babangga dito kay Folex. Hadges trying and not succeeding. Lance na lang natitira para dito sa Fervid. Still, would not doubt this guy whatsoever. He's still very capable. Pagdating sa kanyang TRG, HE and a flash in hand. Pero USP mapapagamit siya dito. Considering na low na nga dito si MVA at si Folex and Yotib, one bullet to the head with the USP. Could be the solution to their problems. MVA spotting si Lanza na andito pa rin sa may hotel side natin. And napalipat na si Yotib paloob ng site. Napa-EBR na nga siya dito. And I feel like Execration, they are not placing any bets. Hindi sila mag-risk ng kahit ano dito, pare. Lance, you're gonna have to peek into all three members. USP in hand. Yotib double jumping para makababa dito ng TV. Ayaw talaga papasukin, pare. And NBA with the drop shot wallbang. And Execration will get the first round on the second half, pare. Grabe naman yun. Paano ka makakadaan sa ganun, pare? CBN at Folex magkatabi sa TV.
Pre, on practice, maganda yon. Kahit nga wala siguro mag-split mula lower bid, okay lang eh. Pero it has to be Folex and CBN making the play. Siguro kung merong isa, Haddes angle para magpatibi na lang. Pwede naman sana, but now, Fervid, need to learn the lesson. Tingnan natin na there could be a possibility na Fervid could do it all over again. Papabaseloop na naman sila dito. No, may iiwan si Lance. Kasi, instead of HM, opting for LA. Pero wala namang iikot siguro palabas ng A-site. Execration is so deep in mid already. Sila na mismo ang manlalason kay Lance. What is this call? Folex sasalisihan. Pero baka si CBN yung alay dito para sa Miniter. Lance sumala. And there goes the kill. Execration now. Nagkukumahog na ka for the possible sandwich play. Ito na nga si Folex. Kamuwang-muwang nga ba kay Folex na alam niya kapapasok na ka sila. Here it comes. Folex and Justin gets the play. What a 200 IQ. Justin and Folex makes the play for Exe.
And ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore, about Execration. They can play fast, they can play slow, they can play however they damn want dito sa mapa natin kasi sobrang prepared sila for those kinds of game plans at na-enable pa dito si Folex at si CBN to make very aggressive plays like that, pare. And sometimes you have to risk. And I'm glad na Execration di sila takot sumugal dito sa mapa natin kasi pagdating ng international play natin, pare, yung mga sugal, napaka-essential yan pagdating sa mga ganitong laruan, pare. And grabe. Execration looking prime and ready, pare, for the big stage. Pero masyado malaki yung stage para kay Yotib, pare. And Lance with the long jump dito sa TB.
Jumetpak dito, no? Si Lance. Grabe naman yun. Now, Fervid, one of the most stylish ways para makuha ang 4v5 has now entered into the scene. Sabi, no? Execration, the risk implication na meron nga doon sa round na yun. It's just crazy, no? Pero talaga, Fervid with the risk of their own. Folex, in the most favorite spot dito ni Sticky Frog. Papalagaba. Folex nahuli kasi lumabas. MVA now gets the double kill. CBN nahuli na naman si Lance. History repeating itself sa loob nga ng Militaire. A7J entry pero siya nangalangan na dito. CBN, kailangan mo ng lumusob. Kasi si Justin medyo nahuhuli na nga. 35 HP. And A7J gets the kill. It's backup versus IGL. A7J slays his former teammate. What a clutch for A7J.
And yun nga, it was with a classic dead round muna, pare. Masyado nang mainit ang ating labanan at this very moment. Just when you thought Execration had the round in their hands, of course, in classic A7J fashion, surviving as long as goddamn possible, pare. Lahat ng cover ni, yun nga, no, he's peeking left, right, and center, pare. And the fact na na alam niya pa dun si CBN, no? At the very last second of the round, he pulls out the USP. Absolutely amazing gameplay galing sa kanya, pare. It just seems like we're seeing it all dito sa first half natin, pare. We are seeing the pushes, we are seeing the executes, we are seeing, I think we barely have seen any fakes, no? It has been just straight up executes papunta sa mga sites natin, pare. But ayun nga, man, it kind of feels like Execration and Fervid have to pull out all the stops para lang makuha ng round win dito, pare.
We're getting treated, no, Sticky? Sa mga nakakita ng mga ganitong klaseng laruan, sana talagang humingiti ka na mula kabilang tenga. Kasi these are high-level plays, hindi lang to basta-basta talaga. Like, the amount of space na nakukuha ng Execration bilang GR, the risk that it has to be taken para sa side ng Execration na gawin yung mga plays na yun is just crazy. Yung ginagawa ng Fervid na sangkaterbang util sa binabatawa nila for A7J to entry, kahit nahuhuli nga si Lance, the act of recovery here for Fervid is just that crazy. Pero ito na ata yung pinakadikit na round na meron nga tayo, Sticky, no? Just goes to show na meron talagang depensa ang Execration at merong opensa ang Fervid. Kaya nilang pigilan yung pag-iinit dito ni Justin at ni MVA as body system sa loob ng top A. Kaya din pigilan ng Fervid yung mga pinagagawa dito nila CBN at nila Folex. So it's that balance, no, Sticky? So I love this matchup. You're definitely right on parang nakikita lang na Execration yung sarili nga nila sa isang salamin as per Vid. Probably the same sentiments as well. The one factor talaga, si A7J yung nagiging X factor dito, Sneaky, kung bakit nga nila nababasa thoroughly ang X eh.
Yeah, and of course, I think para kay A7J, no, kaya yung sinabi ko kanina, he's kind of like fulfilling yung role dito ni MZ, no, of being the guy that is gonna be kind of off-kilter yung kanyang laro dito, pare. And it kind of is required para sa kanya considering how, standard the game has been so far dito sa mapa natin. And ayun nga, it's very nice to see na yung dalawang teams natin in terms of yung macro level natin, o pwede nga natin masabi na, this could rival yung mga teams na nakikita natin dito sa international stage at EWC or maybe even dito sa ating grand finals. And this is just the evolution ng mga players natin on both sides of the map, pare. And in all honesty, ayun nga, no, it is very similar, kagaya ng sinabi ko nga kanina. The fact is, yung Execration, nakita natin yung round kanina, no, pare. That was the exact same way na nagre-retake itong Fervid. Nung nag-A-take dito, yung Execration, they were taking long, they were taking CA, making sure meron silang early positions doon bago makababa dito yung C4. And it just so happens that Execration, right place, right time para sa kanila, pare. And para naman sa Fervid, it is a bit shoddy para sa kanila yung timing, pero nagagawan pa rin nila ng paraan, pare, dahil kay A7J.
Man, it all leads back to A7J on how his influence is definitely felt para sa Fervid, no? Pero sa mga talagang ball knowers dyan, ng ating community, pag nanood ka ng mga laban tulad ng The Vicious, GK, no? Evolution Power, lalong-lalo na din talaga dito ang all gamers sa loob ng Ankara, it's definitely like this, itong Fervid versus Execration. Sa high-level strat na binabato pa lang nila MV at Folex para gawin yung ginawa nila sa bypass kanina. Yung Fervid na nagkukumahog, hinahabol ang oras para lang makakuha ng B-site entry nang hindi nagsasayang ng oras because it's that one act of destroying the tempo of the enemy team. Definitely is that coded, no? So, Execration and Fervid, world class. Best of 3 ang nakikita natin nga ngayon. A7J now takes itong control sa loob nga ng Hukay D with a good swing. Tapos Ayako Salem Brothers ang namumuno ng ating kill feed nga ngayon. Pero si CBN tatanggalan ng bumo ang dati niyang kapitan sa matches. So 4v3 still. Hindi pa stabilized dito ang Execration
Yun nga, CBN was kind of forced to full swing there, para hindi niya alam kung may nakapasta ng TB or RS. So he had to take the fight immediately dito. 2 versus 4 though. Really good mid take from the boys over at Fervid, pero Fall X adjusting yung dalawang natitira dito, para Tracer in a very nice position in spawn and headshot para dito kay D. Looking for another head-to-head dito kay Fall X. Fall X getting two. Teka lang, kumalma kayo dito, Fervid. And Lance making sure na makukuha niya yung round na yun, pare. Nilabas na ang USP, niratrat niya na, pare. And that will be a 7-6. What an opening para dito sa Fervid. A7J obviously with a better spawn, nakarating siya dito sa Hukay. At dahil distracted yung mga members dito ng Exe, D just allowed to go for the full swing para ma-secure nila yung HM control, pare.
Sabi pre, no? Nabasa na nga ni A7J na A-player palagi si Yotib. So, madali lang nila makukuha yung Hukay, no? So, with that kill, talagang naging dito ang opensa ng Fervid. Pero, kung hindi man si Yotib, si MVA naman to. Kaso tumalikod na nga, tumiwalag dito si Kapitan. MVA goes behind. Nakita na nga yun ng punishment dito for Fervid. Sa 4v4, Hutch, napakalalim nga kagad. Not even an execute here for Fervid. This is just them taking space. Pero with no duels after the MVA elimination. How will Execration be able to convert this into a round? Lalo't mga nakahawak pa rin sila ng kanya-kanya mga spawn. FERVID now amplifying itong round nila with a possible fake.
Yun nga, no? This is where the fear comes in para sa Execration. Obviously, 2-2 yung kanilang force na setup na dito, pare. And one side of the map is gonna get poured more than the other. Tracifer, masyado makulit dito sa EA. Justin will take him out with a wallbang. Pero hindi dun pa parating ang push ng ating Fervid squad. It is actually all the way in the B side, pero walang ideya dito ang Execration. They're looking at high mid. No one is looking at TB with the exception of Yote. Pero tignan mo naman ang pagkakyat dito ni D. Nakuha na agad sa CBN. And that'll be the double kill para dito kay D. The young gun stepping up to the plate para dito sa Fervid. And it's a 3 versus 2. Pero tignan mo naman yung HP ni Justin at Tifolex, pare.
Easy target practice na lang to para dito kay D. Now Folex needs to slay 3 members na puno-puno pa nga talaga ng buhay. 8 na lang para kay Folex. There goes another kill for Lance. The largest lead of the game so far, Sneaky. At kinakailangan muna mag-YB ng Execration sa mga nalalaman nila.
Kailangan, pare. Parang hindi nila naagapan yung dalawang openings na pinresent nga dito ni A7J at ni Dino dito sa mapa natin. And I was actually questioning a bit, no, Salvi, na ano kaya magiging itsura ng frontline offense dito ng Fervid, no? Especially fully knowing wala na si MZ. Wala nang space provider para dito kay D. And it just so happens na ayun nga, tama yung theory ko sa start ng game. And A7J is now taking MZ's role and kind of guiding his little brother, no? Masasabi natin na, okay, nandito yung kalaban. Lil bro, ikaw na bahala dito. You will slay the rest of these opponents and it is working out really well para ka dito sa Fervid. And Hadges doing a really nice job of being, I wouldn't say yung full lurk, no, para sa kanyang team, but he also will take yung weak side ng mapa para sa kanila dito just in case na may dadaan galing dito sa side ng Execration, which most likely meron yan, pare, especially knowing yung tendencies dito ni CBN. So Fervid covering all of the stops dito ng Execration. Execration might be forced to do something drastic dito sa mapa natin, pare.
Gano'n nga ba ka-drastic yun, pre? Kasi we've seen it all. Or baka nga ba, nakita na natin lahat after all those amazing plays ng Execration to reclaim some rounds na inaakala natin maganda na yung entry ng Fervid. I thought that was definitely the peak of Execration, pero meron pa palang ilalalim. Pero etong Fervid, they've taken the dead round time to a whole nother level, no? Parang mas napalago nga nila yung entries nga nila from D and Lance, 2 of the prodigies na meron tayo for Fervid, na very fitting, no? Ang tanging tumatalo sa depensa nila Folex and CBN are 2 formidable players din para sa side ng Fervid. Kita mo nga naman, Lance is very confident now. Yun yung sinasabi ko dito, no? We've always had this discussion, ba't nga ba nagfa-fall off si Lance sa mga ganitong klaseng senaryo? Kumpiyansa, no? Parang nahihinaan siya ng loob pag nagiging negative na nga yung KD niya, but kinda looks like he's having fun. Napapasunod niya naman dito sila A7J for the setup. At si Lance, alam mo talaga na confident yung mga angles na kinukuha niya because after those 2 fights with CBN sa Miniter, napalago niya na yung mga iba niyang pwesto na outside of those deep angles sa loob nga ng pwesto ng Execration. Ngayon, Lance taking a role as the entry na dapat talaga mas volatile. Napapadali pa para kay Lance. So I feel like Fervid, everyone now is on a roll. Hindi lang talaga si Tracifer at si Lahadje. It's definitely everyone who's taken a bit of a jump pagdating talaga sa opensa.
Uy, very quick shoutout pala, pare. Ang lahapan naman ng listahan ni Boss Cabales. Shoutout Wara, MOTV, Loco, Macta, and Crystal. And according to my brain, no, that is yung mga OG clans natin dito sa ating labanan,
Shoutout sa
pare.
Crystal.
Shout out sa MOTV, they have been around for quite a while. Parang sa mga ibang laro rin din na i-encounter ko sila dito. So shout out to MOTV specifically, pare. Pero yun nga, Fervid versus Execration, back to the ball game natin, pare. 2-3 setup, Justin on the tower side. Medyo delikado yan, pare, unless may dadaan na high main. Pero Tracifer, naspatan agad dito si Justin. Tracifer pumasok ng spawn. At napaspawn agad dito si MVA. He's gonna fall. Justin is gonna fall as well. Pero tignan mo naman yung bilis dito ng Execration para rumisponde. Folex is running on into the B-side. Go! Double kill para sa kanya! CBN getting Tracifer as well. What a plot twist dito sa push ng Fervid na dapat sila yung nasa lead at the moment. Pero yung problema ka lang, all 3 members counted para sa Execration na pumasok na dito ng B-side. A7J in a very weird spot pero mali yung tinitignan na dito para left, right, or center. Folex, easy gonna know about this pero meron palang kahon. Pero check na yung kanyang corner. Good mechanics from your boy. Checking every single one. And pakiramdam ko, pare, kahit 3 yung dumaan dito sa exit, it will be a full rain through. Pero dahil nga na-distract na ni A7J ng medyo matagal ang mga players dito ng Execration.
Sneaks!
Is it planted for tower? Mukhang hindi. CBN,
Look at this.
a bit late on the check. Nag-fake pa sila ng defuse pare.
Rinig na,
Pero
rinig
di pumasok at masyado nang late na pumasok dito sa ating A site. That will be a defuse and Execration winning off of the timeout.
Split second na pre na hindi siya nakapasok ng RS doon. Could have saved a lot of time para dito kay D for that attempt. Grabe yung pagbaliktad na Execration. The gun spoke. Nung hindi nga nila magalaw yung mga paanga nila, no, Sneaky, the Execration defense once again prevailed. And FERVID will be doing an attempt once again to make it a deep push sa kalog nga na HM. Pero Execration gumagawa din ng sarili nga nila play. Nalalapasan na nga nila yung LA nga ngayon with Lance. Siya nga ande-depensa possibly pero wala naman siyang makukuha. Atras ang Execration as A7J falls. Here comes two players now inside of Execration's office, no, pre, sa loob nga ng hotel. Para ma-cut off lahat ng manggagaling nga dito. B-slow players inside of B for FERVID. Here comes the plant.
Yeah. And I feel like Execration also recognizing na kailangan nila maglaro na medyo unconventional dito pare. So a forward defense para sa kanila. Luns will be getting fall next though. Big loss para sa kanilang retake. Here comes the flash towards TP. MVA, nakuha na nga dito si Luns. Pero Hatches with a good hold dito sa TP so far. MVA will be getting him. Pero buhay na buhay pa kasa dito. On-site. 15 seconds, HC to the head, pero buhay na buhay pa rin. D will go for the full swing gamit ang kanyang USP. D time and time again, saving FERVID from certain doom. And 9-7 men, akala ko Execration nasa kanila yung upper hand, pero FERVID naging plot twist ng second half.
Grabe men. Kumpara mo naman yung dined round ng FERVID laban timeout ng Execration. Araw-gabi talaga yun, no? FERVID elevating their plays, especially from the lethalness dito ni Hadje, no? Grabe nga naman ang entries ng FERVID despite a very good kill count para sa side ng Execration. Mapa 1v2 pa nila yon. Sa dami ng plot twist ng mapa na to, Sneaky, kala mo pelikula talaga, pero baka pelikula nga naman talaga ang nakikita natin dito. The amount of action na fino-force ng FERVID na nakakasabay naman ng Execration and vice versa. It's just that crazy.
Grabe men. Yung matagal na natin inaantay na series is living up to expectations. Pero Polex spamming the vent site. Pero tumulod naman dito si Hadges. D will be getting Justin as well. Wala ng tao dito sa A site. Para sa Execration. Flash on Hadges. MVA having to do some early damage dito sa mga players na nasa top A. First spray. Headshot agad para kay Hadges though. 3 versus 2. Low itong si D at si Hadges. So it will be an A. Wala na silang HE para sasabihin ko pa lang they need to throw an HE in the middle. Out in the open. CBN and Yotiv going for the full swing. Wala pang plant na naibaba dito. They want to guarantee the frags first. CBN will be walking in. Hadges will be going down. D going down as well. Pero Yotiv tried to go for the drop shot. But of course, how poetic. The head-to-head. Luns will be getting Yotiv and FERVID taking Ankara in a absolutely surprising fashion pare. Hindi ko to in-expect. Galing sa kanila, I was expecting more of a disconnected FERVID dito sa mapa natin. Pero hindi natin nakita yun, men. I was thinking na,
Grabe, men.
you know, Hadges will have a hard time kind of adjusting dito sa role ni MZ considering how hard it is. Pero sinabi dito ni A7J, hindi. Ako na lang maglalaro ng role namin. You would be playing more of the anchorish, you know, second entry, third entry kind of style para dito sa FERVID. And it worked beautifully dito sa Ankara pare. D was also popping off as well.
Man, pubikit ka lang. Marami kang mamimiss out na mga action dito, no? Sa sobrang bilis. Bilang lang sa daliri, Sticky, na nagiging segundo yung natitira dito sa oras nga natin. FERVID and Execration exchanging BL sides. Tapos yung pasok nga nila sa loob nga ng site, 1 minute and 30, 1 minute and 20. FERVID always forcing these amazing fights of HM, pati na nga rin sa TB. Execration wants to duel sa LA. Naging hesitant nga sila. Bumalik nga sila, playing for that possible retake. Pero nung rumisponde naman sila, ubos naman pre. Everything na binatong flowchart ng FERVID at umikot lang din kay A7J kasi siya nga yung absolute caller dito ng FERVID pre. The level of dueling ng FERVID mula nung week 3 hanggang week number 4, grabe nga naman talaga yung pinagkaiba men. Yung approach na binabato talaga ni Lance pati na nga rin ni D nang makuha talaga nila yung mga easy double kills. Napakaganda nga naman talaga. For them to have this amazing setup wala kay A7J and Dracifer is definitely gold para sa Fervid. Man, Execration, where did it all go wrong? Hindi na tayo nakasabay sa agos ng Fervid at tayo'y magkikita-kita na nga sa loob ng Black Widow. Pero syempre, marami pang masasabi dyan ng ating panel. Standing by, Mochi and Bipolar. Anong masasabi nyo?
Parang marami kaming masasabi dito na maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, Sticky Frog, and as well as Salvatore. Una sa lahat, yung ating predictions, wala na kaagad. Second, ang tindi ng Fervid right now. And it does seem that the substitution of Haj dito sa kanilang lineup definitely made sense. And third, parang pinagbiyak na buko yung galawan nila dito sa mapa natin, Bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, it's this, ito nga sinabi natin, no Mochi, it is almost, parang mirror matchup lang tayo dito, no? You have Execration and Fervid having similar playstyles, having similar firepower, pero kung makikita mo dito ngayon, no, that's like mix up dito sa ating roster for the side of Fervid na sa A7J nga nag-lurk na lang, actually got the role of MZ. Sabi nga din ni Haj, sige, I'll just play itong second entry natin, or at least yung ating anchorage tool nga sinabi ni Sticky Frog was the key factor para makuha natin dito yung big wins for Fervid, especially in the BL side dito ng Fervid na nakawala sila ng todong-todo, napa-force out pay timeout ng Execration, and after that, timeout win mula sa Execration, sabi ng Fervid, we can close this out immediately kasi grabe si Haj, tumatama yung mga ulo niya dito every time that HK is online, he gets headshots. Pero on the GR side or on the post plant naman dito nung nasa BL side pa tayong Execration, ang ganda, Mochi. You saw it, great place, great post plant place kung saan kung makakapasok man kayo, you're already dead. There was a good spot dito mula kay CBN para kay Fall X na on the GR side in the first few rounds dun sa ating second half. Talagang it was a body-body system and that's so scary.
Yes.
You have two high-ranking top fraggers in terms of headshots going at you and just playing as two. A duo that can battle up against 5 is crazy, pero sabi ng Fervid, we can still outfrag you with the help of A7J, with the help of Tracifer. Ang daming gambles, ang daming bets, ang daming set plays, pero all it took was Fervid taking their sweet time and actually executing them. I would like to say na wala naman masyadong firepower, wala naman talagang masyadong spotlight dito for our snipers, pero a little commendation dito para kay Lance kasi he won those fights up against Yotim. Nakita mo naman yon from picks dito sa may LA, pag mag-retake sa GRSI dito si Lance, he got the kill kay Yotim na nag-aantay lang sa mini-dev. And even when they were on the BL side, napipita si Yotim sa very comfortable spot ka dito sa TV, pero at the end of the day, man, Haj, di na naman kailangan mag-doubt because you absolutely rained hellfire up against Execration. And for them to do this in the first set, ang gandang simula niyan. Mochi, look at that, Haj! 18 kills and 12 deaths! 100% rating, just like Folex na 21 and 30.
Grabe, no? Itong dalawang players natin definitely stood up to the occasion. But unfortunately here, no, I feel like natamasa ni Yotim ang kanyang kryptonite na ang kanyang kapwa sniper nitong si Lance. And also, given yung mga switch roles din nila dito, no, which is very, very interesting to say the least dito sa Fervid. Kasi parang nagkakaroon ng additional layer of thinking dito si Execration, and knowing that they rely on the collaborative decision making, it requires a lot more time for them to actually think of things what to do next, especially that they always react on the fly. And as much as we definitely acknowledge the structure na meron dito for Execration, well, oh my, such of a challenge na inilapag sa kanila dito ng Fervid, no? At parang yung binanggit nila dito na pagbawi for Fervid, parang nalagyan pa ng question mark. Kasi ang nag-sub-in natin dito lang naman ng MVP dito sa mapa ng Ankara, definitely proving na siya ang alas, siya ang sikretong sangkap para manalo ang Fervid dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara.
Alam mo, Nice Katol, you're cooking up something, no, for this Fervid squad, and putting Haj up against Execration was the best decision so far that you have made. Oh my goodness. Bonjour sa'yo, Haj, no? Kasi parang pwede talaga makaabot ng EWC kahit si Haj eh.
There is that potential indeed, no? Parang hindi na natin makakaila given this type of structure. Nakikita natin sa dalawang teams natin ngayon, no? Pero parang na one-upan nga lang nga talaga itong si Execration, now FERVID. And this is the introduction na meron tayo sa ating matchup. So far, it is still Execration against FERVID Esports na sa ngayon, grabe ang ipinakita ng FERVID. But the question is, will Execration be able to top that sa ating susunod na mapa? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan na.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Uy, grabe! Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa ating labanan na kung saan nakita na natin kung ano nga bang meron. At nagkaroon tayo ng gantong mapa, gantong lineup, gantong sub-in para dito sa FERVID Esports. At ngayon, I wonder, would the same thing happen sa ating susunod? At tingin mo ba makakabawi ang Execration dito, Bipolar?
Ayun na nga na, Mochi, hindi natin alam kung ano yung mangyayari dito just because itong players natin have never played itong Black Widow for the entirety of group stage. Alam natin, kaya, nag 8v8 naman itong mga to, alam nila mag-set plays, especially for the likes of FERVID, but for Execration, we don't really have a question mark, but we are excited for them to actually give us a power dito sa ating Black Widow, especially that these sides will be very, very fruitful. Plus, kung hindi natin nakita na naglaban ang ating Stars ng todo dito and nag-pop off parang palagi lang good for one dito sa mapang Tamochi in Black Widow, saka natin may kita yun. And it's gonna be amazing, no, na we have a map that can actually give a lot of plays para sa individual players natin. It's not just set plays, but the clutch potentials will be at an all-time high and we might have a very interesting game. Hopefully, we go into New Mexico para mas matamis, no, at aariba pa tayo hanggang mamaya.
Lalong gugulo, no? Pero pinatapak tayo dito sa ang kartas ngayon, ito, tapos mamaya New Mexico. Imagine, no? Imagine the potential of the things na maaaring mangyari dito sa mga mapang ito, lalong-lalo na with how FERVID is actually performing right now. Pero, then we'll see kung meron nga bang bira at bawi dito ang Execration. Ipasa na natin to sa ating mga casters Salvatore and Sneaky Frog.
Thank you, Mochi and Bicolor. Tayo dadako na nga sa pinaka out of this world na mapa, no? That being Black Widow. Kalahin mo nga naman, second time in the day na napili nga tong mapa nga na to, Sneaky. So, feeling ko, bumabalik na nga si Black Widow bilang Philippines best na mapa eh. Pero, FERVID to pull Black Widow out of the ordinary dito, no? After prioritizing Eagle Eye or even Port for countless amount of times, dito na papasok bigla yung Black Widow. A matchup na ang kalaban pa nila is Execration, di ba? Like, bakit ito na? Ba't bigla na lang naglalabas ng surprise ang FERVID sa isang series na alam mo talagang malaki yung stakes?
I think very well aware naman dito yung FERVID, no, pagdating sa inexperience dito ng Execration, and they probably prepared it beforehand na okay, this is gonna be the map na mag-guarantee sa atin na, you know, makakapasok tayo dito sa playoffs or at least give us the 5th win, no, that is very well coveted para sa kanila at the moment. And since wala tayong statistics, no, on both teams dito sa Albi, parang we really have to draw from individual experiences here galing sa mga players natin, you know, kagaya nga dito ni A7J, the Dracifer, obviously, nung nakasama pa nila si Folex, no, back in the day. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Vanguard back in the day, they had the nasty Black Widow, pare. And honestly, one of the best B-side takes that you can ask for, yung mga papatong sila dun sa big box right next to the window, pare. And they would just wait there the entire time. And honestly, yun nga, no, one of the best innovations I've seen as of recent, to. Pero medyo kalat na kasi experience natin on the side of the Black Widow. Yun nga, no, since Folex, CBN on the other side of the server na nga dito, pare. But at the same time, yun nga, no, CBN as well. Matches had a really, really good Black Widow back in the day. If I'm not mistaken, they were one of the best Black Widow teams nung when he was still wearing that white and red jersey, pare. And of course, with the Macta players, alam mo naman natin yan, Black Widow, one of their favorites. But here comes the comms.
Ooh! Oh, sniper, pisto ko.
1 HP yung yung lads. Paalang naman, nagpahulog.
Dalawang Arctic pa rin yata. May naka-Arctic
na.
Ay, nako.
Kill ko sarili kong hype eh, no?
To be fair, no, ginagawa ko rin yan, man. You're also very well aware of it. Sometimes you have to hit in your own shots, pare. Kasi minsan nagugulat mo rin yung sarili mo eh.
Drop shot eh, no? Ay, nako. Pro players never fail to amaze me talaga, pre. Pero sa LB, kung may nangyari malupit, posible nga bang may mangyari malupit dito lang sa may A side. A7J, good defense. Justin, nakuha na kasi edge dito. A7J, di man lang nakalingon. Papuntang S at pasok na ang tatlo sa loob ng A side. Retake now for FERVID.
Honestly, it could be the best thing na he can ask for, no? Dun sa ganun sitwasyon, para nakakuha pa siya na isa na naan dito sa long, open things up or open another entrance up, no? Para sa kanilang retake. Pero CBN having to be responsible for both window and itong long A. Pero yun nga, spotted na nga siya ng isang long player natin. Dracifer confirming on CBN, pero Lance mamamatay dito sa window. AD spotted on short. Good shot though. Galing dito kay Folex. Gets the golden. 15 seconds left. Dracifer kailangan na pumasok. Wala na masyadong oras ang C4, pero mahuhulog na lang siya dito sa long A. Really good early positions being taken dito ng FERVID, pero Execration with the better shots.
Okay, Execration, parang kinansela agad yung pag-ceremonies dito na nilans laban kay Yotib with a bit of a very ballsy push dun sa loob ng S. Problema nga lang dun talaga, no, for Execration, it was definitely a risk that they were worth taking for, no? Pero Fervid, I feel like na wala naman masyadong mata sa loob nga ng S, and Execration saw this as an opportunity for them to rush it in. Forcing the 3v3, napakalayo nga ni Dracifer, so the separation of fights was easy para sa Exe. Ngayon, not a lot of action now sa loob nga ng S. Kasi nga, Execration is prioritizing that they might go for LA instead. Probably go for S once again. Actually, no, nung nakita nga nilang bakante yung stage, baka pwede naman silang pumunta nga ng S and A7J! Papakausap kita sa referee. Pero Polex, pasok na nga dito. No? Hodge now gets him down. Justin alongside MVA, the former Pacific Macta brothers. Here comes the body system. Body-body nga talaga sila. And A7J takes one out of the two brothers. Justin left all alone. LA stranded. Ang kapal ng usok. Di man lang makita ni Justin yung kalaban niya. 2 kills from Fervid inside of the smoke. Kitang-kita mo kung sino may X-ray ngayon.
Yun nga, both A7A and Lons as well now starting to rocking double sniper setup, no, which could be very effective pagdating sa mapa ng Black Widow up until that point. Pero
Sila
NBA
din.
also kinda known for his sniping, pare. He's gonna get that short play. But at the same time, kung ikaw si Hadges dito or at least si A7J, you know, you would want to see if you can get a bit of a risky gamble, no, especially knowing na baka mapatay mo pa yung sniper dito sa high mid, pare.
Oh, grabe nun, pre. For Hodge to contest yung frame, no, hindi siya sniper. Gotta give props, ha? It's like, okay, bros. Okay, boss. Nasa epical ata tayo.
Who you
Pero
feeling
mali
like?
mo nga naman, it was information. Arco nakalampas na nga dito ang Execration. Meanwhile, Dracifer and the rest of the crew stacking dito sa ating stage. Meanwhile, win B player now for the side of Fervid. The Dracifer gets cleared. And there goes the kill. Dina with a fall X kill. CBN. Papalitan din to kagad now. Yotib, saan ka nang galing? Gets the lurk on POC. Kitang 20. Piso na lang si A7J. Once again, Sneaky Frog, we're getting treated into an execution fiesta sa loob ng Black Widow. 4v1, A7J left all alone sa stage. Saktong-sakto, kitang-kita sa lahat ng mga mata ng tao. Diyan ka mamamatay sa entablado. 2-1 Execration.
Yun nga, man, and that is a execute as old this time, no? Pagdating dito ng Black Widow, pare, 4 players on the B side, tas biglang may lalabas ng long, which just so happens to be the sniper. And it is effective, no, whether or not na nakahawak siya ng sniper or rifle lang as long as ma-provide na nga yung pressure galing dito sa backside. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, 5 versus 4 at the start of the round, nahulma na agad dito ng Execration kung anong game plan yung kailangan nilang gawin. Pero Fervid, not deterred by yung last round natin, pare. Dracifer in a really good position. You have to double jump in this spot, so is this gonna be checked?
Dracifer. Sila na mismo sasagot yan, Sticky. Na-check naman nila. Kaso kailangan nila ng unang alay dito. With a 1-for-1 exchange. Sa MVA, nakatanggap nga din ng onting bawas sa kanyang buhay. So I technically can still think na that is going to be a 2-for-1. No? Inaantay lang talaga natin yung turnover nito para sa side ng Fervid. Ngayon, MVA still with the Arctic. Very lethal indeed. Parang wala na ata nakikita success dito si Yotib. Kaya bumalik na nga siya ng HM. Probably reuniting with Execration sa loob nga ng LB. On store. Kailangan ila i-clear. Folex hindi nga sumusubok. B-site is definitely hard to retake. At yun yung gusto dito na Execration. Mahirapan ng Fervid na mga lakap ng pwesto. The problem is, Fervid does have a very good setup na hindi pinapayagan ng Execration with this lethal high-low.
And it'll just get harder, no? If ever pupunta nga sila dito sa B-site, smokes will make it very hard to see kung merong tao na naandito na nakapatong kung nasan yung posisyon ni D. However, different round, Execration. Sabi nila, mid na lang tayo dadaan. Kung may smoke dito sa B, might as well go mid. Pero problem is, fast reactions gotta get A7J. A7J with a quick scope dito kay CB and Folex. Getting taken down by Hadges. Yotib at MVA na lang natitira. Both on the sniper. MVA having to hold that the entire round considering he did kill the short player. Pero yun lang, Hadges will be getting Yotib, MVA, the last one left alive. And I'm not sure if he can do much with this sniper, pare. Pero makukuha niya pa dito si D. MVA pretty good on the HK470. Pero nandito na si A7J. A bit too excited para mapanalo yung round natin, pare. 8 seconds left, the
bullets.
C4 miles away at tinalon na lang dito ni Hadges. Grabe naman yun, men. What a back and forth.
Artie, Hadj is the answer to everything, pre. Si Hadj ang sagot sa mga nakakatakot na tanong. At kung bakit nga ba pinalitan si MC kalagitnaan ng series, ito na nga ang pinakamalakas na sagot. Fervid with one of the most CBF calls dito. Lance ng boga ng dalawa. Wala man lang nagawa si Yotib para makapag-rebat man lang. So now, Execration on the opposite end. Si NBA naman gagawa para sa Exe, but it's still a 4v3. Now a 3v3 dahil dito kay NBA. A one-man wrecking crew ngayon, si El Capitan. Lance going back to LA. Yun lang palang ginawa ni NBA. Pre, ang pakay niya lang i-clear itong Storby para makabuelo sila Justin.
I think aware naman dito yung Execration. Just like what I said about the habits of Fervid, they love to extend their leads or immediately try to go for the plays dito sa mapa natin. Pero A7J spotting, pero napalabas siya ng kabaong, pero mamamatay lang rin siya. Hadj rounding the corner. Smoke nades, flashbangs, diretso na lang, pero Folex ready. Gamit ang kanyang USP, was waiting for that swing. Lance na lang natitira. Granted, ang ganda ng boga mo sa dalawa na naan dito sa long, pero kailangan mo pa pumoga ng tatlo dito, pero USP ang gagamitin niya. Folex on very low HP, napaakyat dito sa window B. Spotted na nga si NBA pero nabawasan na nga siya dito. Justin making it easy for him, just shooting him in the head. Execration collect a point.
Well, this is one heck of a game, no? Talagang challenge ng Fervid lahat ng mga pushes dito na Execration, especially pag sumusubok nga sila na mag-LA, pati pa LB, no? Lance doing the same thing all over again. Now with the smoke. Baka sakaling makapanlason nga si Lance.
Bulok.
Flash, hindi na-apektuhan masyado. CBN now gets Lance. Kailangan na nga umatras doon ni Lance because it's going to be too much. But I feel like he saw CBN and Yotib. Pero dahil nga doon, the punishment and the over-aggression was just too much now for Fervin. Hindi na nga makakapaldo doon si Lance. Now on the opposite end, after LA, after nga nila maklear to, dito naman sila ngayon sa LB. Ibang posisyon na nga si Dracifer. But will it be a different outcome? A7J with the crossfire sa may CB. Napakaganda for Fervid. Pero isa lang ang makukuha dito ni CBN as they get the first contact now. Nakikita yung barrel. Yotib na lason and CBN miraculously with 11 HP gets a 7J. Hadj left all alone. Imagine makuha niya dito si CBN. He's gonna get it. Yotib nakatago and C4 down inside of LB. Sixth man versus main man. Arctic versus HK. Hadj nakita na nga. Yotib sumupok. And there goes the swing. And Yotib wins the fight. How the hell is that possible? And Execration. Largest lead so far.
Nawalan ng bala doon si Hadj at the very last second at nakabawi naman dito si Yotib. Kaltok and the body shots para sa kanya, pare. And what a resounding return to form para dito sa Execration. They needed that one. Especially to get back into this game. For sure, nagulat doon yung Fervid para they thought they had the upper hand dito sa round natin. Honestly, ang ganda ng positioning na nakita natin dito sa bridge from Dracifer and dito kay Lance, pero hindi nila na-maximize, pare. Unfortunately. That was supposed to be a point for Fervid, pero ayun nga, this series is full of plot twists, pare.
Yotib, ewan ko na lang kung napatagos po to sa metal. Pati sa kahoy ng Ter. And now Lance repositioning. Babalik nga siya ng POC dito, which is very scary. Kalahin mo ka naman, Lance, both on head glitch angles. Pero nandun si CBN for the insurance policy. Pero teka lang ha, after garnering LB control, dito na nga sila sa LA. Nagulat na lang si Lance, Hadj and D. Gonna get 2 kills para sa side of Fervid. A7J fully aware na meron na nga nasa sa S. Pero Dracifer taking down MVA. Cancels any push for Execration. Late entry nga si Yotib pero inaasahan niya na mabibigyan siya ng space. It's now down to Yotib once again. You did it last round pero dalawa na ang kalaban mo. Masyadong malakas ang dalawa para sa isa. Buti naman tumama na ang mga numero dito sa laron to. Fervid finally putting back the lead to 1.
Sakto rin yung ego dito ng Fervid, pero hold that thought, pare. D pushing towards mid-side, just taking out Justin. CBN will get one in return, pero Lance, look at this aggression though, galing kay Fervid. All sides of the map may fight. Sa sitwasyon na to, pati si Hadj na panalo na yun sa kanya. CBN with a trade-off para sa kanyang teammate, pero yung problema, mag-isa na lang siya dito sa base. Alam nila na magagaling siya ng alley at nasa loob na siya ng base. CBN, headshot king, pero nag-climb up na lang dito si Dracifer for the full spray. And Fervid, grabe na tie up na nila agad yung game. All that momentum galing sa X now gone.
All goes back to the matches game, Sneaky. Did they over-prepare against Virtus Pro and Stallions para dumikit talaga ang Fervid? And now, Execration leading the kill feed ng mabilisan lang para kainin ko yung mga sinabi ko, no? Lance and A7J falling, 2 snipers. Pero si Haj, tila napapalit ka agad eh, no? Wala pa naman nababatong bala dito. Si Haj and Dracifer nakaltukan. Yotib wants to go for the wallbang. Pero mas tumatama yung EBR ni Dre. Finally, Yotib. And Dracifer with an ego. Sinlaki ng mundo. Grabe nga naman, 2v5. Imagine if D and Haj, the standout sa Ankara, na hanggang ngayon nararamdaman pa rin sa Black Widow, could pull this off. Now Justin swinging, there goes the headshot. Masyado na mahirap to para kay Haj. 1v5, now on the Arctic. Sumala ang Boga, Yotib. Laban dito kay Haj, parang nakita na natin to. Pero si Haj na ang nanalo, drops down. Napakadami sa loob ng B site, the hardest site to retake. Tanggap na ni Haj.
Yeah. I mean, with a sniper, no, it's basically next to impossible at this point. Haj just gonna use the rest of the time to talk to his team about this defense, or about this offense rather, na nalaroin nila dito sa second half. And honestly, once again, it's not a bad half for either team. Dito sa mapa natin pa rin, nakita natin yung strengths at weaknesses ng dalawang team. Obviously, nakita natin yung napakagandang map movement dito ng Fervid as Haj will be finished off. Pero Execration, man, at the same time, parang paganda ng paganda yung mga salo nila dito sa mga rounds natin. And at the same time, they're also starting to play their own style, which is more brash, more assertive na Crossfire na gusto makita sa kanila, pare. Pero Fervid, kanina pa sila umu-opensa, pare, pero ngayon, they're on the PL side and they will be incentivized to go aggressive. At si Lons, may kita na si Justin na nasa short. A7J going for the full swing. Namatay na agad si Yotib, na leg lang siya dun.
What is this round?
And Haj on the long side. Fall X out in the open. CBN spotted dito sa stage at sa entablado na lang dito si CBN nakatayo. Pero yan yung pinakadelikadong lugar, especially knowing na naka-EBR yung mga players ng Fervid. But you're gonna be put on a highlight reel kung di nyo siya mapatay. And finally, they finish him off. Fervid around on the board. Pero ito yung sinasabi ko sa Albi, pag nakatungtong na sila sa BL side, doon na sila mag-green light.
25 seconds, Dicky. Inaabot nung round na yon para makuha ng Fervid ang 4. Hindi 3, hindi 2, hindi Boga mula kay Lance. 4 ang nakuha ng Fervid in the span of 25 seconds, pre. And now, Execration on defense. Nakatago lang dito sa may welcome, pre. Medyo alanganin nga to. Lalo't pwede nga mabombahan dito si CBN, pero parang di ata nagmamatsyag ang Fervid. They need the timing. CBN wants to play it right. Anya nga munang pumikta. Kita na kasi Dracifer gets the adjustment. Drop down si D. Pabalik na nga ng BR nga ngayon. Very dangerous spot para sa side ng Fervid. They do not want to contest it anymore. Masyado nang marami natanggap na bala si D.
Yeah, but I think that wasn't the intention dito ng Fervid, no, Salvi? I think they really wanted to start the fight dito sa HP as fast as possible para mapunta dito yung attention ng Execration sa B-side. Pero hindi sila naloko dun eh. CBN was just sitting still the entire time dito sa hagdan natin, pare. And I think they're very fully well aware na Fervid, they do like to make a bit of noise on one side of the map and pop out of the other, pare. So Execration not deterred whatsoever. Dracifer even losing his life in the process with a very good angle galing kay CBN. Pero Folex also somewhat in danger. Nasa loob ng smoke itong si E7J. Peeking left, peeking right, and flicking at the right time. Folex is now down on the short side, 4 versus 4. Kailangan pa makakuha ng isa dito si A7J, pero NBA a bit smart with his peaks. A7J dumiretso, di man lang chinek yung corner. And CBN with another nice angle dito sa B-side, spotting D on the boxes. And Lons and Haj, the last 2 left alive. Part of that OG Fervid roster na nakita natin not too long ago. But can they save this one in the present? Flash dito kay Haj, pero hindi siya masyado nabulag dun, pare. 2 tao na nasa loob ng HP. And Haj will be getting CBN with an HE. Pero Justin, yun na nga, man. Stuck na dito si Haj dito sa HB. And it will be around for Execration, man. Tuloy-tuloy lang yung back and forth.
Fervid needs to break this once again. It kind of looks sloppy sa loob nga ng Storbinos, Niggy. Now, they want to attempt itong A-site nga na to na kung saan pumaldo nga sila kanina from Lance. Good round for Execration, but now Fervid needs to one-up this with a possible rush. Grabe nga naman ang paninira ng tempo. What a meta here for Fervid. MBA, nasa baba lang ng Ares ngayon. Gets the headshot over to Dracifer. Gets the second. Hudge, pasok na nga sa slope natin dito. Folex hindi pa rin nagpapakita. It's a double sniper dito sa loob ng site. Pero si Lance makakuha ng isa. And now si Lance na lang ang natitira nga dito on the opposite end. Walang nagawa ang Fervid sa entry nila sa LA. And Lance would have been a good asset para makuha ang split. Pero wala na kang nangyari as Execration. My God, CBN. Niratulan mo lang si Lance, tas headshot pa yun.
Di ba lang nakascope, no? Dito si Lance, pare. And a 7-5 para sa Execration. And this is where they can do most of their work. Pare, A7J, dire-diretso lang dito sa mid, pare. Pero si Justin, he was spotting those doors the entire time. And A7J, mali yung kanyang movement, pare. Dire-diretso lang papuntang rampa. And Justin with a better angle at that very moment. Pero D will be trying to get the trade for his big brother, pare. Problema nga lang, tignan mo yung setup ng Execration. They're not really incentivized to get any more map control ngayon, pare.
Atong mahirap pre, no? Say FERVID, they went hyper-aggressive and parang feeling ko natitla na nga ng Execration kung ano dapat ang maging lethalness ng approach nila sa mga laban, which is definitely going to be very much aggressive as well, no? Polex gets the shot over to Hudge, pero hindi gumagawa nga ng milagro nga dito para ma-cut off. Teka lang, napakaraming bawas naman dito for the Execration. HP bars, Dracifer playing 180, CBN nagkakasalisihan, napaikot, and there goes finally the kill. Pero magiging 3v2 pa ka to. Dracifer has whole B-side, kailangan bilisan ni Polex. Narinig na nga, and there goes the retake for Execration.
Yan, D. Just gonna be the late activation dito sa may metal box natin, pare. Dracifer will be the guy doing the distraction the entire time, fitting for an attacker. Pero Polex getting D. Dracifer, hindi na in-expect yun, pare. What a retake galing dito sa Execration. I was thinking na medyo matagal pa magpipik dito si D, pare, pero hindi. Isa pa yung unang namatay.
Ang bilis nun. That is crazy. The layering ng Execration para i-double swing kagad si Dracifer. It usually happens na may onting delay pa, papasok ng site para lang ma-check kung si Dracifer nga ba talaga ay nasa close. Napakabilis nga naman ang presence of mind for Execration to play the retake. They managed to convert the 2v3. A7J! Masyado nang makulit si Justin. Subok sa HM. Ayan, binigyan na nga ni A7J. With a major lead for Execration, this is now the best time para makapag-experiment ka sila. And experiment they did. What a split from S all the way to LB. Lance nakapasok na nga. Possible entry now for Execration. Pero si Hudge, nalimutan nila. Nakapasok ng win A galing LA. Yotib now gets the silhouette of Hudge. 2v3, napakagulo pero napakabilis naman sa FERVID. This is the pacing that we all want para sa FERVID. 2v1 na nga lang. CBN 45 HP still good for 2 hits mula sa EBR. Pero paano mo i-retake ng 1v2 ang B-site?
Grabe. CBN has already 17 kills, 8 headshots in dito sa laruan natin, pare. With an HK417, this kid can produce miracles. Dracifer and A7J taking the safest spots possible. However, dito sa loob ng B-side. Pero kung tama yung swing dito ni CBN, if he can catch Dracifer out in the open, pwede pa to, pare. And here comes the smoke takes. That's a 1 tap and a 2! Oh my goodness, CBN! Tamang-tama yung nickname sa'yo, pare. Headshot machine indeed. And you give him an HK417, anything is possible dito, pare.
19 strong para kay CBN.
2 bullets, by the way.
Pre, hardest site to retake pero binasican lang ni CBN. Fight still continues. Wala nang oras para sa seremonyas. A7J gumagawa din ng highlight na para ka sa kanya. Di daw the headshot. Indeed, what is this game? Nakakapaliw nga naman talaga. 3 para kay A7J, 2 para kay D. FERVID 6-9.
Yun nga, just because FERVID's losing doesn't mean that they're gonna take this lying down, pare. Tamang triple sack lang dito sa A-long. Pero titignan natin, D on the B side of the map this time. USP sa kanyang kamay, pero dediretso naman siya dito sa CB. Spotted na ka dito si Polex. Polex will be taken down. Justin could be up next. Taps galing dito kay D, pero mamamatay rin sa dito kay Yotib. Yotib na on short. Still peeking out in the open kahit may tao sa talunan. Grabe na, napaka-ballsy mo, Yotib. And this is what I want to see. This is that erratic sniper na nakita natin sa QRD, pare. And
Balik ka,
Yotib
balik ka.
looking for more.
He's doing it again.
Hunting.
He's
Spotting
doing it
itong si A7J. It's a highlights exchange. And Yotib looking for the jugular of Lance. Pero dalawa pa nga ang natitira para sa Execration. It just so happens to be the two highest fraggers. Yotib at CBN ang kailangan daanan dito ni Lance. And what a mounting challenge.
Sabi men, 15 and 21 para sa Execration. Yung top fraggers pa talaga yung natira para sa Exe. Lance, wala nang mas Everest pa kay CBN at kay Yotib. Lance can now finally make his way to LB, pero di ibig sabihin magpapalaro ng rating dito si CBN at si Yotib. Gagawa ka sila ng sarili nga nilang play. What a call. Kung sino man nag-initiate nga neto para makat off si Lance. And now Lance not looking at his flank. Pinadaan na nga lang din. Nagkasalisihan, di ko rin sure pre.
window B.
Because of the observation. Teka lang ha. CBN now and Yotib, narinig na nga ng dumot-dot. Wala nang problema pa dito para kay CBN. Lance now masyadong hyper-aggressive. Huli kay CBN. Execration. Dadali tayo sa New Mexico. 10-6, Black Widow secured by Exe.
And sabi na nga ba dito, Salvatore, this series was not made to be just done with a 2-0. This is made to go all 3 games, especially considering how close in terms of level yung dalawang teams natin naglalaro at this very moment, pare. Grabe, nabuhayan ako ng loob dito, men, kasi ayun nga, men, you know I'm a macro nerd. You're a macro nerd, pare, and this is possibly one of the best macro games na nakita natin from both of these teams. It's like a chess match, a checkers, backgammon at this point, pare. Lahat na ng board games nilalaro na ng dalawang teams natin, and just so they can get a win on the board. And absolute cinema, fitting pa lang dito sa ating game number 1 at 2. Paano pa kaya itong game 3, New Mexico? Alam ko, I usually hate this map, pero in the hands of Fervid and Execration, pare, pakiramdam ko, we are gonna see some weird stuff and it's gonna be special, pare.
Hindi nyo man naririto palagi sa amin, pero men, yung New Mexico na yan, kailangan namin makita yung punong dulo. Ayaw namin ng 10-2, ayaw namin ng 10-3, ayaw namin ng 10-4. Dikit sana tulad ng first 2 sets na meron nga tayo, because this competition just keeps getting better and better. Lalo't mabilis yung pacing ng Angkara at Black Widow. Tamang-tama lang sa timplahan ng mapa tulad ng New Mexico, no? Masasabi nga ba talaga na Execration at Fervid na ini-expect ka nilang mapa na to? Malamang sa malamang hindi, lalo't nakalampas lang din talaga sa Vito. Now they have to play New Mexico in one of the weirdest ways possible. But man, yung Black Widow na yun, pwede natin ipatato o kaya ipamuseum. Pre, sa dami ng nakita natin dun eh. Akalain mo nga naman, clutches from CBN, amazing shots from A7J, Yotib finally igniting himself sa loob nga ng ating Black Widow, no? Napakalupit nga naman talaga. Pre, sulit para dito sa Execration at Fervid. And I'm just, sana talaga makita na natin kaagad yung New Mexico na yan. Kasi feeling ko, pre, habang may init pa ang Fervid at Execration, dapat sinasalang na kaagad eh.
Ayun nga, men. Honestly, both of these teams really do deserve the win at this point, pare. I feel like the predictions are now out of the window. I'm just here to enjoy the ride ng dalawang teams natin, pare. Execration and Fervid definitely fitting to be, pwede nga natin sabihin, no, contenders to be, you know, other than STS and itong VP, to be placed on an international stage, pare. And to be fair, no, ayun nga, granted it has been questionable levels para dito sa Fervid, pero pag importante na kasi yung sitwasyon, ayun nga, pwede sila mag-step up dito. We just didn't see it dito sa Black Widow, pare, pero we might see it dito sa New Mexico.
Buti na nga lang, Sneaks, lahat ng di natin nakita sa Black Widow, pwede pa sa loob nga ng New Mexico. Kung tingin mo, baliw na itong dalawang team sa loob ng Black Widow, hindi mo pa nakikita ang ating third set. Standing by is on our panel. Ito nga pala si Mochi at si Bipolar para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon to break down the game even further. Kaya na dyan, guys.
Hindi kaya, nakaupo kaya kami. Pero maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, no? Salvatore, Alazuela, Sneaky Frog. At grabe, no? Parang matindi yung pagpa-fangirl and fanboy natin kay Yotib. Kasi grabe yung ginawa niya doon sa mama ng Black Widow natin, Bipolar.
Mochi, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Salvatore, sulit ang mga ginagawa natin dito sa ating albong Black Widow, no? Alam mo, mas exciting pa tong series na to kaysa sa pagkita ni Vic Soto, pati ni Vice Ganda eh. Ganun yung level ng dalawang teams na to. It's just too intense. Man, isipin mo yun, hirap na hirap ang Execration dito makawala sa malaking gap or at least makagawa kumuha ng gap, no, up against FERVID in the early parts of the round. Kinailangan ni MBA na mag-solo tapos kumuha ng 2 kills dito sa Storby ng maramihang beses. Kasi ang sakit ni Haj, ang sakit ni D, ang sakit ni Lance sa kahit anong parte ng mapa. Kinailangan dito sabihin ng ating Skuno IGL na, uy guys, wait na, Execration tayo. Alam natin na wala pa tayong laban dito sa Black Widow, pero we can outfrag these people mula sa FERVID. But I would love to give it no kay Lance, pati dito kay Haj na grabe ang holds na. They're getting multiple kills every time. Pero nung time na para ilabas yung spotlight, para dito kay CBN, ay naku po, 20 bomb! Nakita mo to, 1, bang! Oh my goodness! Cross ko po, it was a beautiful scene. And tama yung sinabi natin to, Mochi, na yes, snipers, we're gonna be having fun here. Yotib and Lance, ang ganda. Pero meron ding mga nag-sniper. Mochi, si A7J, pati si MBA, sabi nila, wait lang, kaya din namin yan. And all in all, it was such a good Black Widow. Kahit sino na manalo dito, Mochi, I'm just happy. Kasi both of these teams are playing at their peakest performance ever.
Exactly. Ganon sila kalala ngayon, no, bipolar. At imagine, no, yung mga IGL natin, pinapataas lang nilang pinapataas yung standard kasi hindi lang sa fragging sila, hindi lang sa nadidirektahan nila itong mga kasama nila, but also nakakapag-sniper din sila. Imagine, no, lahat nasa kanila na. Pero ito nga ang ating set summary ngayon, no, 10-6 in favor for Execration. We're in here for CBN. Dude, hindi maalis sa utak ko yung tig-1 tap niya. Dun sa 1v2 moment natin, akala ko hindi makaklatch yun. Pero again, time and time again, he proves us wrong. We also have NBA with the 13-11-11. Ang taas ng ating percentage for the headshot percentage, no? And we also have Yotib naman na talagang matindi at on the prime dito sa ating mapa ng Black Widow. For FERVID, again, no, deserve their flowers naman, no? For A7J and as well as D2K Haj. But again, no, we can't deny that there were some mistakes na accumulate dito, no? Reason as to why they lost the grip here in the map of Black Widow. Pero CBN, once again, kagano katahimik yan, ganun katindi trumabaho dito sa ating mapa ng Black Widow.
Yung nga, Mochi, parang bago tayo magsimula dito ng Black Widow, naalala ko pa sinabi nating dalawa, no, na parang clutch potentials and clutches will be held pagdating sa Black Widow. Exactly. At parang narinig ni CBN na, oy, pakitaan ko nga kung paano talaga mag-clutch dito and to get an immediate win here para ma-force ang ating New Mexico. I would like to say though, congratulations dito kay CBN, but the job's not done, especially dito sa mga sasabihin kong names, Dracifer and as well as Justin. Hindi pa natin nadadama for these 2 sets. Hopefully, they'll give us a little power para lahat ng players natin dito. So for these 2 teams have a better spotlight pagdating sa labanan.
And both of these teams already been able to jump into their own hoops, no? And there's just one more. Sino ang mauuna at sinong malinis na makakatawid dito, no? Malalaman natin yan for our last map. And if they can still carry this type of consistency moving forward, tayo magbabalik dito sa laban ng Execration and FERVID after this quick short break. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. Uy, grabe! Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB!
Hindi pa rin natatapos ang umaatikabong labanan. Dito pa din for Execration against FERVID. If you already saw how wild ang ating mapa ng Black Widow, well, guess what? Ano kaya mangyayari pa sa level ng New Mexico? Bipolar, any expectations for this one?
Alam mo, Mochi, wala na akong i-expect dito. I just wanna see these players frag all out, no? Kasi nakita natin dito, first map, appetizer. Second map, main course. And now, New Mexico natin is our dessert. Para mabusog tayong lahat dito, Mochi. Because Execration and FERVID, no, mirror matchup. Almost the same for these two teams. Nagkakaiba lang ng stratline, pero the firepower, the capabilities are endless pag itong team yung naglabanan, itong dalawang teams ang naglabanan. And I just can't wait para, alam mo yon, pag magandang trash talkan to kapag may nanalo na no? You know, if Execration yan, alam mo yan, kakainin niya ng todo, pero pag nanalo mo ng FERVID, well, E7G Indy has a lot to say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, no? And I also wonder if, I know this is FPS, but I'm wondering kung merong mga magsiscale dito as our late game. Kaya naman tingnan na nga rin natin kung ano nga bang mangyayari dito sa ating mga players. Execration of FERVID, third map here in New Mexico. Casters, kayo na to.
Huling banat na nga ng FERVID at ng Execration. Sino may pinakamagandang na ender, SDK? No? Welcome back to the Casters Test. Maraming salamat to our panel. Akalain mo nga naman, out of all that action na nakita natin sa first two sets, dadalhin tayo na Execration at FERVID sa loob ng New Mexico. No? Parang napaka-fitting lang, Sneaky, sa mga kagulo na nakita natin. Kailangan din natin ng magulo na mapa.
Ayun nga, no? And it really is the culmination of all the chaos ng dalawang teams natin, and it just so happens na I just cannot believe na nakarating tayo ng New Mexico, man, sa nakita natin sa Vito. And obvious naman na most of these players, no, are very well aware of where the strengths lie dito sa mga mapa. I think looking at the Vito again, no, obvious ban para sa Execration sub base, malakas yung FERVID doon. Eagle Eye, of course, you to avoid that, especially knowing how Yotib is good sa mapa na yun. And para sa kanilang secondary bans, new compound, that's a no-brainer. I think FERVID on compound is definitely one of the most annoying teams to deal with, no, dito sa ating tournament. Yes. And alam mo naman, Port, pare, you don't wanna give Yotib, you know, top A dito sa sitwasyon natin. Pero New Mexico is where we land. Obviously, a map na it is very high variance, pwede nga natin sabihin, pare, but at the same time, there has been some strats na has been fulfilled dito sa mapa na to. Let's just say na kailangan may constant presence dito sa may portal area natin the entire time. And nakakatawa to, Salvatore, kasi I know that half of the, or at least 20% ng mga rank players natin na naglalaro ng New Mexico really have no idea about yung comp scene natin, kasi yun nga, nagugulat sila, men, pag binubukas ko dito yung portal, which is a very important spot to open up dito sa mapa natin, especially on the DL side. Pero makinig muna tayo sa comps.
Water ko.
Ha?
Apa ka?
Eagles ni amma, wakay salig na ako.
Rope, ang bil.
Sa CR, narinig. Pause o CR? Di ko sure.
Sure yata.
Lapit nga konti sa rental. Kontahin ko itong CR.
Not the on-the-fly default, pare. Para sa FERVID. Pero Lance? Dito pa yung snipers, pare, sa Ali?
Medyo badge pa to, no? Pero teka lang, tumatalon si Yotib doon. Sumakto sa crosshair ni Lance. Linaw na nasa gilid. Nakuha na ka, Lance now pushing after that Yotib kill. Napaka-lethal naman, pre. The assumption na nasa post at CR ang FERVID. Malaking pagkakamali. Look at the lethalness now. Execration! Bakit may field travel doon si A7J? FBA transfer! Pero Haj finally silences Execration, pre. Yung highs ng larong to, hindi pa rin bumababa.
Yun lang, pare. A7J trying to dig an early grave para sa Execration dito, no, with his field shovel, pare. Pero I think medyo na-confused dito yung Execration about how the map works, no? Parang pag tumigil ka talaga and once the fights really do start rolling, you do expect na biglang may lalabas dito ng alley, biglang may lalabas dito ng post, biglang may lalabas dito ng ating waters. Pero I'm just surprised, no? Execration, why are you not opening itong portal off the rip, pare? Kasi pwede maging low-key distraction yun para sa mga players dito sa B-side and that kind of forces Execration or at least Fervid to commit a lot harder dito sa B-side natin, pare.
Especially, no, pag nakaligtaan yun ng Fervid, easy backstab para sa Execration. That one sound cue na pwedeng makapanlasan dito sa Fervid could be really a game changer para sa Execration ang dumali yung B-side entry nila. Pero men, after careful deliberation sa may hotel, pati na nga rin sa CRBL, wala no. Hindi na nga sila bubuelo pa. 4 inside of the waters. Hindi na nga nila bubuksan pre. Paangatan na nga sila dito ng Fervid. No distraction whatsoever, pre. Ayun na nga, binuksan na nga. There goes the sound cue. Assumption now a bit here for D. Pero si Haj, technically first contact lang dito lang sa may red. Here it comes. Yote, may entry na nga. Kasama dito ang mga naka-EBR dyan, tropa. And there goes the fighting squad. CBN now with a kill. Tracifer with a trade. Si D hindi pa rin mahuli. Huli na nasa baba na ka ng 2F. Justin now flying against D. Dinakdakan na Malabins Carter sa Olympics. MVA now on alibi. Pero si Justin na makakuha nga ng kill. The body system of Execration absolutely W. Gumana sa Execration ang Waters Exec.
Yun nga, men, ang ganda na lang setup dito ng Fervid. Not gonna lie, tatlo na yung nakatingin dito sa sewers but they did not hit their shots at the right time. Execration, obvious misplay galing sa kanila pare of not opening portal immediately, no? Pero ito naman si CBN na nakahold lang sa soup. But Fervid, why are you taking the sewers position? Na si CBN, ready dito sa kanyang spot. Yotib getting Tracifer and Justin getting another one dito sa may suicide. He finally opens itong portal natin para mapunta ka dito sa B. Mag-isa na lang si A7J and I don't think he can do too much in this situation. No, parang ang hirap pang 5v1 sa Mexico.
Abi pre, dinoble contact na nga ng Fervid yung last round yung Tapsu. Tapos eto pre, pinadala na nila 3. Tatalo pa rin sila pre. Because of CBN and Justin. A7J na anticipate dito si MVA. Good shots para dito sa IGL ng Fervid. 1v3, Yotib. Inuunti-unti yung door A oh. Nakatahap na naman talaga. There goes the nade. Onting chip damage. 70 HP now. 36 seconds left on the clock. Sandwich dito si A7J. Needs to make a move. Pero baka magpasiyar na nga ngayon si Yotin na nasa post na nga. Actually, crouch peek, boga, wala. 25 seconds. Pila na shot pa nga talaga para sa style points. A7J not even blinded. Whoa, Yotin niratulan si A7J. 2-1 exit.
Yeah, and Execration, really nice job of kind of just, not really a really nice job. I mean, them just shooting at Fervid, running at them, no pare. It kind of was just a shooting range at one point. Pero A7J, looking for the thin angle dito sa sewers. Yun yung inahanap nila kanina pare. But I feel like it would have been a bit easier if A7J went first. And yun lang, Execration now down a member and down sa map control dito sa New Mexico, which is the currency dito pare.
Uy, hinuhuli si Tracifer. Si Tracifer pa talaga yung nahuli doon. But D, we're getting the kill over to Yotib now. Grabe pre, the secret player. Nahuli na nga kagad. Patis holding Ali on his own. Tsaka lang mag-isa pre. Grabe nga naman. Wala nang awa dito si D. Ayaw magpalampas na mga tao na A7J. Nakalampas ng CRBL. Could go his way towards gate. Alam nga ba ni MVA still not going out. Nakita na A7J, what a flick! Golden headshot para dito kay Lito. A7J now also gonna get a headshot. Pre, palakasan talaga ng aura tong New Mexico na to.
And yun na nga, raising his pinky finger para sabi niya, hey, I only need an inch in order to go a mile dito sa mapa natin pare. And look at this, CBN trying to challenge once again. Pero si Hatch naman nakasasala dito sa may sewers and CBN with an occasional miss dito kay Haj pare. And napansin ko lang dito no Salvatore, when it comes to the map of Mexico, mas nai-incentivize yung mga hard-fighting teams natin kagaya ng Fervid. And it seems like they're benefiting dito sa kanilang GR side and will be benefiting a lot more once we turn the sides here. Pero dahil na nakakuha na sila ng first pick dito pare, there's no incentive for them to roll forward. And once again, close na naman dito yung portal pare. It's kind of becoming a pet peeve para sa akin men.
Still a lethal game no, despite that sneaky. Because of the highs of the fights na nakikita nga natin. Tapsu already controlled now for Execration. Folex nakita ang secret dito ni A7J. Now 4v3. Ito na pre. Patuto pa rin na nga. Dito ni Justin ang pangarap mababuksan na nga ang portal. para malinang dito sila D. Now D still playing tong napakagandang angle nga na to. Pero actually, di pa nga bukas, oh. Kinda odd na hindi pa rin sinusubukan to the Execration despite the opportunity. Pwede nga nilang bugahin dito si D. Pero napakalayo nila sa isa't isa, Sneaky, no? Technically. Medyo malayo si ㍍Match. There goes the C4. This is an individual FERVID na kailangan gumana sila para sa sarili lang nila.
Ayun namin, binuksan na yung portal. D, ready and waiting. Ganda ng kanyang pre-aim dito. Diretso headshot dito kay Justin. Pero si Yotib at si Folex naman ang sasala. USP in hand. Pero napakadaming baril ang kailangan niyang harapin doon. MBA and Folex finally making it into yung B-side. Pero babalik si MBA, man. Gusto niya i-flank dito si Lons. Do not make it easy for the very last player. Tamang crouch peek lang papuntang site. And the quick scope as the crouch uncrouches para dito kay Yotib. And Execration will get it. Sayang yun, man.
We definitely saw a lot, no, sa round na yun. Ang pagbubukas ng portal, puro boga, nice angles para sa FERVID. And yet, Execration had the better execute. Palitan lang na sniper dito, no, as Yotib takes down the Lance takes down his adversary. FERVID and Execration now on a 4v4. CR. Kontrolado na nga nila Justin, pero masyado na maingay. ㍍Match na ichichipan, pero finally they take him down. Justin with the kill. Grabe, men. Napakatabla naman talaga ng laban nga na to. Ayaw magpakita lang kainaan ng FERVID and Execration. All are exchanging some amazing plays. Execration mula dito kay Justin. Kamuntikan lang. Haj nasa post pa rin. Grabe pa naman ang sigla nito ni Haj. Kahit duguan na nga siya dito, no? Still possible for a kill since 34 naman dito. There goes the spray down. Justin takes him. Now with a headshot. A7J hindi alam. Naka-hardscope sa Tapsu. And there goes Justin with a triple kill para makapasok ang Exe end round.
Yeah, kind of feels like back in the day, no, dito sa Alvi. I mean, just like what I said, Macta also has their fair share of New Mexico experience, pare. And it seems like Justin is right at home dito sa mapa natin. Just rolling on forward, galing dito sa post after getting those initial damages. And ㍍Match, no longer is he gonna play the close box dito sa may CR natin, pare. Instead, we'll be playing all the way in post. And Execration slowly starting to push back yung depensa dito ng FERVID. Hindi na sila ganun ka-aggressive, at least in the early.
Folex wins the fight. NBA now with a kill as well. ㍍Match, grabe naman ang hawak ng CR na to.
Bumalik.
Largest lead of the game so far. ㍍Match misses the pop flash. Maganda nga sana dito para kay CBN na nagka-cross. Now Justin. Double contact na nga sila dito lang sa may VR. Pero si D playing timing lines na boga na nga. Gets the quick scope. D. Tago lang. Justin na with a spray down. 3v1. Na-corner na nga si Justin sa may alley. And there goes FERVID with a easy round para maging 3-4. And now FERVID pulls the lead back to just 1.
Yun nga, pare. And it kind of feels like both teams are kind of testing yung kanilang face-up crossfire dito, pare. And it just so happens that FERVID kind of delayed it a bit. Hindi na sila nagpupush at around 2 minutes and 20, 2 minutes and 10. Instead, they are waiting the full 30 seconds dito sa ating start ng round. And then, they're gonna go for the eventual pushes, pare. And obviously, Execration not in the position para mag-fight back noon dun sa moment na yun, pare. And dahil nga sa status or at least the size of the map, pare. One mistake can cascade into a round loss, pare.
Execration. Susubukan pa rin talaga nila tong CR nga na to. And it feels like the ego is working here for Exe na paganahin talaga ang CR papuntang post. Folex now on secret and the rest of the crew
they play far back,
trying to gain some control. Not even a split. Sama-sama, kapit-pisig dito. Execration sa may CR para kunin nga ang post. Para makansela lahat ng gustong sububok papuntang 2F and as well as Ali B. Lance now, I feel like he's now aware with a quick swing. Now Folex is down. ㍍Match, good crossfire. Nauubos ang Execration. Walang split kasi na nagaganap. Double kill for ㍍Match. D now on BR. Huling-huli sa camera ng Execration. Natutulog sa execute nila.
Yun nga, and instant adjustment galing kay FERVID, no, na hindi na nila idediretso dito yung CR or hindi na sila mag-face up crossfire dito sa CR, no. Instead, magsasalo na lang sila dito sa mapa natin, fully knowing that Execration is playing some tight spacing. And speaking of tight spaces, pare, Lons finding Justin on the suicide. ㍍Match, nakita na ka dito sa CBN and it's a flurry of kills dito sa mapa natin. Tuguan na nga ang ating Execration. FERVID with the upper hand dito sa sewers and dito sa A-fight natin. And Yotib, who was supposed to be the distraction para sa kanyang team, pare, turns out that he needs to be clutching, and we are still naandito pa rin tayo sa Albi. Nasa 5-4 pa rin tayo, men.
3 sets, pre. 5-4 palagi. That's all we need to understand. Yun lang kailangan natin maging reference kung gaano nga pakadikit ang laban nga natin ng Execration and FERVID. And it definitely should be like that. Sabi ko nga, hindi dapat to maging 10-2, 10-3, 10-4. Dapat lang talaga, dikit nga to. Tracyper, napakabilis. Nakabuelo nga kagad na top 2. Folex, pwedeng masalas yan. Here comes CBN to set up the crossfire. Nasa L na nga ngayon si MVA. Tagong-tago. Folex now and CBN. Riking hambok. Napakalupit. Pero si D. And D with the triple kill. Pero 2v1 pa rin to. Possible now for Lance. Hiwalay naman ngayon si Justin na hindi makalungoy. And now the spray down. Lance and Yotib na lang. Once again, the Scope Kings. Pero with the exception of Yotib na ayaw na ata mag-arctic sa laban ng Mexico. Ba't nga naman kasi mag-arctic sa laban ng New Mexico? Execration. Now relying on Yotib. With 100 HP laban sa Lance na kailangan lang isang bala tumama.
Ito, Salvi naman na, imagine if Portal was open sa moment na to, pare. May isa pa sanang paraan nitong sila. I know I'm being annoying about this Portal thing, no? But the Chinese teams are doing it and they are pretty good at this map, pare. Pero, Lance, no more options. Oh, this could be very good para sa kanya, pare. Kung tama yung timing. Kung tama yung timing ni Lance! Kaso di siya nakaskopa, pare. Instead, Yotib with a sigh of relief na naka-EBR siya dun sa moment na yun, pare. 5-5 Execration saved once again by Yotib.
Wala, pre. Sa dami ng beses na nangyari. Pili ko pagod na ka dito.
Open
si Yotib.
the damn door, Dre.
Ayaw talaga, pre.
Ayaw.
Ayaw talaga
Baisha is
nila.
scratching their head right now, pare, watching this, by the way.
Hindi lang Baisha, pre. Tanungin mo. Yung Adobe's Gaming ng Iomena. Kung dapat bang buksan yung pinto ng ng sewers.
Ayun, binuksan na, pre.
Sagot nila, oo, pre, dapat. Ayun na, buti naman nabuksan na nga. Di naman nila kailangan gamitin. They just need to make the sound cue. Para makapag-rotate possibly si Yotib. Kumagat yung rotation dito ng Execration.
It takes eyes
and
off
in
of
turn,
the players
FERVID could make the play.
Yun nga. It takes eyes off of that position as well. At least dito sa may mapa natin, CBN mag-isa lang dito sa double doors. Taps are gonna continue. Lance somehow living. And Justin running straight into Lance na gusto lang tumakas dito sa mga bala ng kanyang kalaban, but he runs into another gun anyways. Folex inside of the A side. Huwag ka masyadong makulit dito sa loob ng bahay, pare. D spotting him on the inside. Now he is trapped in between 3 players. Pero he will try to navigate right around Ali. At makikita na nga dito si D. Hadge will go down as well. And Execration, as soon as the sides turned, something has shifted within them, pare. A7J, the only one left alive. And that's a crouch peek. Galing dito kay Yotib. Execration now have the lead.
Huge para dito sa Execration, knowing that they are definitely relying on momentum right now and are banking on the fact na nasa kanila ang strong side ng mapa na ngayon. Despite the adjustments na nakita natin sa New Mexico, iba pa rin talaga pag GR ang may hawak nito unless malakas ang challenge ng FERVID. But Justin now on lane, catches Hadge off guard, CBN as well. Walang makakapanlaso ng hirap ng laro ng FERVID, pre. Palagi silang nagugulangan ng Execration sa mga spots na nakakalason sana sila. No rat plays for FERVID allowed. They have to play for sight. Lance spraying, ayaw na mag-Arctic. 20 HP, buhay pa rin. NBA left all alone. Here comes NBA versus D. And D hits the headshot through the smoke. FERVID still alive.
Yun nga, parang may familiar na baril dito, no? Galing dito kay D that he has pulled out the Viper dito sa mapa natin. So in terms of CQC, hindi sila malulugi anytime soon, especially on this alley side. But A7J luging-lugi dun sa timing na yun, pare. Sakto sa kanyang ulo. Yotib will be taking him out of the situation. Problema nga lang, Ali ang target dito ng ating FERVID squad. At as soon as makapasok lang dito si D, papunta sa ating house side, this would be nice. But this is just New Mexico in a nutshell, pare. Especially pagdating sa BL side, it's just one big gamble, pare.
Yeah, gonna get caught now. Pero tatabla nga ang ating sitwasyon para sa Execration and FERVID on Ali. Pero pre, it's the same spots para sa Execration. Pero nakakalimutan palagi ng FERVID. Sneaky. FERVID just completely forgets na ang pwesto na Execration time and time again. Pare-pareho. Folex jumps up. Mahuhuli nga rin dito ni Hadge. And now on the AK. Ba't kinakailangan natin ng mga headshot dito? Eto, sinagot na nga ni Haj. Wala nang wallbang. Wala yan sa dictionary dito ni Haj. 2v2, Lance Piso, CBN, still full HP. Also Justin, a one hit na nga lang. And now, potential fight here for CBN and Haj. They take down 100 HP and CBN once again clears Fervid.
Yun nga, and also like Execration recognizing nga pare na BL side nga in New Mexico is one big gamble pare, and Fervid has been losing time and time again. I mean, granted nakukuha nila yung mga opening fights dito men, but their secondary gambles galing dito kay Dracifer hindi gumagana, galing dito sa vent side. And speaking of vents, once again Dracifer with another attempt, pero kasama niya naman si D this time, pulling out the USP. Hats will be getting Yotip. Dracifer nakita na ka dito si CBN na wala sa gamit ang kanyang pistol. 2 versus 3, nabawasan pa ka ng dalawa dito ang Fervid, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Napaka-winnable, pero Folex mahuhulog and Hads is full spray dito kay Justin. It's a 7-7 and it's as close as ever dito sa New Mexico pare.
Pre, dalawa lang. 2 rounds yung pinakamalaking lamang ng dalawang teams nga na to. And I feel like that's not gonna stop even at the second half. Kahit na strong side and Execration, pare-parehong pwesto, pare-parehong atake. Ano bang magbabago? Yung resulta lang talaga kung sino nga bang mas malakas kung tumutok. Bukas na nga ang pinto. A possible rush. Barsha Gaming, hindi na kumakamat ng ulo. Natutuwa na sa mga nakikita nga nila. Dracifer, first contact. Not a lot of people inside the B site, pero Yotib, alarma na. Na naka-hardscope na nga siya dito lang sa may 2F. Not a lot of help here for Yotib. Tanging siya nga lang talagang mag-isa. No util up whatsoever. Yotib na dead na lahat. Yotib with a quick switch. Naging EBR bigla. But now Dracifer gets the kill. A7J now on the lurk papuntang L. CBN falls. Folex now. Nangangalahati nga ang buhay. Now on the 2v3. Pasok na nga ang Fervid dito. And now Hodge, amazing entry. Sa magandang lason mula sa post. Folex through the smoke. Gets taken down. Kita nyo naman pag binuksan nyo mong portal, panalo kayo, Fervid.
And yun nga, man. Even if hindi sila pumunta doon, pare, the amount of pressure that you feel on the B side of the map, once that portal is open, hindi talaga, you can't really ignore it kung kayo yung nandito sa B side. And Yotib will be forced to play in that portal position. And ito yung 50-50 niyan, pare, whether or not it is gonna be open or not. He could be stuck there, pero si D, na-stuck na nga dito sa alley. USP dito ni Folex, not taking any chances with the EPR whatsoever. Pero nakadaan na si A7J dito sa CR control para kay Angelito, pero titigil muna yung Fervid. They're trying to see kung may magpupush galing dito sa Exe, pare.
Teka lang, magkakasalis dito A7J, nakalampas, nakalimot na mag-check, hands up na bigla. Folex, ayaw pa rin magpalit, naka-USP pa rin, pinakitaan na nga ni Lance. Now on the defense nga ngayon, Haj makakalampas ka ng bunker, spray down, ginagawang EBR, yung AK-47, Haj still alive. Now on the 3v1, Yotib. Unfair, di man lang nakita si Haj, pero napatay niya. Finally, a timeout called by Execration. Ang bilis, kailangan ng tubig.
Grabe, men. Ano nga yung papag-usapan natin sa timeout? That is the question here for
Mas
the side
bilisan
of
natin?
Execration. Mas bilisan ba natin? Are we gonna send it dito sa alley? Folex, maglabas ka na ba dito ng Viper? Pare, parang it really is up to the very minor details ang pwede mong magawa dito sa New Mexico, kasi this is a map about those fights, those gunfights, pare, and if you cannot win them, that will be game over para sa inyo. And it just so happens that both of these teams are winning their due gunfights dito, pare, which creates a very close series in between these two. And probably this has been, I would say it, man, the most exciting New Mexico I've casted so far. At least nakikita naman natin yung basically everything except for yung that mini game of opening itong portal natin, pare, and seeing kung magre-react nga dito yung GR. So, Fervid, they get a timeout in the process. Got to talk to dito kay Nice Katol, and para naman dito sa Execration, I have no idea who they're talking to kasi I'm not sure kung nandyan pa si CYK, pare, but if he is, he's probably telling them, back in my day, malakas kami dito.
Uy. Back in my day, kailan ba yan, Sneaky, Pero akalain mo nga naman, Execration still managed to all the timeout. Masyado daw kasing hindi Execration yung mapa, Pero akalain mo naman, Sneaky, in the big year of 2026, na idugtog mo yung salitang exciting tsaka New Mexico sa isang sentence,
Yes,
I feel like buti naman nandito yung Execration at Fervid para maging tama talaga yung statement na yun, kasi we haven't had a handful of New Mexicos na maalala talaga natin, If you can definitely remember Attras laban sa Fervid and Alliance versus Virtus.pro. Take a bit of a research dun sa mga laban nga na yun. It's not New Mexico na talagang mapapasabi ka na, uy, the macro is definitely nice. It's not dominating talaga for the winning team. Pero dito na pre, eto na talaga. Like, Fervid and Execration is putting an example. Are they really? No? Pero tingnan natin. They're putting an example na New Mexico can be played by one single linear play tapos entertaining pa rin siya. Okay, so Fervid has been doing the same execute, okay?
Power supply still better, pare.
Sampa? Oh, Sampa, pre.
Sampa would be nice, honestly, pare.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Pero power supply, tama ka dyan, pre. Hindi kita pagkakaila dyan. Na dapat nga talaga. Imbis na 7, gawin po nating 8.
Ooh, A7J. Oh, trying to go in. USP, di sumala. Yotib with the quick scope, pare. How has he hit that? Pero Hadges bumawi ng isa. CBN caught dito sa alley side natin, pare. Pero mapapatigil sila na ulit, men. Wala na silang control dito sa CR. Lumapan bigla dito yung Exe.
Lance. Atake. Onte. They're taking the space dito lang sa may lane. Pre, napakadelikado niyan, ha. Pwede silang daanan dito ng mga EBR players pero nandyan si MVA bilang insurance. 1 minute and 23. Execration still utilizing itong mga crossfire para mahinaan ng loob ang Execration to make these deep angles. D. Wala mo nga naman. Nakapagpaalib ito. Pwedeng lason to, pre. Saan nanggaling si D? Nagpaportal ata siya, Sneaky. And this could be really bad for Yotib lalo't na isumbong nga siya dito nila Dracifer. Now D could pull up the play. Lalo't sasama na nga si Justin and they get Justin! Yotib now aware. Needs to respond. Pasok ang Fervid sa B-side. This could be a plot. Huli si FBA. T is putting up a show ng siya nga lang mag-isa. Wala siyang pakialam sa mga kampi niya. Basta maitawid yung round. Potential match point now for Fervid. Is this a denial para nga kay Yotib? Folex nasaan na nga? Yotib now with a spray down. 2v2 na nga tayo, Sneaky.
Lance taking out itong si Folex in the background, pare. Pero Yotib with an EBR, he could be just as good. Pero spotted si Hadges in the small angle. Hindi sila aware na nakapass to si Yotib. A defuse is incoming! Lance, kailangan mo mag-pick! Mukhang hindi! And Yotib using Justin as a bait the entire time. Pero hindi na sila tumingin dito sa may alley ever since that first fight. And they thought that Yotib was gonna back off after that initial fight dito kay D, pare. And yun lang, Execration getting it. Execration stamping it dito sa may CR natin. Folex getting 2. And Fervid, hindi nila in-expect na mag-greet sila dito sa pintuan ng New Mexico. Folex, another one for him. Can he make it? Another ace. Another ender for him. Dracifer, nakita na si Justin, pero Folex sasalpa na paharap. And that is a 4K para kay Folex, stolen by his teammate at the very last second, but still Execration avoiding the doldrums of getting defeated by Fervid. Buti na lang talaga na mas clutch sila doon, pero Execration, after a hell of a series, finally taking it 2-1.
That is definitely from the timeout na tinawag dito na Execration. For the first time since Execration started playing professional Crossfire, we can finally say they will exit group stage as the #1 team after securing their game up against Fervid. Congratulations for Execration. That bye slot in the semifinals ng playoffs is now secured for XFAM. At napaka-poetic naman talaga para kay Folex sa magdadalawang taon na nandito na nga siya. Man, oh man, what a story it has been for Execration for the start of the year as a disappointment sa playoffs ng Master Spring to now the #1 seed ng group stage. No? They still have a game up against TARINGBABI, but it is already cemented, no, na Execration will be getting that #1 spot. Now Fervid still losing despite all of that. Grabe nga naman talaga, but you know, there is still a reason para umitin dito sa performance ng Fervid because for an emergency substitution, that was a hell of a performance para kay Hatch.
Ayun nga, man. And even si Dino at the very end of those rounds actually was in a very clutch position dito sa mapa natin. But unfortunately, Execration having Yotib at the right place, at the right time. Grabe talaga, man. I mean, this is, parang may sinabi si Crossfire Radar, dito sa comment section natin, pare. This kinda seems like STS versus VP 2.0, yung dalawang rivalry na to. But it kinda just feels like STS and STS, and you kinda just clone them both and then sinama mo sila dun sa isang team. Pero granted, Execration is a bit more tactical pagdating sa kanilang approach, Fervid as well, but the vibes is still there, pare. You can see that these two teams in the future, pare, iko-contest nila ang ating mga top spots. And para naman dito sa Fervid, it's still a questionable position para sa kanila, pare, pagdating sa ating standings. But at the same time, pagdating sa kanilang schedule going into tomorrow, if I am not mistaken, they do have a game up against Veteran. And kung ma-clean up nila yun, pare, they can make it into playoffs. And if they're playing like this, pare, pwede kong sabihin, playoffs ready sila.
Man, these two teams already playoff ready the moment na they stepped into the group stage. Ganyan talaga kataas ang tingin natin for Fervid and Execration. Pero that is it for New Mexico. What a series! 3 sets na hindi ka nahihinaan ng loob kung anong makikita mo kasi palaging nasa taas ang Fervid at Execration. Tignan naman natin kung nasaan na nga ba ang ating panel para nagkakanda. Wala-walaan na nga sila ng emosyon dito. Pero sana nandyan nga sila. Mochi and Bipolar, kamusta kayo dyan?
Ayan, grabe yung ngiti nitong katabi ko. Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, na grabe naman talaga. Buti hindi nga kami nawalan ng boses. Kakasigaw namin kanina sa mga highlight nila dito, Pero grabe lang din naman talaga yung mga pinaggagawa dito ni Execration and as well as Fervid. And I didn't entirely expect that it will lead into the browner pastures that is New Mexico, Kasi puro sand lang nandito. Pero grabe, Bipolar yung mga nangyari dito ngayon, Talagang literal that this specific series put a smile on our faces dahil sa mga pinaggagawa nilang kaguluhan dito.
Yun na nga, Mochi. Alam mo, as a caster, bawal tayo may pinapanigan. Pero ako, I had hopes para dito sa dalawang teams na very, very high. And they did not disappoint. Mochi, Fervid and Execration bouted and ended off with a beautiful, very tight 2 sets. Isipin mo yun, in the very first round, naglalabas si 7J ng pala. Akala mo nagpa-Farmville, pero nasa New Mexico ka, brother. Pero yun na nga, Fervid and Execration, man, look at this, They fight all throughout. Hajj na minsan nila maglaro. Pinakintaan tayo ng AK-47 na ginagawang M14 at lahat tumatama. Fervid on the GR side had so much powers. Pero pinakitaan din yun ng Execration with their immense holds and intense actions. Nakita mo rin yun, Mochi, na parang everyone was fighting for blood and you love to see it. And one of those players especially is gonna be DN as well as itong si Yotib. Yotib, man, look at that, Realizing that there was no one close sa my side, nag-defuse na lang. Ang tagal niya nag-hold dun sa may alibi. Nung namatay si Folex, saka lang siya lumabas. He got the kill and look at this picturesque snipers versus snipers. Pero what can give you a win sa GR side? Defuse, sabi ni Yotib. And man, I'm so happy despite na Fervid, they did lose. Pero wow, it was a loss na hindi mo pwedeng, parang isipin mo na lang dito yung sinabi ni Jimby, na these losses, hindi yan totoong talo.
Totoo. Kasi biro mo naman yung pinagdaanan nila dito, for Fervid. Honestly, these stats are looking good on their end, But at the same time, I feel like it's just that everything is a bit so riled up, a bit too fast, a bit too amplified para makahabol dito itong si Fervid. And I think, honestly, this is such a refreshing look for Execration na, puno sila ng struktura, puno sila ng playbook, alam nila yung pwede nilang gawin sa mga rounds natin dito, how to change it up, but at the same time, I never saw them become this fast sa lahat ng mga laro nila. And our set MVP is Justin. And if earlier on, there were some struggles simula sa ating unang mapa, binawi niya ng lubusan yun ngayon at sa mapa ng New Mexico pa.
Yun na nga na Mochi, 2 sets late pero at least pumasok siya when the time was needed. At the very last subject pa sa araw na to, no? Kahit na Sabado, sabi ni Justin, papasok pa din ako. Magpapakita ako ng 1.42 na KD and he was the spearhead or the dagger para makakuha dito ng beautiful win ang ating players for Execration. And again, I believe it was 8-10 dito sa ating New Mexico. So yung decider natin, isipin na lang may 8-10 dyan from my point of view and Mochi's as well. Pero no, tignan mo Mochi, di ba? 7-10, 10-6, 10-8, or 10-8 yung nakita natin dito na parang, wow, it was a fun field na treat tayo ngayong araw na to, Mochi. Akala mo playoffs na.
Grabe, no? Grabe, bipolar, di ko inaakala na dadating yung araw na yun na bihira at kaunting-kaunti lang yung dead round, ganito kabilis. Tapos, pinakain pa tayo ng crossfire action ng Execration and as well as Fervid, no? This is such a very nice day for us. Pero, sino nga ba ang nicest player dito? Si CBN lang naman. Tignan mo naman yung headshot per kill, 66%. Tapos, ewan ko, di ko na alam anong sasabihin ko sa taong to, bipolar, no? Malala talaga siya, di ko alam kung anong ginagawa ni Candy dito sa jowa niya, no? Pero at the same time, parang boosted talaga at confident ngayon dito sa ating entablado.
Again, shoutout sa'yo, Jake, no? Candy, kakaiba ka. Pero syempre, feeling ko kaya siya nagpa-shoutout kasi alam niya si CBN ngayon mag-iinit. Kaya pala may mga bumbero sa labas ng kondo ko ngayon, no? It's gonna be crazy. CBN, amazingness yan ang pinakita niya dito ngayon and it was never a bad performance from him. 20 bomb, clutch plays, immediate contact, lahat yan binigay ni CBN from Black Widow up until ngayon dito sa from Ankara up until sa New Mexico. Pinakataan tayo ni CBN na talagang he is ready for the playoffs. And that was just from contact. Please look at his headshots all around. 0.66 and you can't get that kind of performance if you're not plugged in. CBN was always there from that Ankara map kung saan nakita natin he had the betterment with the help of Fall X, 2 heavy fraggers, pero sabi niya dito in the next game sa Black Widow, tatama ako. I will make you believe in CBN. I will make you believe in Execration from my mere clutches, from sheer entries, at kahit na they were down in the dumps, sinabayan niya dito si MVA, yung IGL nila, yung attacker nila na pumupuso pa din. And even here on New Mexico, man, despite the tight angles, despite na nakikita dito lahat ng Fervid yung ginagawa nila, alam ni CBN kung paano manalo. And that was sheer and that was just beautiful.
Totoo, no? Ang lala. Hindi mo man lang maintindihan how is this mechanically possible, no? Being this consistent, this perfect, every single person going down in the drain. Oras na pumwesto sila dito sa ating crosshair ni CBN. So, grabe, mapapa-crossfire racks ka na lang talaga, no, sa mga nangyari dito sa setting ito. And I can't wait what will be the picture para sa atin, no, pagpunta sa ating playoffs. Pero I know there's a lot of things that we should be watching on, no, para sa mga susunod na steps natin dito in this league, but it's just right for us to interview our match MVP dito sa ating interview desk. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, welcome natin dito ngayon si CBN dito, no, kasi parang bihira natin siyang nakikita at mukhang ngayon makakausap na natin siya.
Yun na nga, no? Sana pumasok na siya dito kasi madaldal yan si CBN. Alam natin marami ang sinasabi, di ba? So hopefully sumasok na siya dito. But again, we're just waiting for CBN to actually reconnect with us. Pero Mochi, we have a lot of questions. Hopefully we have a little bit of time. Feeling ko naman maaga tayong matatapos. So a possibility,
for
diba?
sure. Ayun, at narinig na nga atin, no, preparado na ito si CBN ngayon, kaya i-welcome na natin siya dito ngayon. Hugutin mo na, bipolar.
Ayan.
Hindi na pala need hugutin.
Hindi na.
Ready na daw. Hello, CBN. Congratulations first and foremost. Insane performance dito, no, especially during Black Widow. And right now, no, nakuha nyo na at nabawian nyo na itong si Fervid. Ano ang pakiramdam na nakuha natin itong revenge natin against them at ano ang gusto nyong sabihin sa kanila?
Okay lang po.
Okay lang?
Man of you. Ba't ka tumatapik? Bawal tumapik kay Polex.
Ano pa?
Walang call a friend.
Okay. CBN, simplihan natin, no? Hindi, sige, may message ka ba sa FERVID? Ano pa bang naramdaman mo nung buong matchup na yun?
Wala lang po. Masaya.
Wala na. Okay. Yeah, at
Happy
least,
lang
diba?
siya, happy lang.
CBN, huwag ka makinig kay Polex, CBN. Dito ka makinig. CBN.
No coaching.
Simplihan natin. Di ba, naglaro ka ng todong-todo. Dito sa Black Widow, simulan natin sa Ankara, CBN. CBN, iba yung kakaiba actually ginawa niyo dun sa GR side nyo. Parang nagsama kayo ni Folex. Ano yung call dun? Bakit parang for the entirety ng GR side nyo, magkakasama si CBN at si Folex at lahat yun gumana?
Si Aljon sinunod lang namin yung ni Aljon.
Si Aljon?
Apo.
Hindi siya nakahiga ngayong araw? Totoo ba? Yes daw. Yes, Mochi. Yes, nakatingin siya kay Folex. Mochi, any questions?
May ang tatanong ko lang naman dito, CBN, no? Ano kaya ang next step and target natin ngayong pa-playoffs na tayo?
Ano lang po?
Paris.
Sana mapag-Paris kami.
Yan. Okay, CBN, feeling ko madali mo masasagot yung mga kapag in-game tayo, no? Tatanungin ko sa iyo ngayon, punta naman tayo sa Black Widow. 1v2, naalala mo yon? Nag-bumplat na sila Dracifer sa may B-site, pero wala kang information, walang death kami mula dun sa kakampi mo. Ano yung nasa isip ni CBN? Paano mo na one-tap lahat ng tao dun sa B-site?
Ano lang po, yung sabay, narinig ko po kasi yan.
Grabe, no? Tig-one tap sila dun. Insane yun, CBN, no? Pero, again, no? Congratulations sa mga pinaggagawa nyo dito sa gabing ito, no? Against FERVID. And I feel like, hindi ka na namin i-istorbohin pa. The floor is yours. I-shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout dito.
Shout po sa boss ng Axie, si Boss P. Sa Execration Fab. Sa mga tropa dyan sa labas.
Sa buong Execration family. Sa mga tropa namin dyan sa labas. Pati kay Kim dito sa likod, sa tropa namin. Pati sa mga caster.
Yon! Thank you po, thank you!
Candy.
Shoutout po sa Joe, sa hindi. Ano pa?
Yan! Alright. Meron pa bang additional? Baka may pahabol ka, CBN.
Ano pa?
Baka may pahabol ka pa. Yun na lahat?
Shoutout po kay Evan Salad.
Yun.
Okay.
Maraming salamat, CBN. Pwede ngang pa-request ng isang banat ng dyan kay Paul. Paano nga si Paul?
Banat ka daw, Paul.
Isang banat ka raw, Paul.
Yun!
Kumpleto na yung interview, guys. Maraming salamat, CBN.
CBN,
At congratulations sa Execration.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you po.
Yan.
Mochi, feeling ko alam ko na kung paano natin talaga mapipiga si CBN. Kailangan talaga in-game yung tinatanong natin kasi kahit ako ngayon ko lang na-realize na narinig niya nga dito I believe it was Lance, no? Doon sa may house B, sa store B natin. So, at least may napiga tayo dito kay CBN. But I feel like, pressure in the moment, alam mo, adrenaline's high, ready na mag-playoffs, ready na mag-possible EWC, no? So, talaga, it's just nice to see that CBN is flying all throughout.
I can imagine na mamaya, no, mag-aaya na pumunta sa paresan yung mga yan kasi sa susunod paparis na sila. Pero let us check out ngayon ang ating standings right now since there has been a lot of stuff na nangyari for today. Some were boosted, some actually retain lang tayo, no? We have Virtus.pro on top, followed by Execration. Third ang Team Stallions ngayon, followed by Acceptance, Comeback Friends, and as well as FERVID. Is this how you imagined our standings will look like, Bipolar?
Oh yeah, Mochi. Siguro ang pinagkaiba lang talaga dito is FERVID, pero kasi they still have one matchup, no? If they win that, syempre, if they win that, they will be very much on top. Plus the round differential will be very, very beneficial para sa kanila, especially ang kalaban nila dito will be Acceptance and Comeback Friends. Itong Execration natin, just like what we said, no? I believe Execration still has a matchup after this. That's Virtus.pro din. Virtus.pro will be battling up against Talon. So if Execration just dominates yung ating matchup nila on the next time, they will comfortably get that number 1 spot kasi alam natin yan, there's not a high possibility that Virtus.pro or even Team Stallions can go for a 2-0 scoreline pagdating sa matchup nila on Sunday. So it's also gonna be interesting, but man, look at Veteran on that bottom stat, Attras na nagpaalam na rin kanina, no, pero they are very much hopeful on the next coming of seasons. Matt just as well, pero nga Mochi, it's gonna be very, very interesting kung ano nga ba talaga ang ibibigay sa atin ng pinaka-last day natin tomorrow. And speaking about tomorrow, ito na yun!
Yup! Ito na nga yun. It is going to be TARINGBABI against Execration, no? This is more of like a formality match for them alongside with Veteran against FV, no? FERVID. And we also have Team Stallions and Virtus.pro as our finisher. Abay, hindi na ako magtataka, bipolar, if we will be having the same atmosphere and the same flow of events para sa araw na to, same as tomorrow. Kasi I am pretty sure na magiging malala din itong mga magiging pangyayari natin bukas.
Oh yeah. You know what, Mochi? I feel like we have to address a little bit something here. A message towards our last matchup tomorrow. Virtus.pro and STS. We regarded you as the best entirety dito sa buong CROSSFIRE Philippines for the entirety of 2026. Alam naman you guys are prepared, but please give us a big fight because we are awaiting kung sino nga ba talaga ang pinakamalakas sa buong bansa ng Pilipinas, no? So, give us a little bit of a show, brothers, kasi it's gonna be amazing tomorrow.
Exactly. Grabe, no? And this just shows kung gaano katindi ang mga maaaring mangyari tomorrow. And again, no, in addition sa sinabi na bipolar, mamaya, mawala na yung mga naniniwala sa mga Diyos natin. And I feel like, and I hopefully, hindi yun mangyari. That's why this is the best time for them to do and show what they're really made of. Pero ito na nga natatapos dito ngayon ang ating show. Pero bago tayo magpaalam, bipolar, do you have any last words para sa ating mga audiences or kung kanino man?
For everyone out there, abangan nyo yan bukas, last day of the playoffs. Marapit na rin po ang ating, playoffs as well, the finals as well, even for Impact. So abangan yan, marami pa tayong mga pangbuga and last stretch na rin, no, Mochi, I believe, ng ating caster giveaway. So check that out as well. Malapit-lapit na po matapos. Check it out. Bago tayo mag-EWC, bago natin supportahan ang mga lilipad papunta dyan, let's tune in para sa mga susunod pang matchup. And again, congratulations sa ating caster na kasama dito palagi. Si Daydom, na kahit maliwanag siya minsan, ngayon pati yung future niya lumiliwanag na.
Maliwanag na rin. Yun na nga, no? Everyone, maraming salamat for tuning in dito sa ating broadcast. Thank you so much to our production being able to deliver such quality prod as always, no? Sa ating ops, sa ating scriptwriters. Thank you so much. And syempre, no, sa ating mga managers na rin, no, na nag-aasikaso din sa atin and director. And also, no, maraming salamat sa aking mga co-caster, syempre sa iyo, Bipolar, Salvatore, Sneaky Frog, Ramon, El, Daydom, lahat, no? Maraming salamat sa inyo. And maraming salamat sa ating mga teams na until here, no, definitely showing up in order to prove themselves dito sa ating stage sa Pilipinas in order to reach their dreams. And thank you so much to Smilegate and for providing such a platform, no, para talaga mag-deliver itong ating mga players sa ngayon. And that is to Boss Mark and Boss Alex. Thank you so much. And with that, everyone, this marks the end of this day na kung saan bukas is already the end of our group stage. Imagine, no, we came across a lot of weeks and now we're finally here. And this is a reminder to keep the fire burning at bukas. Magkikita-kita tayo ulit for more Crossfire action. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the friends. Nakapuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.